Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody. How are you all doing? And thank you all for being here. And again, have a Merry Christmas and a great New Year. So let's just start it off. I don't know where I was going to go with that. I had a brain fart. I forgot to do something else. There we go. One more thing. Hold on. I forgot to do one more thing. Got to get the Christmas candle going. So I hope you all are doing well. And again, thank you all for coming. And this whole thing was done for you guys and for us creators because we're not the only ones lonely. We're all are, and helps us spend time together. Oh, that sounds weird. And it helps us, spend time together and just talk, spend the night, get our minds out of the dark space. And now that we're here, and I want to welcome you all here, I want to thank everybody for coming in. Regardless if you're a subscriber or not, you don't have to subscribe. Just thank you for being here. I have 2 people waiting downstairs. So let's go ahead and start pulling people up. So the first one, we know who this is going to be. It is Andrea.
Hi. Hi, Michael.
And my second special person is Craig. Fiber
Hello.
Spider.
Hi. Michael, you look adorable.
Thank you.
Well, you do. You're all festive. I feel so underdressed.
You and me both, Craig.
Mm.
That's
And
okay.
a bag of
You be
chips.
in the casual category.
Yeah. I am your basic B tonight. I'm keeping it clean. I keep it real, but I keep it clean if I can. Okay. I'll be a basic B.
I want to thank you both for coming and
Well,
agreeing
thank
to
you
do
for
this.
having.
Like we've talked, and the reason why we wanted to do this, or the reason why I wanted to do this, and I reached out to you guys, and you all jumped on it quick.
Yeah.
This isn't for us. This is for everybody else. And I again thank y'all so much. And I know Andrea's out there traveling.
Yes, I finally made it to my destination safely, which is wonderful. But I had last minute plans just to fill Craig in. I drove to pick up one of my grandsons, and then I had to take him back home so he can open gifts for Christmas from Santa. So, yes, unexpected, but hey, that's what grandparents do. So,
Well, yeah.
Hey. I wonder why this isn't working.
Well, it's technology. That's the joy.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, and it's StreamYard. It has been messing up like it's cool. So, do y'all have any plans for the holidays besides this?
no.
No,
Well,
just
again,
working
thank
on
you.
just working on my whips, maybe play some video games, working on some whips, I know I'm just so exciting and riveting, right? Yeah. The life of a content creator.
I know, right? It is. Oh, this is getting hot. I crocheted that like 4 years ago.
Right.
No.
As a content creator, like my thought processes and content, putting out content, it's a constant thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of like a treadmill in a bad sitcom, because
Right.
you got that really cocky character in the sitcom who's like, oh yeah, let me just crank that sucker up, and you're going and you're going and you're going, and the thing is, you can't get off, and if you slow down, you go flying off the back.
Mm-hmm. That's how
it's like yes, we're stuck in a YouTube short.
Yes.
Okay. It's like those
That's
epic
right. A
fail videos.
cycle.
It's like, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, or even if it's at like a moderate pace, it's like, okay, speeding up not going to help you because you'll get tired faster. And if you slow down, you just go whoop right off the back.
Hmm.
But the thing is, it's just like it's this hamster wheel of content, and if it wasn't gratifying, we wouldn't do it. On the other hand, it's sort of like, okay, it's our new spouse, you know
Absolutely.
so it has its pros and its cons. I mean, it's like, yeah, you're your own boss, but also if you are a slave driver to yourself, then you know what I mean. It's like, if you are a workaholic, then you are also your worst enemy, even though you are your own boss. That
Hmm.
can be just
Yes.
as much of a smack upside the face. So there are pros and cons. It's like, yes, I make up my own hours, but I don't give myself PTO. I don't give myself pay time off. It's like, no, no.
You, if we take time off, then that hurts us, and not only just hurts us, it hurts the people who are waiting for stuff from us, because then Al Gore decides to mess with us. Al Gore's algorithm.
I thought you
Oh,
meant like the
oh, okay.
politician. I thought you meant the politician. I'm like, what does he have to
I,
do with
I know.
this?
I was like,
I stole that from Mama G Gear. She always says the Al Gore
oh,
for the algorithm.
Okay, because I'm like, wouldn't it be like Elon Musk or something like
Yeah,
that? I'm like, I could see that being a case, but Al Gore, what does he have to do with that? Algorithm. Okay,
yes,
sorry. I
but
see. That's how not hip I am.
right.
I'm out of that loop.
Oh my goodness, everybody, we have a really. Are y'all ready?
we're ready.
God.
Mikey from the Crochet Crowd.
Okay.
Hi, Mikey.
Hi.
Hello.
Well,
Okay,
hello. How are
I
you?
know Michael's face. I don't know the other two.
That is Andrea Olajo, the Crocheting Sailor,
Oh my
and
god.
then
Cool.
Hi,
next to you
Mikey.
is Fiber Spider, Craig.
Craig. God,
Hi.
Craig. You've been around forever.
8-ish years, but you've been around longer.
Yes, I know. 17
You
years, if you can imagine.
you
Mhm.
you earned your Purple Heart way before me, honey bunny.
Oh, I don't know. Patience. So yeah.
Uh,
I was
so
working and I thought, well, shit, you guys said it. Well, I swear, I'm sorry.
you-
Well,
I,
lunch.
I'm a sailor. We have two of us are sailors.
Cool.
It's
So
all good.
what's the chat tonight?
The chat is we're here to keep people that literally. They kind of know the story of how this happened. Me and my husband were outside getting fresh air, and um, like I lost my mom 6 months ago, and I know there's a lot of people during this time. It's hard, and people don't want to be alone. So I was like, why not just do this and give people somewhere to be that are alone and lonely, and keep them out of their dark spot for a little bit.
So how do we share
So
this so other people can join
okay, the join the chat or the join the watch the live stream.
to watch the live?
Let's see. I thought I had that set up at the very top. Are you on PC?
Yep.
At the very top above the chat. Ooh, sorry, my fingers got in the way. Above the chat, it should say, what was it? Stream to your audience.
Okay.
And then as soon as you click that, it'll ask you for your YouTube information, and it should start streaming to yours.
I see.
I love your glasses. I say that every time I see you in your live stream. I just love your glasses.
Okay, keep chatting. I will figure this out.
So Andre, did you bring any projects with you
Did I
up
bring any
there?
projects?
Any whips? Are you working on anything?
Oh, yes. I'm actually working on a hat. So this
Ooh,
is the
let's
crown
get you.
portion.
Oh, come on, StreamYard. There we go.
Yes. This is the crown. And I wanted to do like little spokes or whatever. It reminded me of a bicycle wheel. And it'll be I would say the body of the hat. I want to do some double crochet clusters, and then I'll do front post, back post at the bottom. So this is what I have so
Oh,
far,
okay.
and I'm using Red Heart, good old Red Heart Super Saver Jumbo, and the color is soft navy.
Ooh.
It's funny you say that because actually I was thinking that the color makes me think of something that would go really well with a pea coat.
Oh yes, a pea coat.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
With those little anchor buttons and
That's
yeah.
true.
Mm.
Right.
Ooh, it really would.
Think about
Well,
it in Tunisian, Michael. Tunisian, maybe?
Oh, to me and
Oh.
Tunisian have a love-hate relationship. I love
And
Really,
me and
Mike?
Tunisian have a love relationship. That's all I do.
You know why? You know why I don't like Tunisian?
Hmm.
Because your hand is always bumping into the one side of where you're using it, and the one side of the project always looks haloed because you're scuffing the one side all the time.
Yeah, I that happens to me a lot too. But what I don't show is what I do before I do this tutorial. Is I get one of those little fabric shavers.
Oh, taking off those curlies.
Yeah, you got to do something.
well, with me,
Did you?
it's the curling. If you don't use like a massively larger Tunisian hook, the curling is like
Oh, I don't like curling.
no, but I mean,
See,
I love the denseness of it, and it's like thermal, warm, toasty,
True.
it's like if you need something that is going to protect you against Jack Frost, then you are ready to go. It's solid. It's flexible, if you use a good gauge hook for it. Definitely got the flexibility of like a knitted fabric, but it is a yarn hog. Also I love how you can do like cross stitch or embroidery in it because it creates like a natural even weave grid that you can stitch into. So that aspect I love because it lends itself to a lot of really cool detail.
Mhm.
It's like you're creating an Ada fabric for doing cross stitching, but Ada, it's like you don't want to snuggle down with Ada. Like that will scratch you mercilessly. So there are pros and cons to everything, though.
Well, and, like when I do blankets, like the past 3 blanket tutorials I've done in Tunisian, I do a few rows of the reverse stitch, so the built-in borders, so that way it doesn't curl. And I, of course, most every Tunisian stitch curls, but it's the nature of the game for Tunisian, and I've come to accept it because I like to have armrests, and those velour pillows or any other pillows just don't feel right around me. So I like taking the blanket when it starts getting rolled up, and I can use it as an armrest. So what are you working over there, Craig?
I am working on a new project. I mean, it's nothing that hasn't been done before, but I haven't done it before. But it's one of those, you'll see it when it comes out. One of those. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
You know how I am. I'm a spider of mystery.
There we go.
But
I'm trying to stream it.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just trying to wonder why StreamYard's not putting the names up.
Okay, Crochet Crowd is coming online okay.
But this is only one of several projects that I'm currently working on because I can't just the projects are like potato chips. You can't just work on one.
No.
Got to have multiples going on at any given time. For me, with my works in progress. It's like squirrel, squirrel, squirrel at any given time.
Oh,
You know
for
how it
sure.
is.
Like I I can't do multiple whips though. I have tried and tried and tried. I just can't. I have to concentrate on one project and get it done.
Well, I'm sure that you also have a lot less UFOs than I do. Or no,
Yeah,
not
well,
UFOs. What's that? No, UFOs, unfinished objects, or
mm,
yeah. I'm sure you
Unfinished
have a.
objects.
Yeah, I'm sure that you have a lot less of those than I do. I have more than a few, more than a few. And the worst is when you got like really, really far with it, and you put it to the side, and then in your infinite wisdom, you now cannot remember what size hook you used. And then you end up having to frog the whole thing because you know perfectly well that it's just not going to be the same.
yes.
Who here has suffered that wrath?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's why I write everything down now. I have to have my book.
Well, you're a better woman than I am.
I have to have my trusty book.
See, I would lose the book.
Well, I use project papers, and they're a pain in my rear, but they keep me somewhat organized. I'm
Usually I
trying.
try to keep the hook with that project and just have like multiple hooks. So it's just stick that working hook in that skein of yarn, and it's like, okay, it is what it is. I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, things get dislodged and things get moved, and
This is what I do, Craig. I
hmm
put I put my trusty furls hook. I just stick it right in the center, and then I know that it'll be there. As long as I don't bury it down in here, though, is the
Oh
problem.
yes.
Maybe the crochet crowd has just come online, so maybe just go around the. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be host, but
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to figure out why names aren't popping up in
just
StreamYard
do a
right
quick
now.
introduction for those crocheters coming on board.
I am Michael from MDL Crochet. Next to me is Ola Joe the crocheting oh my gosh, sailor. I got tongue tied. Below her is Craig Fiber Spider, and then below
hello.
me, everybody knows Mikey.
Uh, do they though? I don't know. You know,
You
yeah.
were one of the first tutorials I ever saw on YouTube when YouTube first started. When you started, you were one of the very first ones I ever saw.
So
Same here.
what made you want to be a host?
I I have so many stitches in Tunisian that I want to teach,
Mm-hmm.
and there's just so many that I wanted to. I have over 413, and I want to get them out there. So that was really my reason, and I started a little over a year ago.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Well, I like your positivity on the live chats when we're going live.
I'm always positive. You can ask Craig, and Andrea, or Ola Joe.
Yes,
Indeed.
So,
he
Ola
is.
Joe, what was your reason for wanting to be a host?
The reason why is because I needed something to do after I retired from the Navy. And long story short, there were a lot of people that wanted to learn how to crochet, and I needed to find a platform to show them. So what I did was I just started out with some beginner videos, just showing the basic stitches. And then my channel took off from there. But I originally only wanted to start my channel is to teach people crochet and just keep that tradition alive. I saw a lot of older people knitting and crocheting, but not a lot of younger people. And there wasn't a small interest. And I said, okay, well, I need to find a platform. So it was YouTube. And here I am today.
So, can you guys read the comments coming on the crochet crowd at all?
I can, and they're on phones, so it's gonna be harder for them to see.
Okay.
I can, and it shows the little I want to say it's a chain link looking thing,
Okay.
but a circle with a line through it.
There's
So
questions.
I see them.
I will come in. So, Craig, what was your reason for wanting to be a host?
Just to clarify, when you say host, do you mean like YouTube creator? Do you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've loved crocheting for quite a long time. You know, it's definitely one of my favorite things. Creative wise, as far also in a sense of like therapy wise, I find it very, very therapeutic. And I think the reason why I started was because at the time I was working at a Michael's craft store.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. And I spent way too much time in the yarn department, much more than my manager would like. And I was actually teaching classes there for a brief stint, but I didn't like it so much because they would want me to teach like at least half a dozen people. And it's not like an aerobics class where you're doing the stuff at the front of the class and people could just basically mimic you. No, you need to see through that person's eyes, really, in order for it to make sense. And so I knew that I wanted to help teach people how to do it. And I figured, the best way is, if it's like through your eyes. So it's like I have my phone in a little tripod thing right in front of me, and then I'm working in front of that. And so then my question to myself is, well, okay, but there are so many things that have already been done before. But then I said to myself, be that as it may, everybody has a different way of explaining things and a different teaching style. So even if you're teaching the same content, it's with a different inflection, a different nuance, a different seasoning, a different personal seasoning, if you will, because everybody explains things differently, just as everybody understands things differently. And so I figured, well, I can bring my own little je ne sais quoi to the table, and if some people benefit from that, then awesome. I mean, I am abundantly aware that I am not for everybody.
Oh.
I get that. I get that. And just like there are some people, cooking or audiobook or other kinds of tutorials or whatever. Sometimes like the content I like, but there's just something about their enunciation that just drives me up the wall. And I'm like, sorry, I can't do it. So then I'll keep looking and scouring, or sometimes like the background is too distracting. So you pick and you choose, and some of them I really gravitate to. Like there's this one guy who does a video game YouTube channel. His voice, I could like if his voice was an edible, bit of like yummy, silky, creamy goodness. It's just it's this lyrical English accent, and he could read the phone book, and I'd be happy, And there are others where it's like you're listening to them, and it's like, okay, you sound like a PTA mom on crack. I can't listen to you, But it's just we all bring something different to the table in a nutshell. Regardless of what it is that we're teaching, we all have a different way of presenting the information, and that's part of the fun. So I wanted to bring my own little bit of fun.
Well, I think three of us at least are probably on my side of the fence. Oh,
yes.
I feel like I'm just gonna queen out on camera because I try to keep it somewhat.
We have another that's on our side of the fence down in the basement.
Is that where you keep your?
There we go.
Oh, in the basement.
Girl, listen.
That's Lucas from Lucas Yarns.
Lucas Yarns. Okay.
Hello. How are we?
More of a like Crochet Crowder. It's just a lot of homosexuality in one screen. I tell you.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
This
I
is
call us
fun.
happy hookers for
It's
nothing.
like I'm gonna get whiplash with all the.
Yeah.
Yeah, girl.
You know, it's like if I ever want to get like a reaction out of my coworkers, I'll just go, you know,
How does that work
I'll
out?
just do that for like 5 minutes straight, and they're like, "Dude, we know, shut up."
Wow.
It's like we got the T-shirt, we got the bumper sticker. Okay, we got it. Go.
Oh my God, that's so.
My husband saying the live should be named Ola Joe's Xmas Fruit Fly Bonanza.
Oh my goodness.
That is fun.
That's amazing.
Hated it.
That's around the world and back now.
Right up. Men on Film was one of my favorites, but it's right up there with Darling, chickpeas, the neither chicks nor peas. Discuss. I'm verklempt. Discuss.
Oh my God. So what are our ages here? Like
I'm 47.
Men on Film, like in Living Color was probably my first experience of a young man seeing gay people.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, that and the original, The Real World, Norman, the artist.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my God, I mean, I can exist. Wow, great. Okay. I mean, I'm 45, so.
You're
I must be the
45.
baby. I must be the baby at 40.
I'm 47.
Well, the babies do get spankings. And it's not checked off on his shirt yet, the naughty.
You know. I tried.
I'm trying. Oh my God. So fun.
Well, I'm 54, and I usually don't tell people that, but for the sake of
No,
this
I don't believe it.
wonderful live, I am going to share. I turned 54 on the 18th of December.
Oh, all right.
Ooh. And you don't look it.
Thank
my
you so
goodness.
much.
In Living Color, once again, go on, girl.
Craig, I have never watched one of your videos.
That's okay.
I have to say that I stay off the other YouTube hosts so you don't inspire me to go on to copy what you do. But you are so much fun. Are your
Well, thank you.
videos like this too?
Yes.
Not animated?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, we answered for him. Sorry, Craig.
Well, thank you. Well, no, actually, Mikey, seriously, I totally understand what you're saying because the vast majority of other crochet channels I do not watch.
Yeah.
It's not because I don't want to, it's because I want to come up with my own stuff
Yes.
organically. So I
Yeah.
totally get it. I don't take it personally at all. When I was just starting off, yes, I was a crochet crowder, and because I'm like, I need the techniques.
Yes.
I need to build up a repertoire of how do I get from point A to point B. It's like I know where I want to go, but I don't know how to get there.
Yes.
And so it was a matter of building up those skills. And then after a while, no offense, I stopped watching you because I'm like, okay, no. I have to come up with my own shtick, my own way.
Yeah.
So I totally understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, it's terrible when the hosts chase each other in the concepts, and so if the host is always, I had another host doing that to me all the time. I would do something, and she would film the exact same pattern. Why are you doing that? Like, that's dumb. Because the best advice I ever got was from Kristen Amdahl. You all know her, the designer.
Mm-hmm.
And so a major company copied one of her designs almost to a T. And I was upset for her. And I talked to her and she goes, Michael, you always have to remember I was first. And she said, and I've already moved on to something else. So they're chasing me. So I want to be the person that I don't want to be chasing. I want to be the leader. And then my whole perspective of this whole industry is to not chase other people and just beat to your own drum.
Exactly. And like for me being Tunisian, now I know I'm more niche already because that's all I do on my channel. I'm scheduled out with stitches until May of 2031. And so it's already a uphill fight. But I don't watch other channels just because of that. Like I watched that video you did. I want to say is about Mikey about 2 months ago, a month or 2 months ago, where you said our only competition is ourselves.
It is. And you
Mhm.
know what? I wish that people would friggin' realize that, because even the users of Facebook or YouTube pit us against each other, when in actual fact the competitor is truly ourselves, and if we can keep up to ourselves. Because you're only as good as your next project. What you've done is done. Right?
100%.
Yeah, you can't rest on your own laurels because, no, like what we were just talking before about how being a content creator, you are on a sitcom treadmill or hamster wheel. You can't slow down because then you fall off, and you can only go so fast without burning yourself out. So it's like this delicate balance, but you have to keep going.
So Krista,
Krista, go ahead.
Krista is a user, and she's a crochet crowder, probably from you guys too. She's from Alberta, Canada, and I think she's originally American, so she's just up. So what's your question, Krista?
We're sitting here like watching the screen. we're hovering. There it is. There we go.
Oh, that's a great question.
That is. I see. That's the thing I try not to do on my channel. Is I don't want to be. Yes, I'm a yarn channel. Yes, we use yarn.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I know, right? We go through a lot of it. We've seen Mikey's stash behind the scenes.
Oh, please, honey,
with the picture.
Put my balls behind the camera. I'll bring them in front of the camera if you really want to talk about it.
But
where's the new checkbox here? I need one for the.
But
it's
why they do that. But.
Yarn's yarn to me.
Yeah. So what's other people? Lucas, what's the opinion of that?
I actively try to stay away from yarn reviews specifically because so many people do it already and they're way better than I will be. So I don't need to do that. My channel's a hot mess express anyway, but I try to just, if I get something new and it's new to me, because I don't have a lot of experience with a lot of crazy yarns. Most of my yarn experience has been with budget acrylic. Once I get something outside of that, I'm like, I want to show it off. This is awesome. This is amazing.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I don't do a review. I don't, I might show it off during the project that I make it out of, but I'm not going to do a review because so many other people do it and they're going to be better than I am for sure.
Yeah, I don't do yarn reviews either. I mean, I think I've done a few in the 8 years. I think one of the last reviews that I did, it was for Noro, and I had the worst experience with it, and I would probably never get it again. The price versus the quality. I mean, the colorway, stunning, gorgeous, but there were so many cuts in that skein where they knotted it together, and then that beautiful ombre was completely ruined. And I was just so disappointed. Now, am I saying that that is a reflection of how all their product is? No, probably not. Maybe I just got like a dud. It happens. But typically I don't do yarn reviews. On my tutorials, I have over the years gotten into the habit of saying what yarn it is that I use so that if you want to go for the same look, you can. Typically, I get what I can find at Michael's or at Walmart or, like, there are like 2 or 3 brands that I use almost exclusively, but that's because of their availability and their price. It's either like Lion Brand or Red Heart. That's pretty much it, and I figure as far as what yarn you use, yes, it does have an impact on the project, but just like, a hook doesn't make the project. I mean, yes, you're using the hook, but like you could have like a top of the line hook, but you could still be rubbish at stitching, or you could be really good at stitching and use a $1.50 hook, and make something fabulous. It really depends on where you want to go with it. Like one of the things that I always stress is that if you have a really complex stitch, go with a simple yarn. Or if you have a really simple stitch, go with a complex yarn. So it's like, for instance, you're working on a granny blanket, right, Lucas?
Yes.
Yeah. So the thing is, yeah, you can get away with doing a really crazy yarn because it's a very simple stitch. But if you're doing something very complex, like a pineapple stitch, I would
never do
say,
it.
if you use that yarn in a pineapple, it would be like two conversations screaming at each other for attention. So it's like, if the yarn is loud, let the stitch be simple, or vice versa. That way you don't have two forces that are fighting for attention. You have like a harmony of a conversation going on. I mean, that's the biggest point that I try to stress as far as yarn and color and so forth. But as far as doing reviews, not so much. I let people decide what they want to do.
Well, it is still very subjective, because it's like I have a wool allergy. So if I say, "Oh, this is great for wool people who have wool allergies," it may not be. And this may be the softest acrylic I ever touch. It may be the softest I ever touch, but it's not going to be the softest you ever touch.
So
it's very subjective.
I don't mind the yarn reviews, but the people that do a negative review are doing it intentionally because negativity sells on the platforms. You'll see the videos go viral because they have nothing nice to say. The thing that really bothers me the most is that Bernat is my home brand because I'm Canadian. Am I the only Canadian here? So Bernat literally was in my backyard being made. So it's a Canadian-based yarn. So the Bernat family actually was the owner of the company, and then Spin Right Yarns takes it over eventually as they sold it off. But the problem is that because I have been in the factory, so my home was like within minutes of Spin Right's or like Yarn Inspirations factory. So I got to know the crew that's on the floor as well as in the office. And I felt like if I do a negative review based on my own opinion, that those people that are working, because it's not glamorous to work at a yarn company, that if I give them a negative review, that all of those people's jobs are in question. And I don't want to be responsible for people getting laid off as a result of me not liking something. So within my contract with Yarn Inspirations, I'm allowed to dislike a yarn. I'm allowed to say that I dislike a yarn, but I don't see the point of doing it because as you're commenting, is that it's subjective to the user. And I think that's important for the consumer to decide. One thing that really does bother me a lot is that a lot of these hosts that do the yarn reviews, they say shit that's not real. And if you ask Yarn Inspirations for specs on yarns and everything, they'll give it to you. And they're open to do that. But the problem is that the hosts then make assumptions. It's like the whole Ogo that came out. That was like the worst. Well, because Michaels and Joanne forced them to use extra packaging so that one of the stores wanted to lean it up on a shelf and the other store wanted to peg it. And because the original was never to be in a box. And so it gets horrified reviews because of that. But then it was the retailer that made the decision to do that.
Which yarn was this?
This is the Ogo.
Ogo.
The Ogo.
Oh, wait, was it the one that was like a wreath?
So I did like that yarn. I like the format of that yarn. It's easier for me, but it didn't survive. It just got too many negative reviews, and it basically died right out of the gate, which was horrifying.
It really
one of the ones that
because
I saw a lot of people doing reviews on was the I think it was Red Heart that did it. It was the Granny
Square
It was
yarn?
like specific, like Granny Square yarn. And the thing is that I saw so many people doing reviews on it, and part of me was tempted not to do a review on it, but to check it out and see if I liked it. But then I thought to myself, you're going to have the same problem when you were trying to do planned color pooling, because it has everything to do with tension and gauge, and I don't have the threshold for that. I'm not that masochistic. Okay. It's like I don't crochet for trying to flagellate myself and punish myself. Thank you, no. And I'm just like, you know what? That's a can of worms that I'm gonna leave closed.
Speaking of can of worms, we're about to get rowdy up in here.
Uh-oh.
Granny D.
Hey,
Worms.
hello,
Mikey,
love.
this
How
is
are
great.
you?
This is Knit, Pearl, and Squirrel with Granny D.
Knit, Pearl, and Squirrel. So join the Fruit Flies and Nola J. Is that what it is?
This is Granny After Dark. I'm usually pretty tame. That's my sis Ola Joe too, by the way. But hey, I've tried white, I've tried black, I've tried ladies. This old gal's been around. Don't let me fool you. So,
But like
Just
you were
to let
saying
you
with
know.
the people like plan pulling or not plan pulling, it's the yarns. Like I personally, I'm using the right now for this Ruana I'm doing. It's the Premier Anti-Peeling Everyday Worsted Gradient. I like the colors, but it's too silky for me. And I've heard a lot of great reviews. Oh, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it. I really don't.
Probably as silky as his panties. Oh,
Girl.
this feels way too familiar, but it's on my hands instead.
It's the same thing with like Karen Simply Soft. The colors are stunning,
They're
but it's
gorgeous.
so slippery. It's very, very slick, and
I can knit with it, but I can't crochet with it because I can't.
And
keep
see,
it
water
in
based
a
isn't like that.
Yeah, it's a
if you don't know, you don't know, and you don't want to ask. Michael,
yeah. I just got a package from Yarnspiration.
Check.
Oh, package.
Oh, yarn.
It is the brand new Karen
ooh,
Simply Me yarn.
Oh.
Oh,
Never heard of it.
I love the
so
color.
is that a matte finish?
Yeah, I have never seen this, so this is my first time. Let me give it. Oh, it's blue balls, according boys.
Michael, is it possible we can make Mikey big, please, so we can
Yeah.
see
Oh
the
yes.
yarn?
I'm sorry. I was
Oh,
replying to somebody over here in chat. Where do we go?
Really not.
Solo layout. There we go. Ooh.
so it's
That
Karen
looks
Simply
like a
Me.
sheen. I see a
Yeah,
sheen.
it does look like it's got a sheen to it. Oh, you know what? Let's look at the contents. It says that it's 62% acrylic. Michael, you're out. It's 18% wool and 20%
All
nylon.
right.
That
So
is pretty.
Love
Why did
wool.
you put the nylon and yarn? Do you know?
Say that again.
Why did they put the nylon and yarn?
Strength?
Yes.
Mhm.
Who said that?
That
I
was
did.
Craig.
Yeah, so it's for the strength. This yarn looks really interesting. The twist of it is a lot more is really quite something.
Wow.
That
Oh,
is.
nice.
It
I like how
almost
it's
looks
wound.
like roving, doesn't
It's gonna
it?
have some really nice stitch definition.
Okay, so and I think there's room for Ola to stick her hook in there too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
awesome.
Oh my!
Thank you.
I do that too
Mikey.
sometimes.
So the twist on this is really serious. Like it's not a light little twist. Let me see if I got other colors apparently.
Yeah, it looked like it was. I'm putting you back on solo.
The twist is really tight.
Yeah.
I know. Us boys don't know what that is anymore.
Wow,
Yeah.
Michael, did you see that $50? You got a
I did,
$50
and I thanked her. Oh,
Oh, okay.
yes, I did.
Sorry about that.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. Anyway, that's good.
I just realized I hadn't joined you. I got to do that. Sorry.
Okay, so you can take me down.
Okay. That does look really, really like.
It's soft. It's not like Simply Soft where it's kind of a solid ball. Like this thing is really squishy. It feels. Let me give it the mustache. Nice.
You got to give it the mustache tease.
Yes.
See, I do the cheek test, and you bring it to a dark place. My goodness,
Hey, sweetie.
you tawdry little streetwalkers, you.
Oh my God. Can you imagine all six of us at a retreat?
Cheeky. Which cheek?
Oh, it would be awesome and amazing.
Threaten me with a good time. Let's go.
Mikey, somebody's asking, is it a 4?
It is a 4, I believe, yes. And
Is it a big 4 or medium 4?
Hey, Donnie.
It's not a 4 like a Super Saver 4, but it's big. It's somebody.
So like a pound of love 4?
I have never seen Pound of Love, so I don't know.
Really?
I'm Canadian, sweetie. There's not a lot
he's
of.
in Canada.
Yeah, things get imported. I mean, no, Pound of Love is awesome. The yardage is.
Oh, so you're a size queen for length.
StreamYard.
Hey, I like the length too.
Well, it's
like
it's the
bougie
economical.
stuff,
I'm a
too.
cheap date. No, I mean, it's over 1,000 yards, and they've come a long way with their colors, because it used to be like just like baby colors, like a pastel pink, a pastel blue. Now they got tons of different colors. They got with the program. The only thing that wasn't like a baby pastel color was like their Oxford gray. But they've come a long way with their range of colors. I'll give them credit. But yeah, it's 1,020 yards, and it's a weight of 4, but it's a very pliable weight of 4.
Yeah.
So it's definitely thinner than like Red Heart Super Saver, much more pliable than Super Saver. I mean, they're both a 4, but that was, I think, sort of like the gateway for me to understand that like not all 4s are created equal, and not all 3s, and so on and so forth. The brand dictates what they call it. Like for instance, there are some brands that say that it's like a bulky 6-weight. I'm like, no, honey, that's a 5. It really depends on who the manufacturer is, and based on your own experience.
Well,
because the weight doesn't necessarily dictate how actually thick it is. It's like
no.
I'm
what
gonna
the yarn
mute
label.
just a minute. My kids are coming in.
No
for just a
worries.
minute.
Just like like what hook size you use. It's very subjective to personal tension and gauge and so forth. But
Yeah.
it's a fabulous yarn.
I think the Craft Yarn Council has a worksheet that tells you what the weights are, and it's based on how many stitches are per inch. That gives it the rating of 1 to 7.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's some that I agree with. Like,
Oh, you got the names up.
There we go.
I don't know how I figured that they've changed things and they're being weird. So
Better late than never. Like
Yes,
with
I am
knitting,
sorry.
with knitting, I used to use on the ball band. It says, for a worsted weight yarn, use a size 8 knitting needle. And my stuff, it was so tight. My stitches were so tight. And then I realized, wait a minute, no, I can just use a larger needle, and it would actually have some drape to it. So instead of an 8, I use like a 10 on the same yarn, and it has some drape, it has some flow. You got to use what works best for you. I mean, whatever it says on the ball band, that's a suggestion. Take it with a grain of salt.
Yes, and like there's some yarns. Like I'm working with the Big Twist Supernova. That stuff says it's a 2, but it's a roving, so it goes from a 2 to a 4, to a 3, to a 1, to a feels like a 5. I mean, it works up beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but it just, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and the Pound of Love, it says to use a size J, which actually I am using, which is a 6 millimeter. But it depends on the project. Like if you want to use like same yarn for an amigurumi, you want to use like a size G. You want your stitches to be really tight.
The border of this blanket with Pound of Love, just to make the stitches the same size. And it worked out perfectly fine.
Yeah, Pound of Love will not enter this house.
It what?
I'll take all of it.
The 6 skeins that we got for my husband to work on something, all 6 were nothing but massive yarn barf.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
your life is so over, Michael. How are you gonna ever?
It's my husband. It's my husband's, not me.
Oh,
I use Big Twist. I'm a Big Twist junkie.
are you?
Oh yes.
With his Joanne's
And I
private
like the bougie. The bougier, the better. I'm a Noro lover, but there's lots of different kinds of Noro.
True.
Lots of different types. Lots of different fiber makeup.
Are we allowed to drink alcohol in this broadcast? Because I'm thinking about getting some
Of
wine.
course.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because she said
Be
booze.
right back.
She likes easy wine.
You said drink.
Bougie.
Yeah.
Be right back.
I'm a row.
Bougie.
Well, I'm
You know,
going
Lucas is
to.
going to come back wearing a smoking jacket, and he's going to have a snifter with like a pint of whatever.
Brandy. Have to be some
Gotta have the brandy.
Okay, I'll be
Break
right
up
back.
the brandy.
Yes, sir.
Spiked eggnog.
Granny, somebody had
bourbon balls.
Say that again?
And I don't like bourbon balls.
I was thinking spiked eggnog or something like that.
right.
It is Christmas
Granny D,
Eve.
True. Granny D, somebody asked what shawl you were wearing.
This is, they're probably laughing because my channel's for kicks and giggles. Y'all know, it's for I do my craft for the zen of it. I knit and I crochet. I've been crocheting more than knitting lately, but it's the Anya from Ophelia Talks. It's the Agatha's reading shawl. And I say, because I get a pattern and I'll just do it to death in every yarn I have, I just do it and do it and do it. Here's one. I'm working on something different right now, but it's a half hexie and I love the shape because it covers your side meat, covers your whole back. But and this is bougie yarn. This was like $50 a cake. It was 100% baby alpaca.
Mm.
But
Yeah, but
Mikey, look at you.
That's bougie, but it's soft bougie.
I don't recall ordering this at all.
Does this look familiar, Granny D?
Yes, it does.
Mikey over there.
I just finished my Marilyn Monroe bag. It's got a shape. It's a girl bag.
That's amazing.
She's got a nipple on the bottom. I could have made it a JJ, but I didn't realize I was going to go like Mama's squeeze box in and out and in.
Mikey, your expression is priceless.
Mama's squeeze box.
Woo.
I'll drink to that,
After
boys and
dark.
girls. Yeah, these little squeeze box.
Mama's got a squeeze box.
Oh my gosh.
Sleeps at night.
Michael, did you realize that you were opening Pandora's box when you started the live?
No, I didn't. But I'm here for it. I got 12 hours. I'm doing this for.
And Michael,
Well,
you are
about
so
one
sweet
down,
do
11
this
to go.
because we know that you have told us before that doing lives is almost a detriment to your health because it works on your last nerve, so to speak.
Well, it messes with my anxiety, but the new meds are working really well. So
that's good.
Better
But
living
how
chemistry.
unselfish of you, and just a wonderful thing to do. I think it's a fantastic Christmas present to us all. God bless us, everyone.
Yes, yes.
So saith
Cheers.
Tiny Tim.
Yeah.
So does Granny
Tiptoe through the tulips.
Every time you squeeze, every
What?
time you squeeze Granny D's squish box, an angel gets his wings. Is that what it's going to happen tonight?
That's dangerous.
Look, Daddy,
Granny
teacher
D's
says
over here by herself.
every time a
That
squeeze
doesn't make it any better.
a squirrel gets his wings.
My God.
There are flying squirrels. So it could be.
Woo wee.
Oh, my
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's the craziest shaped bag I've ever made in my life. I knew I was increase and decrease. I said, I don't care. It's just going to be for me. I don't care.
Well, she
I
hasn't
said,
seen
it
my
can
bag.
just be my girly bag. What'd you say?
The craziest bag that I know of, I call it Mom.
Oh, no.
I don't get it.
Well, I know what you were saying, Mikey, but
To me, never.
oh, really? Yeah, right. We've had some fun in your lives.
I know. My biggest regret on the YouTube is not being truly authentically myself earlier in my career. It wasn't until COVID hit that I'm almost leading two different lives where my YouTube channel is a little bit safe, but then I'm like, I'm going to slip a little bit more innuendo and just kind of keep it going a bit. And you end up getting unsubscribed with people that are, oh my God, because they're clutching their pearls so bad. But it's really difficult. It's almost like you're living in the closet in some way to restrict
I lost 45 people the other week, and I know stuff happens, and stuff happens with YT, and then I do stuff maybe that offend. I know I did show a calendar. It's the calendar for tired ass women. And it's got MF and this, that, all kind of cursive words throughout. And I showed that thing with pride. After losing 45, I promptly took that sucker off. I said, whoops, it wasn't Granny D after live.
No, Mikey, I understand exactly what you mean, because it's like, on the one hand, like I have a very questionable sense of humor, and I keep finding that I have to curb myself because my was it intrusive thoughts are like screaming at me, like, you want to say it, you want to say it, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't do that. I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, usually I just like err on the side of caution, and I'm like, you know what, keep a diary or something if you want to, say certain things, like, people don't need to hear this. During the live streams, I tend to get a little bit more rambunctious, but on my videos, I mean, I'm there to teach a tutorial, I
made a point when I started my channel to really just be me. That's why I call it the hot mess. I am literally a hot mess. So everything I put on my channel is going to be a reflection of where I am at that moment in time. It's less of I don't do tutorials. I just, do what I'm up to that week. But I have had several experiences, like Granny D said about the calendar, where I changed the layout of the room behind me and lost 200 subscribers because they wanted the old background. It makes no sense.
Oh,
it makes no sense.
That's horse shit.
It makes no sense.
Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry for you. Here, just hang on.
We had a question about how many of us are knife holders.
I'm a knife holder.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like,
Are we holding a knife?
Professor Plum did it with the knife in the library. Yeah, okay. I'm like, what are you talking about? You mean like,
yeah,
pencil
right?
versus knife. Okay, knife. Sorry, didn't know what you meant at first.
So that was all of us?
Pretty
knife.
So.
Yeah. But like
JoJo's,
you're talking about innuendos, since I do 90%, 99% of my channel is tutorials, I catch myself. I thank gosh I can edit.
Yes, me too.
Just slip it in and slip it out.
Oh,
Oh, no, you don't need to be saying it that way, Michael.
For one tutorial I did, I think I scrapped about 3 hours of footage of just that kind of thing. And it was a 7-minute video. 3 hours.
And then I put it up on the other website that has 2 letters.
Uh-oh.
That other platform.
what other platform?
O and F.
Are you serious? You're on.
No. No.
Mikey, you were just talking about pearl clutching. My goodness.
Well,
He plural. He.
new whole genre, like knit, like crochet in your knickers.
Are you sure they're in their knickers?
We had one fan that was a nudist, and she always insisted on posting her photos because she wants to be authentically herself. But there's certain things you don't want to see online. I'm like, save that for your own Facebook channel. You know,
There's just some things that shouldn't be seen.
yeah, because you know we probably all crochet naked at some point. So it's like
Naked knitting, says Panda.
Hey, I live in this house. It's 117 degrees on the average day, and I'm making a blanket. I'm not wearing pants. I'm sorry.
okay.
Well.
I believe it was Maureen. Sorry, I'm interrupting, but I'm catching a few questions here and there. I'm
So
a
in
pencil
Google
holder,
Form,
which has been, this is Maureen, my crochet story, which has been a little challenging learning Tunisian, but she finally learned how to make it work. Never mind. Hey, Maureen.
And Panda saying Pixar, it didn't happen, Lucas.
So go to my OnlyFans. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
For those who don't know, which would be
Don't have one of those.
Lucas and Mikey, probably Pandemonium Express is my husband.
I see. Okay. Maybe. No, just
He's
kidding.
a darling. He's a darling.
Krista wants to know, Lucas, are you married?
I am not.
You might want to say yes to that because she might be all horned up on her yarn.
Hey, there are worse things. There are many worse things.
Coming from the man that is like in the hot degrees picking out the curlies of his crochet project.
Who has time for that? It's just extra fiber.
He shaves his project. You don't want to have those nubbies.
There you go.
Are we talking about the same thing? I wasn't
Nasty
sure.
nubbies.
We are now.
Hey, Pam, be creative. Let's
Do that until she comes back.
This must be making a drink. She said something about
She-
eggnog.
She's probably, yes, probably. I just put her down just so that when she comes
Yeah.
back. But
Well, the blender, probably makes too much noise,
Mhm.
Yeah.
making margaritas, crushing that ice.
Making that
why
stiff one.
I went the cheap way and got the pre-bottled.
hey,
It worked.
it all ends up giving you the same feeling.
I just have plain old tea. I'm an alky, so
So are all of us boys then cheap? Because I think we're all sounding kind of cheap, and I think
I've been to the rehab. I did my 33 days.
I'm cheap.
But I
Depends on the
love
context.
drinking. It was so much. I had a large time. But I get way too loving,
Mhm.
Yeah, Daniel turns into a slut. Oh.
I did too. And that's when I was with Tripod and I would get caught.
Tripod? Who's that?
I
Think
wanted to
about
ask,
that
but I
one a
wasn't
while.
going to.
Granny D, were you the town bicycle?
There was a special pole involved.
Pretty
That's
much.
amazing.
Everybody rode Granny.
And now people pay to take those classes.
Yeah. I think she's been upgraded now. She's called Uber.
Oh
Granny's
man.
life is. I took a turn. The Lord had a good talking to me. Now I'm all His. But I still like to talk about fun times on occasion.
Sure.
It's all oral sex now. I just talk about it.
I'm going to use that.
How
Use that. That's amazing.
do I explain this as a live? Holy shit.
It's Mikey After Dark.
Oh, I've always thought to do that. Never done it.
Granny After Dark.
And there's two of us here, so Mikey's After Dark.
Well, I don't know. Like Craig there at Fiber Spider, he's a mouthpiece. Holy cow. He's making me squeal over here.
What am I doing?
Making
Oh,
me
let me the
squeal.
town bicycle. I never heard that one before, but I like it.
You've never heard that before?
Neither have I.
No.
Oh my god.
But it was true,
Really?
and I even rode a bicycle, a Schwinn, a 10-speed yellow Schwinn, and I was only 14 when I started with that mess.
Oh, good Lord.
Well, so it's like, okay, so some people had a training bra, you had training wheels.
This was back in the 70s. I was a 70s hippie, so some of that, all that love and peace
Yeah.
was still
And
going
that's
on
when
in
you
the
had
70s.
banana seat bikes too, right?
Right?
My first seat was the banana seat boys.
Yeah, mine was too.
Oh, goodness. I'm going to add Russ to the stage. Russ from It's Raining Yarn. And I
Hey,
need to step away for just
Russ.
1 second.
Hey, Russ.
Hello, hello. How's everyone doing?
I'll be right back.
Good. How are you?
Hey,
Tired.
Waiting on Santa.
I just did Santa.
You did?
All of mine's back there.
So it's raining yarn. So Russ, is that the name of your channel?
Yes.
And where are you from?
Usually I'm my mother, but my dad claims me every now and then.
Michigan.
From Michigan.
Oh, what state
Good
am I in?
answer.
Yes. Yeah, I'm in Michigan.
So you're probably from the main area, because I think with people, from what I've met from people from the U.S., if they're in the upper part, they call themselves Yoopers. From the north,
Yeah, but I'm a Southern.
okay. You're fine then. You can stay.
Deb, I picked the perfect time to join.
Yes, we're just.
Oh, it's been lively.
Yes.
So,
Jane fell off her bike, so we've just been talking about it.
so Mikey, that's another person on our side of the fence.
Oh, of course it is. So now there's 5 fruit flies and Granny G. Oh my god.
If we keep going, we'll have a herd.
Well, no, it's just, like, so, Michael, you need to dress up as a cowboy. I'll be the leather guy. Russ, you could dress up as a construction
Indian.
worker. Somebody has to wear the headdress, and like, we could all do the YMCA.
Trump's favorite.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's not do that.
let's not get started on that.
Yeah.
Mikey,
Never mind that.
Nana's Crochet would like to ask you if Karen Yarn is in Canada, which you showed off. So, yes.
Mhm.
So no, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
No.
Oh.
Aaron Yarn is
You
still
said
being made.
Burnett.
Bernat is. So Yarn
Oh.
is Canadian/American. It's both. But Karen still remains in the U.S. and it's being manufactured in Georgia.
Oh, okay.
I need to find out where and go there.
You're not allowed there.
Oh,
I know. I was there. I was there actually in the warehouse a few years back, but I'm not allowed in the manufacturing there at all. It's the yarn making is not a dream job, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot, it's sweaty, it's gross, and the workers work like crazy.
Look at there. Mishi and Lee
Thank you, Mishi and
and
Robin
who's
and
the
everybody.
person up there?
Annie Lee is from Mikey's channel.
Annie Lee. Oh my God! So, Russ,
So yeah,
Very
what's
nice.
going on with you?
Well, we just got back from Kevin's mom's, taking gifts over there, having dinner, putting stockings together. We come back home, and we'll go back over in the morning around 8 o'clock, so we can have family Christmas. And other than that, I'll be up most of the night. Who knows what?
How are the kids doing?
Right now they're all sleeping, except for Tippy. She's walking around the house crying.
You waiting on Santa.
oh, poor baby.
Poor little supervisor.
I
Well,
know.
someone's got to buy the yarn.
Tippy is Russ's CEO who buys the yarn, or that's who he blames buys the yarn.
She's a mischievous little minx.
I am too pretty to take the blame.
She likes to show her rear end all the
Here's
time
my
on camera.
sis, Lola. Did you make yourself a drink, darling?
Are we talking about a kid or a dog?
A
It's
cat.
a cat.
Oh yeah, cats are sluts. I'm forever trying to get rid of mine too.
Oh, adorable.
Wait.
That's little Tips.
Oh,
Tippy. Look at the
Ooh.
mustache.
She's trying to tell me that Miss Bab's sale starts at midnight.
Oh.
what is out?
Miss Bab's is they hand dye yarn.
Bougie.
Bougie, yes.
The bouge.
But we're only planning on buying just a couple of skeins, a couple of hanks.
Oh please.
Well, you
Yeah, I heard
always
that
plan
before.
on like 4, and then you end up with 40.
Thankies.
I mean,
Yeah, like when Russ orders yarn, he said, "Oh, I got a yarn haul." That's a 12-hour video in itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a couple of skeins here and there.
A couple of
Here and
thousand. And he makes his husband work the pole.
Oh, wow.
I turned the red light on for him.
Well, Mikey, I've always said this about Russ. You know, he puts the whore in hoard. He is a total yarn whore. You know, like he's yeah. You know, and I say it with love. I say it with love.
Oh.
But you know, like his stash could supply several local yarn shops, no problem.
Somebody's asking for a link for yarn. I'm not sure which yarn. I lost it. I think it was Dawn. Was it Dawn A? Are you able to drop the link for the yarn?
About that yarn that y'all are talking about.
Miss Babs.
Yeah, I bet.
It's just you just type in missbabs.com and it'll take you right there. But you can put stuff in your cart, but don't do it until after midnight.
After midnight.
They only have a sale once a year, and it's on Christmas, so you have to wait until it actually rolls to the 25th.
Which time zone?
How good a sale is it?
What is it? It's either 20 or 25%.
What's shipping like?
Yeah.
I don't ever pay shipping. I would never. I don't ever pay shipping.
Are you on the frequent flyer plan or something?
No, I just buy enough yarn to get the free shipping.
Oh.
Oh, so more than a couple skeins.
Well, just a couple here and a couple of there. A couple from this, a couple from this colorway, a couple from that colorway, a couple from this one, and then you got the variegateds, and
You can stop at any time, right? Yeah, we know.
What's your pet peeve if somebody, like, when you're listening to whatever we are, podcasters, content creators with our fiber, like mine is when people get weights and plies mixed up. You know what I mean? They say 2 ply and they mean 2 weight.
Oh, for me, it's if they're working.
And grammar, poor grammar.
If they're working a row and they say, pardon me if any of you have said this, but you work across the row.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that drives me crazy. There's no T or ED, it's across, not
My
across.
thing too is grammar.
It drives me
I've
nuts.
seen and that kind of thing.
See, for me,
I guess
it's
teacher, retired teacher.
Mine is don't say and like no.
and that's a choice. You can even edit that out of your own video, but people won't do it.
That's true, Lucas.
I'm guilty of it too.
Some of us
but-
don't learn to edit. I just do lives all the time.
my very biggest pet peeve out of anything is veteran. It's veteran, not veteran.
Oh yeah.
As a veteran,
Yeah, both
it's
ways.
veteran.
I think I'm guilty of all your sins. Holy shit.
The only one I have is if somebody's tension with acrylic yarn and like a resin or plastic hook is too tight, it starts squeaking.
Oh yeah.
That gets under my skin more than anything else.
When I first met my husband, literally, he when we met 23 years ago, he was doing granny squares, and back it was a metal hook. I didn't know, and of course it was Red Heart because that's really all that we knew. I didn't know crochet hooks could sing because that's how tight his tension was.
Wow.
It was
Ow.
squeaking, and then he every 10 minutes. Oh, my hands hurt. My hands. Do you not see how tight that is? That's a 4-weight. It's not supposed to be as. It's not a granny square. It's not supposed to be this small with 33 rows.
Wow.
It was.
And then when you
It's very
saw
tight.
his tension, you knew that you were in love.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like I'm thinking when he started with his man, I bet his little hole was just going too. But now,
Oh my gosh!
and now it makes no noise at all.
Well, no, now he's whistling Dixie. Who's that whistling? Oh, it's just Panda. He's going for a jog.
I say that at my retreats that I'm so loose that sometimes I whistle as I walk.
I say you're welcome for the show.
I always carry a mariachi band with me when I walk.
I don't get it. What's that mean? What's that mean?
I missed it too, Mike.
I'm thinking something maybe totally not what he's.
Got something to do with maracas,
Oh.
right?
Someone has to have a good beat.
Oh!
Welcome to MDL Crochet After Night.
That one
After
down
dark.
in my list to
You don't have change
remember.
in your pockets, do you?
Well, we might be on Santa's naughty list.
No,
What'd
it's
you
just a
say?
couple of happy hookers,
I gave up on that a long time ago. That's why the
And all the
t-shirt
stuff I
is
was
perfect.
said about myself was a long time ago.
It's
What did-
more
what did you-
fun to be
I'm a
naughty than
different
nice.
person.
Yeah.
So
What did you say, Mikey?
Oh,
I still don't understand the maracas. I don't get it.
mariachi band.
Yeah. So as you
It didn't
walk,
have anything to do with it. I was just, that's what my answer was.
I still don't get what Lucas was meaning by that though. But what Granny D was,
I didn't get
she
it.
put an image in my head that I couldn't get out.
But if I'm on Santa's naughty list, does that mean I get spanked?
Oh,
According to the movie I just watched, yes.
Okay.
It was red one, so
oh, isn't that
it
horrible?
wasn't bad. It
Oh my god!
Solo. It's Ola. Sola. What
was
you
okay.
drinking, baby? Eggnog? Spiked
The
eggnog?
eggnog was gone when I got there, so good old wheat and barley.
There you go.
Oh, got the hops.
Yes, I got the hops. But I have to go back to the hooks, the squeaky hooks. Here is a good one. What do we do to get rid of that sound when
Hands
the yarn is squeaking?
bar soap gets rid of that.
I've
Or
heard
dry
wax
Oh.
paper.
Baby powder.
Okay.
Maybe a different material of hook, like wood versus aluminum
Yes.
or whatever.
A hook switch would work. Yes.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
figured
I
we
that
used to
was
asked
have that with the metal hooks, but
somebody-
for the longest time I've been using wood ones, so I really haven't had the squeak problem.
Oh,
Sisola, question was asked about whether we had a knife hold or pencil hold.
I'm
I
a
think
knife
we were all
holder.
knife.
Yes, I'm a knife holder.
Okay.
Knife all
So
day.
would you to weigh
I'm a
in
pen-
on it?
I'm a pencil holder.
Oh, are you?
I
Yeah.
tried to learn pencil, but I'm left-handed, and every teacher I had was right-handed, and I just couldn't figure it out.
Well, maybe I need to come sit on your lap and teach you.
Okay.
Well, I'm used to holding big things, so I need to hold it knife style.
Oh, all right now.
That
Well, actually,
ergonomic
just
grip.
last night I was watching. It was Linda from Look Ma No
Ooh, look
Hands,
at that
and
from
I was
June.
amazed at her crocheting because I don't know, like if some of you aren't familiar, she doesn't have any arms. She crochets with her feet, with her toes, putting the hook in between her toes. It's incredible.
Wow.
Honestly, I didn't think it was possible. I saw it. I was like amazed. It was incredible. Absolutely.
That is
You know, I give
amazing.
so much credit.
And you know, Llama Mama
Wow.
Kayla, with all of her
Mhm.
medical conditions, and does she only have one finger left and I think both thumbs? But she's come up with gadgets, and some of her subscribers have sent her things that she can,
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
know, sort of like a prosthesis. Is that the word?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Prosthesis, prosthetic,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah. But I mean, it's fortitude and stick toing it and so on and so forth. I think it's absolutely
She has the
noteworthy.
best attitude. Not that she doesn't break down sometimes. I mean, who wouldn't with
Mhm.
all she's got going on? But she's an inspiration.
Mhm.
And
Absolutely.
the lady with the feet, that's amazing. Yeah.
very
Look,
much
Ma, no
so.
hands. Yes.
Mhm.
Just the passion to overcome
Carry on.
an obstacle to do something that makes you happy.
Hmm.
You know.
And she does great work. You know, her tension was awesome. You know, very, very consistent.
Definitely is therapeutic. Faux show. And I've met some of the best people, and I know we all say the same thing about that. Look at all these wonderful people here in the chat from
I know.
all over the world.
So maybe you can see, like, get people to say where they're from, and then we can see where they're from.
Yeah.
Tell Granny D where you are, ladies and gentlemen.
Where you
And
from, babies?
They and those.
I'm from Central North Carolina, a wee town called Faith, Faith.
I think I've driven through there before, actually.
Did you see her on her
So
bike?
when I say I live in faith, practically and spiritually. Uh-oh, what I miss?
Oh.
No, he thought he saw you on her bike.
Lucas said he thinks he drove through there once. Mike said, "Oh, did you see her on her bike?"
Like the Wicked Witch instead of the broom on the bike.
That even makes it worse.
Granny, there's one town in Pennsylvania. You should not go there.
Okay.
What town is that one?
Intercourse.
Oh,
There is a town.
Yeah.
There is a town
it.
called that.
The closest Joanne's to me is in a town called Cumming, Georgia.
Oh,
and
coming.
that's where Naughty Knitting Sacks lady lives.
Yep. Yep. We shop the same stores.
And it's CUM, whatever.
Yeah, it's. Oh my goodness!
Places and we're missing them. Tucson, Arizona, Blue Balls, PA.
Oh my!
Oh. Well, Mikey just had some in his hand not too long ago.
Right.
She's in Florida, but she's a Texas gal at heart.
I see a lot of Georgia folks. We need to
Lene
have a
says
meetup
we have
sometime.
a town called Nimrod.
Nimrod.
I think
Crochet Joy says it's a real place, I promise. I don't doubt it. Hey, if there's intercourse, then
Well, how about
There's going to be.
Georgia.
There's literally. I've got to. Just because censor stuff, I made make sure I'm going to say it right.
Oh shit! I don't know where this is going.
Oh no.
There's a lot of naughty names of some towns.
Oh, I'm sure.
And it's just like
It makes me want to go visit.
Oh, there's
Interesting.
Sandy from Serbia. Dazzling Crochet Trinket, Sandy.
these are real places, so YouTube, you better just keep your mouth off of my stuff.
Just monetization by saying something that you shouldn't be.
Yes. There's Dildo, Newfoundland.
Yes, it's beautiful there.
Oh.
Fuck Pig Wells.
Oh my god! It's
Look at Michael's face.
Ramsbottom, England.
What was it? Bottom what?
Ramsbottom, England.
Oh shit! Russ needs to go
There's
there.
a Kilmahog, Scotland.
I am packing my bags. I'm ready to go. That just made me sit up and smile.
Oh my god! I think I heard your asshole
Better
wince.
Gorge.
There's Twat, Scotland.
What?
Oh my gosh.
What did you say?
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Granny D.
It's Twat, Scotland.
Uh-huh.
What?
There's Dick Cheese, Malta.
Oh.
Bumpus, VA.
Fudge Packer, France.
Oh.
Are you saying that?
Ooh, I like
I need
that
to.
one.
I need to go visit France.
Oh, clear. I think you're a bottom. I can smell it from here.
Exactly.
Mon Dieu.
What
There's
they're
others,
doing.
but I
PA is actually near Intercourse, so says somebody.
Oh, Climax, PA, and Intercourse, PA.
Joyce.
Wonder how far them are away from Hershey.
Hey, Froggy.
Oh, Hershey, Pennsylvania, right?
That is
Oh, Russ.
dang.
I think
Russ. Get a little dusty.
Russ.
Oh! Aaron says there's a fudge factory in Uranus, Missouri.
You better bring your own tin
I
foil.
think I've seen them on TikTok.
I think I need to go yarn shopping there.
Hershey and intercourse.
Oh my gosh.
Froggy's here. Froggy hop.
Yeah, there's other names that I'm not even going to say.
Alabama.
Janet is saying Hershey and intercourse are close.
I just said that.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't hear
Not
you, Greg.
listening to me.
We need to get the special lights for Granny. The flashing lights.
No,
you want to borrow
Michael,
mine?
just one red light, Michael. That's all you need. One red light.
We got Garrett.
I got my little twinkle lights back there, but you can't hardly see it.
I've got some red lights going on up there.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
Come on. There we go.
I need to put my Christmas tree behind me this year. I have one of those little ceramic trees you plug in that one of my students made for me 100 years ago. Neon bicycle light.
They somebody said that the places that they mentioned in Pennsylvania, the climax and intercourse, are an Amish country.
Oh wow.
Interesting.
I have
It is interesting.
no shame.
I feel like there's a joke there, but I can't find it.
I'm
Sure they wouldn't be able to either.
Doggy Life wants my channel posted. Can anybody do that? Or is that okay? And Ricky wants me to ring my bell. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. My bell.
My mother used to wear a nightie that said "Jingle My Bells," and she'd wear it on Christmas Eve.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my
and I'll never
gosh.
date anybody by the name of Bob. That was my dad's name. Oh my God, I heard that name.
Oh, we got Lizard Lick, Red Cross. Just down the road for me a piece. Lizard Lick, Frog Pond. Nothing is.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy names. We have one around here that I'm definitely not gonna say because of I'm afraid to. Truthfully, I'm really afraid to
on
that one.
Don't say it.
Okay, so are we going to place a bet on YouTube on how much chapstick Michael MDL is going to be using tonight on tonight's broadcast?
I do. When I was
wall.
Well, what it is whenever I was in the military, I was in the operating room all the time, and it's a dry atmosphere, and it really dried out my lips, and it's just a condition that I have to.
Wow.
I have 4 on my desk right now. I can't say anything about that.
I have a box of 96 if you need some.
Why am I not surprised?
He buys everything in bulk.
Hey,
Even his yarn, his totes.
He's ready for the apocalypse.
See?
Well, Russ, it's like what, 70 something totes, or is it more than that now?
Okay. Oh, I think it's like 150.
Oh wow.
Yeah. See, I rest my case.
We've gone to the garage.
And I need to go buy about 20 more.
Told you.
Wow.
Sandy says WD-40 anyone.
Oh, I got 6 cans of that.
Maybe she's talking about the squeaking things. Maybe she's behind.
Maybe she's talking about your bike.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Righto.
Oh, okay. I can get that for you. Where do we go?
Thank you, dearest.
So we have
And I'm
Chilliwack.
going to join your channel. I didn't realize I wasn't a member till I got on here.
We have
So I'll
Chilliwack
do that.
House. You guys been?
What's that, Mikey?
Have you guys been to Chilliwack, BC? I wanted to.
I've
go
never.
so bad, but we ended up in Nova Scotia instead of Chilliwack. Just beautiful, beautiful spot.
I want to. Me and Panda, my husband, we want to go to Canada so bad. It's just,
Me too.
you know,
Well,
with
our dollar sucks so bad.
life.
So your money is going to go a long way up here.
That's what I've heard.
It's 60 cents per dollar, so it's just unbelievable. So you guys are going to make up like a bandit. So
Did your postal system get back to working or off strike?
yeah,
That's what I meant to ask. Oh my gosh.
Working again, but it's going to take a while with all the backlog stuff, I bet.
it's the government forced the workers back because they were out a month. The problem with Canada, which is the biggest problem, is that there's so many rural areas where the mail comes in through flight, through little plane boats and stuff, that all of that is basically cut off from the world. So even like Amazon and parcel deliveries, they just hand it to Canada Post to deliver up into those regions. So there's a significant, it was a real problem.
We just played musical chairs.
I don't know what happened there.
Well, that's
Bringing
fun.
her back up. There we go. Did you bring yourself down, Ola?
No,
Did-
I didn't.
Okay.
I left and
Well,
watched
I'm not
back
in the middle anymore, so I don't get to say Marsha, Marsha, Marsha anymore.
when she
There you
went
go.
to get her beverage.
I tried to hit my mute button, but at first I hit my off camera.
No.
So
And now
I don't
didn't
know if
take
it was just
myself out.
I don't know if it was just a glitch in YouTube, or maybe it was StreamYard where everybody this whole thing refreshed.
It's all right.
Who-
We'll get over it.
Do what?
We'll get over it.
Yeah, it was weird.
So what's the hottest so anybody releasing any projects over the holidays?
Chris said she jumped.
I did. Well, not over the holidays. I released a blanket that had a new stitch because I've got like for the last month and the next 3 months I'm releasing stitches that's never been seen before in Tunisian.
Nice.
And I did a blanket in that, and that blanket's kind of gone viral.
How do you check that?
Well,
That
you just
nobody's
check out
ever
your
done.
view.
Hmm.
Oh, that I've ever done, because the source that I have, they're from old books and I'll cross-reference to make sure. Like, okay.
I would just think you would have to research forever to make sure it's not been done before.
Yeah, I do research. I research everything. Yeah, I research, and I
sure
do
you
a
do.
lot
I'm
of checking.
not saying that you would.
No,
I just
I'm sorry.
think-
I was also answering a question, and it was kind of sidetracking me. But I do a lot of research to make sure that this hasn't been up. And yes, I'm doing stitches that have been up because everybody teaches differently. I teach different than Mikey and Craig, and
Yeah.
so everybody teaches differently. Everybody learns differently. So I'm still doing all the
True.
basics or stitches that are out there, but I also want to get these other stitches out because I have so many cool projects in mind for these stitches that aren't out, that haven't been done. I like to do it. I don't know how. I like to do the stitch, and then that week I like to do an item with that stitch in it. So you get a guess or a possibility of what that stitch looks like worked up,
Yeah.
versus just a plain old swatch.
I love that, because if I'm looking for new stitches, the first thing I ask is, okay, what can I use this for?
Mm-hmm.
This is great.
Right.
What can I do with it?
Washcloth.
When I joined Red Heart in 2013, they wanted me just to concentrate for 2 years on just making a stitch library. And I said no. And I said, there's no point in a stitch library if you don't show what it can be done for. Let's just keep teaching the projects. So I kind of fucked them a little bit to do that, but it was fine. I just don't think that people just they want to know what to do with it.
Yeah. And if you can give them an idea, maybe just a something, and they can see something worked up in it, I think that's, in my opinion, it's a good start. Because a lot of people look at these stitches and they don't have a clue.
Right.
What am I?
And
I
also,
love
like
that stitch, but what can I make with it?
a lot of stitches, it's like if it's just worked back and forth in rows, but there's no increasing or decreasing, it's like, okay, great, it's a lovely stitch, but how do you shape it?
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem with a lot of them. It's like to figure out how to do an increase, it's like, oh, okay, now you got to break out the abacus and the slide rule, and you got to figure out how it works in with the multiples and the math and the rate of increase. Does it lay flat when you do the increase or the decrease, or does it buckle? Factors, factors, factors.
Yes.
Mhm.
Well, there was a stitch that that it's Missy's Cottage. She sent me a book, and I know that I found a couple of stitches in that book that was published in 1890.
Damn.
Wow.
And so I brought back stitches that haven't been seen in over 100 years, and then I was able to do the math between that and some other stitches to create a new stitch pattern. And oh my gosh, I didn't realize how much work went into that. You're off by one stitch, it throws everything out of whack.
Yep.
Well, it's like Coates and Clark though. Like they've been in the 1800s, so their catalog is massive, and Spinrite has been around a very long time. So the virus shawl, we released a pattern similar to it back a couple years ago, and they're like, you copied the other woman. But then I was working on a design last week, and it turns out it's the same pattern, but it's actually was written in the 60s. So, and then that's in the archives of Yarn Inspiration. So a lot of these patterns just end up getting revived, but they're not really new.
Yeah. Well, and there was a Tunisian subreddit. People were talking about new stitches, how to create new Tunisian stitches. It's hard to create a new stitch. Period.
Yeah, it's probably already done.
It's probably exactly. It's probably already done. The only thing you're going to probably do is create a new stitch pattern, but that's going to be rare unless you find a stitch that hasn't seen the light of day in 100 years.
Yeah.
Love you too, Michelle.
So it's just there's a lot of math, like you said, a lot of graphing, a lot of math, and a lot of throwing stuff against the wall.
Yeah, see if it sticks.
Oh,
or just because you're mad.
That too.
Where's the scissors? I don't need to undo any of this. I'm just going to throw it all away.
So
that's true though.
One of my crowning achievements is that I used to be a car engineer coming out of high school and then into college and then into the real world. So my crowning glory of this whole thing that I'm doing is that I can actually do the crochet diagrams to a degree that it looks like it can go in a magazine. And that was years of playing with it and actually trying to understand Adobe Illustrator to make it happen. But yeah, so Red Heart gives me a test trial in 2012 to see if I'm a good enough host to be for them. And they gave me a pattern that didn't have the first diagram. I'm like, where's the diagram? And says, we don't do that. And I was screwed because I had never read a pattern. I'd always just followed diagrams. And I'm like, holy shit. So, and the nice thing about it is that our biggest, youngest community in the world is in Thailand. So for them not knowing my language, the graphics and the diagram is a way to reach that community. And so meanwhile, here in North America, people bitch that they don't like those things, but then they don't realize that you don't need to know language for those.
The first pattern I ever used was just a diagram. I had to learn it trial by fire.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Once you get used to it, I think it's much easier, especially if you're comparing where you are in the pattern. Like if you put it down for a month, you go back to it, you can see exactly where you are in the pattern just looking at the diagram. So much easier.
Yep.
Yeah, like I could read a written pattern. I mean, anybody can, for the most part. But when it comes to the symbols, some reason, I get things all twisted in my head.
Mhm.
I don't have dyslexia or anything, but I just see them, they just twist on me. And
It'll come to you. It really will. And one day you'll look at it and say, holy shit, it just makes sense. It'll just come to you. You won't even realize it came to you. You just do it.
I've seen you make them. I sit there and I lurked a lot. And while I'm sitting here working on tutorials or whatever, and I see you doing them, and it's like, I see you, okay, now let me go over here, go to the program, do it. You're working it up. Okay. I've seen you doing that a lot. And I'm like, it's starting to make somewhat of a sense. You know what I mean? But it's still like Latin to me.
It'll come to you. You watch.
Well, so I mean, some are definitely better than others because I've seen a lot of diagrams, and some of them, the placement of them, it's like, wait a minute, where's that stitch going into exactly? So there's definitely a, I wouldn't say a learning curve, but there is definitely like they're not all created equally. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Some are definitely better than others. It's like, wait, is that going into the chain space, or is that going in between the stitches, or what exactly? But it's like learning how to read anything else. It takes practice, and also it's like not everything is written well.
Mm-hmm.
Some are better than others. But what you were talking about before about like trying to create something new, the one of the things that I did recently, the smocked Celtic weave, that one, it came out completely out of left field because that one, it was inspired by a sewing technique. It's based on a process called Canadian smocking. And, it's a matter of basically tacking little bits of fabric together on the wrong side to create a really cool texture on the right side. And I was thinking, it's like, all right, well, you can stitch two stitches together. You can stitch them together at an angle, going in like several rows below. Thank you, Russ.
There you go. I'll put Russ big real quick.
That's gorgeous.
Well, that's the wrong side, dude. You're looking at the cool side. We want to see. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
So the thing is that, I mean, that is basically that's a sewing technique that I was inspired by, and that took a lot of trial and error, hair pulling, agony, blood, sweat, and tears, whinging to Michael and to Russ via text, and I love the results. But yeah, it's a matter of taking inspiration from a completely different area and transmuting it how we do, and it just worked, and I couldn't be more happy with it. But sometimes you have to take inspiration from a completely different medium that lends itself to our medium.
Well, a lot of my, like, for me, when it gets to my designs, because I don't like, I'm not going to copy anybody else. I know, just for example, a simple stitch blanket is a simple stitch blanket is a simple stitch blanket. Anybody can do it. But I like to create just out of my own mind. My mind is so busy all the time. I have pieces of paper laying all over my desk with different graphs that I've drawn out real quick and written down. And I was like, different stitch combinations. Can it work? I don't know yet until I get to it. But I don't want to rehash something that's been done. I like what you do, Craig. Seeing all your stuff, it's like your mind is like 10 times better than mine.
Different, not better, different.
And
don't say I'm better. We're just different.
But there's just so much creativity, and it is just like my mind. I don't get a lot of sleep because I can't shut it off.
Well, I know what that's like. I mean, for anybody that's ever seen Queen's Gambit, where she's like playing chess on the ceiling, that's me with my stitches. It's a perpetuality. It doesn't stop. Creativity is a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because it enables us to do things and see things in a different way. But yeah, we can't shut it off when we want to. It doesn't have a switch.
But isn't that part of also being, well, this is my full-time gig, but
Mhm.
for me, it's because I'm self-employed, I can't turn it off, right? Because
Yeah.
it's just what you do.
Well, and that's me. This is my quote unquote full time gig. I'm fully disabled, so I sit at home and I do this all day long.
Mhm.
You know, I can afford that where I know a lot of people can't, but it's just, especially with Tunisian, it's like, can I hurry up and get through this 3 week project so I can get to the next 12-week project? Because Tunisian's slow.
Yeah.
I envy y'all that can do it full time. I get in trouble at work because I'm constantly thinking about yarn.
So a little bit of background, just really quick. So when I started this, it was just a mere hobby because I was lonely, but and it's a whole side story. I won't get into it, but you know, I quit my job as soon as my YouTube money hit what my job was, and then I realized that if I just leave my job and then it's the same money, that I can concentrate full time on this. But what I didn't realize is that YouTube is like the retail cycle, and I quit in April, and which is an idiot move because in the summertime I was tanking so hard because I didn't think about the cycle of the business, and it's like,
Mhm.
holy shit. So I thought, oh my god, I made such a huge mistake. So I just buckled down for the summer and I said, just create as much content as I can to take me over. But that was my change from going from another job to this.
Mm.
Yeah, that's something I noticed also, that with crochet, having specifically like a yarn oriented channel, it's like, yeah, during the warmer seasons,
Mhm.
the viewing is not nearly as much as in the colder seasons. It's like right now, this is our prime time.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, because everybody's inside, they're like, oh, I need to make a last minute whatever, or I'm cold, I want a blanket. Even though a lot of the projects that we do require a lot of time, you know, it's like easily like weeks to a month, and you should actually be working on that blanket in July or August if you want to get it finished for the holidays. You know, it doesn't just go, you know, like this. You know, it doesn't just
Yeah.
make itself like I Dream of Jeannie, you know, montage. But yeah, during the colder months is definitely when, you know, the viewership is up, and then during the warmer season, it's like, okay, let's make a market bag, let's make a bucket hat, you know, let's, you know, do, you know, more of the warmer weather stuff or the amigurumi, because people aren't necessarily keen on a thermal blanket, like a one-piece thermal blanket, you know, sitting underneath that when it's 102 outside. So it's definitely seasonal. You are so very right about that, Mikey.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, the yarn industry, even the retailers, they're praying for the snow because it's the snow that generates the sales finally. So if the season of fall hangs on too long, it impacts the yarn market huge.
I could see that, and look at what happened with, you know, the vid when everybody was locked in. Yarn stores were going, you know,
I know.
crazy.
I still have PTSD over that. I just, you know, my issue with the COVID thing is that I was on a cruise ship the week before it shut down, and we were on our way back, so we were kind of in the middle of the dark. We didn't know what was going on. But when we got back, I'm like, holy shit! And I was in a real low because I'm like, I don't know what to do. Because we're getting locked in because we were locked down for a year and a half here. Meanwhile, Americans go crazy if it's like 3 months. So it was a very long time. And then Yarnspiration says to me, you just got to put on a smile and just keep moving the content. And I'm like, it's really difficult to do that if you're feeling vulnerable. It was really quite a challenge. So I kind of have 2020 for me is PTSD, and I need more wine. So
Hey, Diane. Hey, Spring. Hey,
If you need more wine, I'll complain.
I gotta get wine.
Oh my goodness.
I'm good at complaining. Well, I mean, actually, I mean, so many people, for very valid reasons, you know, they have, you know, like Mikey was saying, PTSD from the lockdowns. Me, it was like my dream come true because I am an introvert extraordinaire, and I don't like going out if I don't have to.
I'm that way
and
now. I was
Me
never like that
too.
before.
Yeah.
you
But
know,
now
and
I don't trust people.
I used to always
Yeah.
be on the run, but
I've
now
always
it's
had
just,
issues, with that, prior.
I'll be
But
right
now
back.
it's sort of like, um,
I'll be right back.
when
y'all
the
are my
lockdown
social time.
when the lockdown was happening, I was like, you mean I get to stay home? Oh, I was so very giddy. And I knew that I had plenty of yarn to work with, so that wasn't a concern. The only regret that I have is that at the time I hadn't discovered making sourdough yet. If I had, oh, look
Ah,
out. Look out, because I
I
do sourdough
did.
now. And actually I have a batch of dough doing its first rise, its fermentation right now. I
have y'all
wish
done the
I had learned sourdough
friendship?
then. I've
Amish
heard of the
friendship
friendship.
bread?
I've heard of that. Yeah.
So good. So
But no, I just do sourdough, and my starter, Edgar Allan Doe, he's been faithful and he's helped me out all year, because I've had him going now since like February. And
I love it. I love it.
I don't have a name for mine, but I think
they
mine
have
is
to have names.
three.
Let me
I think
mute.
it's 3 years now. It was in
It-
November, right after my mom's birthday. So it's probably about 3.5 years. Something like that.
What 3-year-old doesn't have a name?
So many of them.
Come on. Gotta have a name.
I'll have to come up with a name.
Like, I don't know, Brad Pitt,
I like it. like
or Doey Parton.
I was thinking a Dolly name would work.
Doey Parton, or there's so many quirky little names that you could do.
Oh, I did some emotional. I don't ever do Amy's, but
Maybe
Did you make the chickens?
I did a
I'll be
couple
right back. The dog's
Oh.
gonna
emotional
go out real quick.
support chickens. This is
Well,
Layla
okay.
or either Henrietta, but Jaxie had the best name, Scarlett O'Henra.
Lucas, how about Leonardo da Vinci?
Da Vinci.
Da Vinci.
I
Da
like it.
Vinci. I like Da Vinci.
I like it.
See,
I like it.
I have
You
a
got-
Franken pickle.
that's adorable. I love the eyes on that
Oh,
little Franken pickle. That's cute.
yeah.
But yeah, you
And I
gotta
use
give your
baby eyes
starter a
for the bowl.
name,
I'll give it a name. I'll give it
because
a
they
name.
all have
I like Da Vinci.
personalities.
And I was
They
going to
do.
do Marshall.
Mine is temperamental as all get
Dillon.
out. Ooh.
Mine's feisty, but then I put them in the fridge. I let them hibernate for like a week or two, let them chill out, bring them out again. What's your hydration?
I actually don't know.
Okay, well, what's the ratio of flour and water when you feed it?
2-to-1.
Okay, so you've got a different, well, what,
It's really
more flour?
more flour because it's really damp here.
Damn.
So
Okay.
I keep it a little dry.
Moist.
Because I use a 1-to-1, so it's 100% hydration. And there is, I did a video on it, and I had gotten the recipe from Ben Starr, who has like the best tutorial on how to make a lazy person's sourdough. It takes 0 effort. You make the dough, you let it sit on the counter for like a day, and then, after like 18, 24 hours ish, it's, doubled in size, and then you boil it, you score it, you put it in a cold Dutch oven, pop it in the oven, and that's it. Like, there's no fuss, no muss, no babysitting. It is awesome.
I'll have to find that because I do everything the hard way.
Well, no, his is ridiculously easy because you don't have to do like the slap and fold, building up the air
Yeah.
bubbles.
I do the whole thing. It's a mess when I tear apart the entire kitchen. But I learned how to do it from a class at a homesteading shop just down the road. And she does it old school. She is like a 75, 80-year-old woman. She taught us how to do all this stuff. Doesn't believe in mixers, doesn't believe in anything. She measures everything by hand. It was crazy.
Oh, Lord.
So when I took it and started doing it and started my starter, I had a lot of trouble with it because I couldn't get everything the way that she had it because my hands are bigger. I wasn't mixing things the way that she did. It was a lot. We finally found a rhythm, my starter and I. So we're under control now. But it took a while.
Yeah, the only thing that you really, really, really need to do is with this particular recipe is you need a scale. 100%. You need a scale. Yeah. What is that?
Oh, Lauren Parchin, she's a personal friend of mine. She sent me a pin. Naughty hooker. Actually, she sent me a watch. Love it. My favorite pin of all, though, is this one. I got it from Jimmy Beans.
Oh.
Thank you for being a fiber friend.
Oh,
they spell it American fiber, so I will put up with it.
I love your bag, Mikey. The Jimmy Beans wool.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's right here.
I love that one.
So I'm a pin slut. I collect pins. And so I really wanted the bag to have a luggage tag that you could take on and off. So I was in Europe and I thought, if everybody else.
That's a Delicue bag?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
I love Delicue.
It opens so that the pins don't connect on your yarn. And so anyway, we came up with this concept, actually, Karen and I, so that it can go on there. You can identify your bag. So I'm a pin slut big time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love these bags. And the secret about bags, which is not really a secret, I guess, because it's waxed canvas, if it's looking like shit, you just got to leave it out in the sunlight and it looks all brand new.
I got the backpack at the Smoky Mountain Spinnery this year, but I've got several different types. I got the train case. I know Sis Ola's got several.
Yes, the train case. I did a few giveaways with the train case.
She has an affiliate link for.
Yes, and I love that the handles come off. They pop off and snap back on.
And they're adjustable.
Yes.
Yep.
And then we created a second bag called the mobility bucket bag. In our industry, because of the demographic of our communities, I think we're missing the market of people that are in wheelchairs, walkers, and are disabled.
Yes.
So it was important for me to come up with a second bag. So my neighbor, Karen, that you may have seen on videos with me, she is a mixed media artist. So she painted the fabric of that bag. I don't have that bag here because I gave it away. But it was just like making sure that we're not forgetting about the people that are not so mobile.
That's great because I'm on a walker full time now after breaking both my legs this past February.
She slipped off the pole.
I was going to say she fell off the bicycle.
On the bicycle.
The kickstand was broken.
Oh, she ran into a fire hydrant as she fell off her bike.
Oh, Granny D, we know we love you.
I know. Hey, I told myself, Granny D after dark. Here's Miss Pam. Be creative.
But like you said, I'm trying to, because I'm disabled, and there isn't a lot of like bags mobility for people that have mobility issues.
Exactly.
And for me, it's I'm very limited, and I want to order one of those mobility bags, big time. Well, a couple of them actually.
Yeah.
And
they're
bag.
Like they're a strong bag. So my friend Trish, that's out of Michigan, she was using
Fat Squirrel Speaks, latest cat people.
I love her. She's amazing.
Fat Squirrel, I know she's great.
So my friend Trish out of Michigan, she was using one in her walker. So Trish comes to a lot of our retreats and a lot of our vacation stuff, and her bag was really saggy.
Oh,
And it was
Swaggy baggy.
and the airline ripped it. And these bags need to be stronger and they need to be durable. The bag never had a zipper to hide her wallet. Like there's so many small improvements just for somebody that's disabled that needs that extra. That was the purpose of that bag. So anyway, I gave the prototype. That's why I don't have it.
That is a lot of thought, that a lot of people who just make bags say they're mobility friendly, mobility issued friendly, and they're not. But you actually went in and you added durability. A lot of people don't. They just whatever the cheapest fabric they can get is what they make it out of.
And that's the thing about these bags is like people say, well, it's a bloody mortgage payment. But the way that I see it, I'm 51. I am so tired.
You are not.
I am tired of buying cheap because I have learned when you buy cheap, you end up buying it again and again and again. It's like IKEA.
So go with the bouge. We deserve nice tools like furls or whatever kind of hooks or whatever needles you like, or in bags, all that stuff.
Well, that's how I feel about the hooks, because you use the hook like all the time. If you're using your hook like every day, you want to enjoy the process of using it. So, and it's a tool. You can use it forever. Yarn, you can go on the cheap because you're going through 37,000 yards in a month. But the hooks go big.
This I got at Chanel and it's braided, and they were like 20 some bucks from Hobby Lobby, and they went on clearance for 75% off. And you wonder, because it's not that much yardage in it, but they made the best seat covers. My brother's kitchen chairs, his seat covers were ridiculous. So you just do round and round and round and then make ties, and didn't take any time. Look at this furls. It's an R. And I got this, I think, at Mercari for hardly nothing.
I have a friend that crochets with that yarn in the thinner side, but she gives it to her son, which is a grown adult now. But she keeps having to make the blanket because he keeps humping the friggin' hair right out of the middle of it.
My little Chihuahua, he had a relationship with my daughter's big old Winnie the Pooh. And it was a little Chihuahua, and he'd drag Pooh around everywhere and have relations with him. And he was like tripod. He had to, when his thing was out, he had to hunch his back up so it wouldn't hit the floor.
Oh my.
Like,
I can honestly say I don't have that problem.
He had such a guilty look on his face. He violated Pooh.
Oh,
and
my
with
goodness.
That, I have to go. I may pop up later on, but I have to get up and move around or my parts rust up.
Oh.
All right, Granny. Well,
for the invitation, and Mike,
Granny,
it was great hanging out with you, and Craig.
Granny,
always a pleasure.
It's been swell, but the swelling's gone down.
Oh.
Lucas, great to hang with you, and Russ.
Yes.
Just all let you know I love you. And
Love you, hon.
Bye, Granny.
Chat.
All right, thank you.
Oh, my.
She's a hoot.
She makes me feel so chaste.
What's that?
Girl,
mean?
please.
What's that?
Don't you mean cheap?
We're not talking about you, Russ.
Russ ain't cheap. I give until it hurts.
Russ is a cheap Costco.
Oh my.
That's not right.
Go
It
big
feels
or
right.
Go home.
If it ain't big, I don't want it.
Oh, all right now.
I do have
Since
that.
Granny left me up here with all you big, handsome men.
Where?
And I got swamp lamb to sell you.
Oh my goodness. Oh, whew.
Somebody's
It's getting
requesting
hot.
for her channel to be put up on the chat.
Oh, I can do that over here. I'll do it.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh shoot. I got to pull it up because hers is different. She has that knit, pearl, and squirrel. Come on. HHAK. Goodness gracious, where is it? There it is.
Yeah, so Lucas, before we both forget, Ben Star with 2 R's. That's the
Yes, thank you.
sourdough.
I had already forgotten.
Well, that's why I'm telling you. Not a problem. Yeah, Ben Star with 2 R's. He's sassy, and he's got a whole bunch of various baking tutorials, and I've used that recipe from the jump, and I have yet to have a problem with it.
I'm
So
looking at it right now.
couldn't recommend it enough. He did one very recently, which is basically like an overview of previous videos that he's done on the whole process, but he also goes into how to create a starter, how to care for your starter, etc., etc., etc. So I know it's not yarn related, but it's a great resource.
I like his thumbnails already. I am going to subscribe and do some research.
Krista is saying, "Uh-oh, Wendy is here, Mikey. You're in trouble."
Yes, Wendy's my assistant.
Ooh.
She keeps me in line.
I haven't seen that happen. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God, her and I together is like, she was working for me for years and I had never met her. And
Oh,
so
really?
we met just before COVID dropped for the first time. And so then I met her again. I've only met her 3 times in my life. But yeah. She keeps me on the straight and narrow. But yeah.
Well,
she's
just on the
We
narrow.
all need that one person.
Yeah, she doesn't put up with bullshit. So my problem is I can get steamrolled by a consumer really easily. So the team, like her, is like the backbone to put people back to where they need to be, because they expect the world, but it's not possible for one person to do that.
Yes. No, like Panda, he keeps me real because there's times I just want to. I start going crazy. And he's like, Michael, sit down for a second. And of course, I have to sit down when your husband tells you to sit down.
Oh, please.
You have to.
And
Yeah, he's just sitting back on it there, Lucas.
Oh,
but he'd
my.
be like, use your head. Is it feasible? Well, yeah, it's feasible. And how many weeks is it going to take you to film? A few.
Mhm.
And when the tutorial coming out? Well, it'll be whenever I get done. And how many other tutorials you got to do?
Mhm.
He keeps me keeps me grounded to a point. But then there's times he's like, oh, you got to do this. You got to do this. You got to make this now. Girl, please. Well, I say other words that since we're sailors, I say the B word, but
The bitch word is in every other sentence here in the home. But my last partner was Jehovah's Witness. So, and he was out of it, but he was still very much part of it. And so I wasn't allowed to swear at all. And then I met Daniel. I was like, that was a little trucker mouth. And I'm like, finally. So I was like, yeah. So if the bitch word is in every other sentence, it doesn't belong in this house.
So I was on your live the other day when you went live late and you were working on your models. When you realized y'all were having a conversation, and then you look up and you saw the camera, your eyes went, "Oh, I'm still live."
Yeah. We're talking as ourselves.
Like
I'm
that
like,
deer in the headlights moment.
Yeah, because some people, I think a gay man can say the word bitch pretty easily, where if I was a straight guy, you can't really say that.
I've had entire conversations with just that word. It's a very versatile word.
Yeah.
But anyway, I couldn't do this without Wendy. Wendy's like the backbone, and she tells me not to do shit, and I still do it anyway. And then she's like, and I'm like, I know. Anyway, she's based out of California, so she's in a different time zone, so it makes it easier for us to be around.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Saw something over here. Got S.
So, Mikey, what are you working on?
Crap. I always say I'm working on crap. It's just, sweetie, I'm just moving my fingers.
Right?
Yeah. So I'm going to be taking a month off in 2025 at some point. So I think it's been the years of development, but I got carpal tunnel. And so anyway, I got to go to the city for major testing and whatever the hell that's involved. But I think they told me once the surgery happens, I got to take a month off. So I've notified everybody that I needed to notify that that's going to happen. So, but it's not painful. I just can't physically do shit. Like I can't pick up a piece of paper if it lands on the floor. I can barely hold scissors. I can barely hold a pen. And it's just, my hands just, I look at them, I'm like, you need to bend, and they just won't do it. So I always thought carpal tunnel was a painful thing, but it's not. I just lack the ability.
That's what's going on with my husband with his hands, because sometimes even the crochet hook will just fall out, or he'll pick up his phone and it just falls out.
Yep.
I had surgery on both of mine.
And how was that?
The best thing, I wished I would have done it years sooner.
So how did you know?
I always heard horror stories that your hands are never right. Your hands are never right. So I didn't want to go, but finally I had to go.
Mm-hmm.
And he did the one, and then when that one healed, he did the other one. And I'm telling you, it's been the best. I couldn't even knit or crochet for 5 minutes straight before I had to set it down because of the pain.
Oh, so you had pain. I don't have pain. I just have lack of ability to move.
And
wow.
So after the surgery, I was able to pick it up and do 4, 6, 8 hours of crochet.
So how did you handle the masturbation during the healing process?
You always had one hand free.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're ambidextrous. Like, how do you hang on to the mouse and the...
You have a tongue.
Yeah, but I got a stomach in the way. It's not going to work.
Well, I tell you what, I'm very talented at what I do. I get creative.
Well, listen, Bubba the Inflatable Wonder never complains, I'm sure, Russ.
I've never had any complaints, but I got references.
You guys would be so much fun on one of our retreats, Like,
it would be a blast. I really would. Like, I've wanted
to YouTube host it all, period. I keep my own distance. But you guys seem like you'd be so much fun with our community.
We try.
It would be a blast. Like, I know you were talking about the Vegas one. I so wished I could, I wanted to go, but of course, funds and all that other stuff. Mm-hmm. And life gets in the way. And it's just, I would just love, because I wanted, to go meet you. And then I see the pictures, I see everything that people post about the retreats. It looks like it's just so much fun.
It is.
Where I've seen other retreats, and they just look like they're just
oh my God.
at an Amish camp.
Yeah. I find that the places that when I'm a host and I'm not the leader of the thing, I struggle so much because I got to maintain a personality that is not me. And so I will drop my humor, but then the people in the room don't know who I am. And so then my review card is really horrible. We have a deaf guy that comes on our cruises a lot. And the way to get his attention is to bang the table, because he puts his arms on the table and he can feel the vibration of that. So anyway, this lady went up and down on the review card on how disrespectful it is that I was banging on the table because he can't hear it. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like, that's the vibration going through the table. But anyway, she just, and you know, my humor is kind of crass. So I was already in her shit, and I never gave her handouts. Anyway.
Handouts.
Yeah. So I think I'm the better host when I'm in charge, because at least you get the people that know your personality. And you guys seem like you would fit. Like, there's people watching on our community right now, like that I know that are part of our retreats that come. Like, I think you guys would be pretty fun if you'd be open to it for a future time.
Oh yes, for sure.
I'd love to.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like fun. Like, where are they usually?
Jimmy Bean's hosts. It has to be Reno, and it has to be there because they are there. Because as soon as you start shipping shit, it gets expensive real quick. And so Lake Tahoe is a bit of a stretch because it's an hour out of the city, and they drive with their personal vehicles all the stuff up. So the pepper mill that we're in downtown, I don't like the idea of a casino resort. However, it's much cheaper for the community, and but it's so much fun. And you know, most of my longest and best relationships are from the retreats itself. And I hate the idea of a store visit. So store visits, I have to pay to go, and pay my airfare, do the thing with the visit, even though a major company is asking me to go. But the retreat, you can at least get to know people. And it's those relationships that matter the most. So there we
This
go.
is Frizzy B.
Hello.
She is returning back
Hello.
to YouTube after a hiatus, and she's killing it. But
Thanks, Michael.
on your, like, I've seen, like I said about the retreats, I've seen the pictures, I've seen even the little shorts that even other people have posted, the reels, and you just, because you're the host, you're hosting it too. You can see, like, you're at ease because you're in. I don't want to say because you're in charge, but you know what I mean. You can be yourself and not give a damn what other people think.
But anyway, it's kind of fun because when I'm in, like, we never film this stuff that when I'm standing up in front of people, because I drop language, I do it all. Like, I'm myself. And the women, when I do an F word, it's like snailing all over the chairs. It's like crazy shit. And I'm just like getting off on it myself. I'm like, I'm making all these women all horned up and shit. But it's so much fun. It really truly is.
And,
So,
and it's
Frizzy,
just amazing.
Frizzy B Crochet, tell us about you. I've never seen you before.
Yeah, so I had a channel. I think I started my channel back in 2012, I want to say, and it was called Ink and Stitches. And then I ended up going kind of on a hiatus when I worked full time, and then, you know, had kids, all that jazz. And then I've been back on the streets now for probably about 6 to 8 months or so after I got laid off right before the summer hit. And I was like, this is what I want to do. This is what brings me joy. And so I am just going to put everything I have while I'm on unemployment into this.
Good for you. Lemons, lemonade. Good for you.
Yeah. So, you know, I was like, I don't want to work for anybody else. I want to be creative. I want to have, you know, my own business. And so I've done this, and I've started another one called Yummy Cats as well. So I've got 2 businesses I'm trying to get started going here. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and it's been amazing to meet all of these new faces that have popped up in the last few years, you know, and I know I've started watching all of your channels actually. So it's nice to meet you, you know, in this fashion anyways. It'll be nice to meet you eventually, hopefully too, if I get into any of these retreats you guys are talking about when I got in here. I'm like, fun.
We did have another idea for a retreat but I told Karen I don't really know any other YouTube hosts. We were thinking about doing, you know, Joshua Tree. They have a campground of those really whacked out trailers.
Yeah.
We thought about getting YouTube hosts only that are in the crochet field to come out for 2 or 3 days and collab and work together, share information, and then go on your way.
How fun would that be?
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
Area for filming crazy shit together, but I'm more looking for the what do you know that I don't know, and what do I know that you don't know, and see what we can go from there.
Yeah.
Yes. That makes a lot of sense too, though.
That's like in the desert. So as long as it doesn't become like a spin-off of the Manson family, we'll be fine. No Kool-Aid. No Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
No Kool-Aid.
It took me a minute to get that one.
I know I was a little late, but you know, I have.
We got there. We got there.
So, yes,
Sorry. You know, it's my questionable sense of humor. It strikes again.
Love it.
You know, just as long as Squeaky From is not on the invite list, you know.
He doesn't squeak anymore. Michael is no longer squeakable. He's like,
oh,
no,
I'm gonna be redder than my shirt.
I did have an opportunity once to go to a retreat, and that fell through. But no, I've never been to a retreat before. So I mean, it does sound like fun. I mean, generally, I travel about as well as a goldfish in an open bowl, but yeah.
You know, I find it's what you make of it. I was at one retreat recently, and it was not my favorite, to put it nicely, because it was just, yeah. I like hosting it better because then I can control the environment and what we're up to. Because I honestly think people don't necessarily want to sit in a room all day and crochet. They want to interact and do activities, and shop,
and get to know other people.
Yeah,
you know, because especially us creators, you know, us tubers or whatever you want to call us, we do live almost a solitary life.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, we're constantly, this is what we're doing constantly. And, you know, my spouse, he maybe sees me total 3 hours a day.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
More than kids, for sure.
And I don't know where I was going to go with that because
You said
I haven't been drinking.
Yes.
Well, I mean, if it's just a matter of like hanging out together and stitching, I mean, we're doing that right now, and it's free.
But like getting out and meeting other people, that's where I was going. I haven't even been drinking yet. Jesus. But we live this solitary life, but getting out and getting to meet other creators and seeing processes that we probably would never have thought of. Or processes that, okay, we weren't even, we thought of, but we weren't sure how they would work. But somebody else is doing it. Oh, and it's working. Well, how did you get it to work? Blah, blah, blah. You know, get to know people. And like I said, we do live a solitary life, but this is as much social as most of us get.
I do have a
Guilty
local
as charged.
I do have a local stitch group that I run to. And actually, if you're close to a Michael's or Joanne, chances are they let you use their meeting space to create your own groups.
Really?
You just gotta
yeah. Like my Joanne's uses their meeting room as storage.
Yeah, ours too.
Well, I mean, there is a group that gets together at my local library, and the one that I work at, and they're actually they did a really cool project where they were collecting both open as well as closed granny squares. Just make as many squares as you possibly can, and then they got a bunch of volunteers together to then stitch them together. And then they did like this, essentially a yarn bombing of the library, where all of these. What's that?
I've done one of those before. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, and so the thing is, there's all of these pieced together granny squares in like these large swatches all over the place, and then they're going to take those and make them into larger pieces so that they can then donate them to people in need for blankets. So it was a community builder. So I mean, they
That's
do
cool,
have people
though.
that come in and like have like maybe twice a month sort of stitch group, but it's always when I have a shift, so I can never participate. And then I like poke my head in and I'm like, oh, I have to get back to the desk, sorry.
Greg, what do you do at the library? I've been in library service myself.
I am a circulation clerk, so I'm the equivalent to the Planet Fitness of the library. I check things in, I check them out. I check
That's
things
what I
in.
used to do, too. Yes. I was a library clerk too at Cupertino Library when I was in California, but now I'm up in rainy Washington. So
yeah, it's just checking things in, checking them out, making up library cards, scolding people for returning stuff late,
You get off that, Craig.
I always thought it was fun when you had
Craig likes the scolding.
Things that were returned and they were damaged, and some of the crazy damaged things we would get in, like people would tear pages out and then try to stuff folded up magazines in to see that we wouldn't notice, that they'd ripped out the entire book and that they were just replacing them with folded magazines, and somebody used bacon as a bookmark. It's like,
well, I think one of the worst, it was this guy who was caught stealing a book on stealing. I swear to God, he stole a book, and the book was about like a heist. It was about some sort of theft. It wasn't like The Count of Monte Cristo, but it was a book about a theft, and he stole it. And then he tried to return another book in the dust jacket, thinking that we wouldn't know the difference, yet we did.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, we get all sorts. I think the best/worst heist actually of a theft was we had this painting, past tense. We had a painting in the library of one of the founders. It was an original painting. It wasn't like a Gauguin. No, it was just, a local artist who did a painting of one of the founders of the library. Somebody stole it, and they replaced it with like it was like a Kincaid print in a frame. And they swapped it. They did a swapperoo, and they left with this painting.
Oh my gosh. How big was it?
I want to say it was like maybe 2 by 3 feet.
So not
somebody
small.
Somebody actually did this. They came prepared with like a large.
That's a size queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's more than a pocket.
I have an alibi. It wasn't me.
I'm sure it wasn't.
It wasn't that size queen.
But then the most offensive thing was somebody had like this couldn't have been accidental, but somebody basically decorated the ceiling of the restroom with stuff. Yeah.
Replace the middle letters.
Multiple times. It was like maybe 2-3 times. The tiles had to be like taken down on the ceiling and like washed and replaced and so on and so forth. It was that for them.
Wow.
Stuff.
Of all the things to do,
that you can shoot that high.
Well, they came prepared with like implements to get it up there.
Wow.
It takes all sorts. Libraries are not just for higher learning. It's also for creative vandalism.
Yes. Very true.
Yeah.
Very, very true.
Oh my goodness.
My parents owned a laundromat. And so anyway, they had the guy that they nicknamed the shitter would come in. And this guy would shit. Oh my God. So one day it sounded like he was construction in the bathroom, and my mom went out there, and turns out the guy had shit himself everywhere, and he ripped off the panels of the walls to bury his shit underneath the panels on the floor. So basically it was like a peanut butter sandwich as he was lifting shit up. So anyway, the next day this guy comes in because it was a regular habit thing. And my mother said, "You're going to shit your pants. You're not coming in here." And she blocked that like a mother. Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Because like when people say, it's like, oh, working at a library, it must be so nice and quiet. And I'm like, you don't know what a library
public
is.
Is just not.
No.
Yeah, no.
I put
Oh
myself
my
in college
gosh.
working at a video rental store that had fun
Blockbuster, 10
section,
years.
had the
Oh my
fun section,
God.
and a dry cleaners. So I saw it from both ends, literally. Same people, because it was in the same shopping center that I was working in. So I would be on this store for half the day and that store for half the day, or whatever. And I would routinely have the same people do the same gross things and then bring me their clothes to clean afterwards. I'm like, why? I see what movies you're renting, which gross. And now
Yeah.
I'm seeing your clothes that you're bringing in. Stop doing that in your silk nightgown. Stop it. Stop
Right.
it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like if you've never worked like a retail job, it's like watch the movie Clerks, and that says it all.
Absolutely. You know, when in the same laundromat, oh my God, this cute cop would come in and we had to wash in full service, so he'd give me his clothes to wash. Oh, fuck, that man's not even realizing he's missing underwear. Oh my God.
And you were what, 16, 17?
27, thank you very much. I had to identify the cologne and had to go run out and buy it. Jean-Paul Gaultier. Oh my God. So I had his underwear, just sprayed it with his cologne that he had on his clothes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Married to them. Yeah.
I never did anything like that, but I did find out a couple was pregnant before the husband ever knew.
Oh.
Oh.
So many, they had dropped off the dry cleaning, and the wife came coming in like 20, 30 minutes later. She was freaking out. Did you show him? Did you see anything in my pockets? Because she had left the test in the pocket of her house coat. And I was like, what are you talking about? I hadn't gotten to their order yet. Finally, so I took her back to where they were, and she dug it out of her pocket. And she's like, thank you so much, because it's not my husband's. I was like, what?
She's been busy.
So I was like, okay, all right. I don't know if she ever told him.
She probably owns a bike too.
She might. She might.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
I think the worst was there was a bit of a creeper. He was on one of the computers in the reference department, and he was looking up very objectionable written material involving children. And he actually asked the librarian if they could assist him to print it.
Oh my gosh.
How about that for the Darwin Awards? So then they're like, oh yeah, sure. Meanwhile, they had the cops on the phone.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we get all sorts. It's unfortunate, but yes, we get all sorts. You know, occasionally we get lucky. There was one guy who came in. He was the happiest drunk that I've ever come in contact with. He was such a sweet guy. He was so happy, and he was hammered, but he was harmless. And we were like, finally, he's not going to like try to like be violent or anything like that. And, you know, we got him an Uber and he was okay. But yeah, we get all sorts. We get the whole gamut and rainbow in every which way. You know, it's not just checking books in and checking them out. It's like, no, we get a whole spectrum of fun. So be nice to your local librarians.
Yes. Exactly.
Like that's some of the stuff I've seen working in the emergency room and operating room, and it's like there's no way you fell on that.
Have you seen the gal? There is a gal that there's a gal
What'd you say, Mikey?
Oh, go ahead, Mikey.
You can fall on a 2-liter bottle easily.
And what were you going to say, Julie?
I was going to say there's actually a nurse that is a comedian as well, that she puts behind her the x-ray, and then she kind of prefaces it, and then she's like, not in my ER, not in my operating room, kind of a thing. And it's the weirdest things that you could even imagine that would potentially be up where it shouldn't, where the, you know.
Well, exactly. You know, and but my stint in the emergency room was when I was stationed in Okinawa, Japan. And then you get this manliest of man Marine come in, must have ate a box of crayons that day because something got stuck. And he wasn't going to just rocking back and forth. And you can hear a faint hum.
What was it?
And this is what do you think?
It was Russ.
And this is before cell phones. You know, this is late 90s.
Tell me it wasn't one of those bricks with the antennas.
Hell, it wasn't. It wasn't a cell phone. It was a toy. But then, you know, and that was during the whole "Don't Ask, Don't Tell" era.
Right.
So of course he didn't want to tell us what was wrong.
Right. Not like you would.
And right, and we had to go in and surgically remove it. Yeah, it's just like the stories we've seen that the stories people tell of what happened. It's like there's no way that adds up.
Right.
Your dog didn't fall on you and push it in.
Sometimes the math doesn't math.
Possible. Like,
Well, well, it's just weird stuff.
Oh my gosh.
And people just don't use their heads when they're trying to make up their story. Make it believable.
Right.
Oh,
They could
do
at
this,
least-
the best they can come up with.
They could at least say Russ was here to visit and he was showing me some things. That would make more sense.
Ready boy.
Yes. Oh my goodness, y'all.
Yeah.
But this, like I said, the stories, there's a lot, and I've got to just do like a one live where I just tell the stories, because if I don't use names and locations, I'm good.
It protects the innocent.
HIPAA's good, you know, but like some of these stories, it would just baffle you. Like,
Somebody
this is
on
what you're
YouTube-
telling me.
Somebody on YouTube says you did not just fall on that shampoo bottle, sir.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I did.
Yes, but you did the same thing last week. What the heck?
Right. That was
And
the
there were
conditioner.
there were plenty of repeat vendors too.
Oh, I'm not
And
surprised.
you know, of course, back then with the "Don't Ask, Don't Tell," you can't say nothing. You can't ask them. You can't, and they obviously ain't going to tell you the truth because that could risk them
That doesn't
getting
make
kicked out.
sense. Don't ask, don't tell. That doesn't make any sense. They go because they need help, but you can't ask how a barbell got stuck up their ass.
No, because if they say how they did it and it linked to homosexual activity, then the government could have kicked you out of the military back then.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, I've never understood that. It's like you're good enough to be a human shield, but you're not good enough to be who you are.
Preach.
Tell me about it. But without joining, I wouldn't have met my husband. So
That's when
Point
I
taken.
out of his asshole.
Ooh.
Grabbed her by the hair and yanked her out.
So, Michael, is that where the term "fire in the hole" came from?
If he was a redhead, probably.
Wow.
My friend Angela on YouTube, she's saying, at least you're not pulling out gerbils.
Give it time.
Yes.
Mm.
We've had.
Yeah, that gal did have animals being stuck up there. So
Yeah.
was it a gerbil? I don't remember, but there was something that had its own skeleton. That's all I remember.
Oh God!
There's a really good Reddit subreddit that shows those type of X-rays,
Yeah.
and they just let you guess the story. And some of these stories that people come up with,
Oh, they're funnier than the original.
yeah, because the original story is I fell on it.
Yeah.
I think the worst. I don't even know if it's still in existence, but like when the internet was still a novel thing back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, it was called rotten.com.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yes,
It's like whatever you do, do not eat while surfing that website. Oh,
Yeah.
that was
awful.
pretty bad.
If
Yeah.
you're of a certain age, I'm pretty sure you've been there
Yeah.
to view that.
So how did a crochet chat tonight turn into what is shoved up people's asses?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it just went into a complete place of debauchery.
All I
Well-
know is I popped in for half a second earlier just to say hi. I'll be there soon. And I don't know what was happening, but poor Granny D was in the middle of it. I was like, I gotta come on. Granny's all by herself. She's just
From
What
what
with Granny G, it started with her saying that, she used to, be freewheeling when she was younger, and then I made a comment that she was the town bicycle,
Yeah.
and it just sort of took off from there.
And then she followed up that she's only into oral sex now.
oh my
Yep.
God. We're gonna think about
Yeah.
Granny D, you know.
So all the fruit flies here, we all cringed.
Only slightly. I took notes.
She's got experience.
Wrote down the timestamp so you can go reference it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You have to learn from your elders. I mean, what can I say?
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
See, this is what happens when you invite Russ. Things take the turn for the worse.
Oh my gosh, it really does. When me and you and Craig and Matt go live together on your channel, it is he cannot monetize that live.
None of you are going to get sponsored from Michaels. I can't get sponsored from Michaels because of my mouth.
I can't
Well,
even
well,
buy from Michaels.
Oh, Granny D is speaking up in the chat. Rah-rah.
But
Speak of the devil.
Russ can't even buy from Michaels.
Why?
They won't take his money, and they even tries to go ahead, Russ. Sorry.
So I tried buying from Michaels when they come out with the Karen anniversary cakes.
Yeah.
No go. So I got their credit card, their very own Michaels credit card. I got it. So I know they're going to take this money. Nope, rejected.
Why?
So I used just a plain credit card. Nope, rejected.
Oh my gosh.
You're on the
So-
naughty list.
What about your
So-
husband's card? Aren't you married, or can you use somebody else's card? I don't know. I'm just trying to help you out.
Well, the IT people said, well, just call them and they'll take your order over the phone. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not jumping through hoops. If you don't want my money, then you're not going to get it.
And that happens every time he tries to place an order at Michaels.
I've tried several different months apart. Nothing.
Who did you anger? That's my question.
I guess they don't like me buying in bulk.
I don't. That's crazy for a business
And-
not to want to sell product.
Well, Premier told me I have to order $199 at a time. I have to fill my card up to $199 and then check out, then go back in and fill up my card again for another $199. I said, I'm not doing that 10 times
Why do they want you to do that?
because of that gets away from having it signed for because FedEx refused to deliver my package.
I see.
Mhm.
I even took 2 days off to try and get my package and it was a mess.
So strange.
There's so much that can be said with that last ending statement that I don't want to touch it.
Michael.
Oh my goodness.
Are you guys getting kind of serious for a sec? Are you guys kind of worried about the tariffs issue going on?
Oh, I'm terrified.
Yes.
I'm terrified.
pretty worried. I will tell you, I don't buy anything made in the U.S. at all. Period. A purchase.
Well, you're Canadian. You shouldn't have to.
No, I'm just saying that if you do, I purchased something $150, and I got hit with a $90 tariff charge plus the shipping. And so, as a Canadian, I know not to buy anything that's made in the U.S. But I'm really worried for what's happening because I think the Americans are actually going to see it in the opposite direction, where we're used to it here in Canada. So we know better because it's cheaper to order from England or other places and bring it in, bringing something that's made in the U.S.
And that's so weird since that's literally like neighbors,
Yeah, I know.
you
But
know, and
unless it's sitting already here in a warehouse, you don't buy online if it's made in the U.S.
wow.
So is that like you don't see it right away, but when it's time to pick up your package or
Yes.
get your package, then it'll hit you that, oh, hey, if you want this, you got to pay us this much.
At the door.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And they have their little credit card machine ready to go. And so it's so we know better, but I'm worried that the Americans are going to see it probably for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's a lot of us that are, well, a lot of us yarny folks are starting to get really worried about it, and stock up on yarn.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got that down pat.
Well, yeah, you have that.
Mod totes from the last time I heard you talk about it, right? 280 totes or something like that.
Not far off.
But like,
That's
you know, and I think that's another thing too. Like, Joann's right now is having, like, Big Twist is $279.
You know how cheap that is? That is so crazy cheap. It's what's that in Canadian dollars? That's so bloody cheap.
And I'm a Joann's affiliate, and I got an email just today that they're extending that sale.
Really?
And because I'm taking it as they're preparing for the tariff, so they're trying to,
Mm-hmm.
you know, sell what they can sell
Right.
without being hit with, you know, the tariff fees and everything. So that way they have space to get the new stuff in before the tariffs hit.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm most curious about, sorry for going serious, but
No, you're fine.
I'm more
That's
curious
right.
these American companies that are in Canada, like Walmart and whatever, whether they will just import to Canada and avoid that tariff from going into the US so that we don't get double tariffed.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, I mean, color me ignorant, but I don't even. I basically I stopped watching the news
Yeah.
weeks ago when
Yeah.
things turned out the way that they turned,
Yeah.
because I was so disheartened by everything. So I don't even understand what they're exactly planning on doing. So if you want to give me like a quick 101, by all means, go right ahead. You know, I mean, I know that whatever it is, it ain't gonna be good.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know.
without being political about it, the very, very high level,
Right.
the plan is for there to be like a flat rate tariff on goods imported from specific countries.
25%.
I've heard 25, I've heard 35, I've heard 15, 10, depending on where
Yeah.
it's coming from. It's a different number. So pretty much everything that we have, that's even the things that are made in the US are going to be affected, because just because it says it's made in the US doesn't mean it's not made from imported parts.
Right.
Right.
So I don't know what's going to
Sounds like
happen.
a really stupid move, but
Yeah. So that's like, we're going to feel it all around, but
Yeah.
because of our yarn usage, we're going to feel it even. All of us crocheters are going to feel it even more so because of that. And then you got Big Lots. They just did a half closure of half their stores. Now they're just closing all of them.
Was
Really?
that because directly, Michael? Was that directly because of?
I think Big Lots is just
I think that was a
a poor
bankruptcy.
business model.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, those, because what 99% of the yarn's made in Turkey and India.
Yeah.
China.
yeah, I mean, Pound of Love is made in Turkey.
So why is that? Do you know?
I have no idea. I mean, I work with Lion Brand, and Pound of Love is one of my favorites. Between like that and Mandala, I love those two yarns, and I use them a lot. And yeah, I just looked at the label, made in Turkey, so I'm wondering how that's going to impact things. Because I mean, it's one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Big Twist, the older stuff, and when I say older, I mean because they switched with the Christmas yarns, their Christmas collection colors. Those are the first batches coming from India, and you could tell by the labeling. The label's more papery,
Yep.
whereas with the older ones, it's kind of plasticky. So the older ones, Turkey. The new stuff is coming from India, but it's still like, okay, there's still going to be tariffs. How are but do you know why, Mikey? Why the most yarns made in Turkey?
Yes, because the acrylic is such a toxic process that you will not get a first world country to be able to make something like that.
Mm.
Because it's a chemical reaction that's really quite toxic. So the acrylic is actually made in countries where the standards of making stuff are not as high as they are here in North America. So anyways, so then the yarn ends up there. So if you want to see the future of yarn, you got to look at ice yarns and look at yarns that are made in Europe first, and you'll see them come here 2 years later.
I've kind of noticed that.
So Germany and France, no, not France, Italy are the leaders of the yarn innovation. So if you want to look at the future of yarn, that's where you need to look, and you'll see it come to the main market here 2 years later. So and so that's why all of that stuff is made there, and because they're known for Turkey is known for making rugs and the textiles. That's just the way it is. That's their main bread and butter for that area. So that's why a lot of yarn is made over there, because that's their specialty.
So for the U.S. factories, are they making the fiber overseas and importing the fiber?
Some of them, yes. The fiber is made somewhere else, and then it's brought up, and then it's then changed over. So a lot of the main companies use the same mills. You'll notice that the same looking yarn has a different label. It could be Red Heart or it could be Ice Yarns, and it looks exactly the same because chances are it's made at the same place.
Interesting.
Oh,
that makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah.
The more you know.
The problem is that Walmart has made importing such a big thing that to get a person, like for example, Bernat blanket here in Canada is $17.99 for one ball, and the difference is that it is crossing the border. But as soon as you get a North American worker involved in actually making the yarn, that's when the whole game plan changes. And so they know that a consumer is only willing to spend this much money on yarn, so they'll ship it overseas to have it made so they can honor what the consumer wants. And so as soon as they up like $2, the consumers go ape shit and say, well, it must be made of gold, but then it could actually be made somewhere in a first world country instead of a second or third.
Okay, that makes okay.
The origin plays a huge factor in the pricing.
That makes a lot of sense now. Like, I just thought, because I didn't know that. What's the word I'm looking for? Things were more lax in those countries. I can't think of the word I'm looking for right now.
Is non-OSHA?
Yes, and it's not necessarily like, you can see it in documentaries on the working conditions. For example, acrylic is made through a chemical reaction, and one chemical hits the top of the other chemical and forms acrylic, and it's continually pulled out of the liquid, and it's instantly acrylic, and it's endless. But it's a toxic process in order to make it happen. So when all these people are like bitching that, well, I'm never going to put my kid in something, and I'm like, your clothing is all pretty much acrylic or polyester. It's plastic based.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're never going to escape it.
And I'm guessing that's also the same way with India, and why some companies are starting to move to India now too, is because
yes,
I'm trying to think of the word. Oh my God, I can't think right now. Regulations. There you go. He said it. Regulations are a lot less lax or non-existent.
Mm-hmm.
I had a lady contact me a couple days ago, and she wants to done a product, and she's out of the U.S. And I'm like, there's no way that you're going to be able to make that product and be able to ship it to a consumer in the U.S. if you're going to charge U.S. wages within the manufacturing of that product. And that's why I get overseas. And then, unfortunately, Walmart and those kind of stores, including Michael's and Joanne, sets the standard that you're only willing to pay so much money because you're buying third world labor.
Yeah. Well, that's how we can get $2 a skein.
Yep.
The absolute worst, though, was in the sort of the dollar bins near the registers at Michael's when they had doilies, crocheted doilies in the dollar bins. I was seeing red because I know that you had some sweatshop worker not making anything to make those because you cannot machine make a crocheted anything. So angry. I haven't seen them in a long time, and I'm happy about that because angry.
One of the stores is now selling multi-round, multicolored granny squares in packs of like 10 or 12.
Oh yeah, that was
for like $2 or $3 a pack. It's
that's
insane.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
They
a
have
Tunisian
little,
chain.
they're like they're these little dolls, and they are micro crocheted. Have you seen those? I don't know what they're called, but they're like, you'll see them and they'll be like little dangles for your phone or keychain, you know, and they're super cheap. And like, to your point, yeah, those have to be made in a sweatshop. I mean, they can't make those by machine yet, you know, they haven't figured that out. So yeah.
Micro crochet is difficult.
Yes.
It looks impossible. I mean, I've looked at it and I've been interested in the idea, but that's adorable as sin. But I mean, I don't know if I have the patience level for that.
I stabbed my hand when I was making a doll micro crochet because I was dropping it. I was dropping it as I was showing it to somebody, and I had the hook in the wrong hand that I usually use. And then I did one of those quick things to grab it and ended up pushing the lace needle through the side of my finger. And, you know, hook end in. So trying to pull that out was fun.
So you ever try needle felting?
Yeah, a little bit. I made a tiny ball about this big. I was trying to make a bee, and I made a ball about that big, and I'd already stabbed myself a few times. So I'm like,
yeah, needle felting is definitely hazardous. I was working on making like a bunny, and the bunny looked like he was a casualty in a horror movie because it was like Friday the 13th. It was bad.
Yeah.
Because those needles aren't just needles. No, they're barbed. Those things hurt.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen people trying that on the Tunisian subreddit that were using a 1mm needle, Tunisian crocheting.
Oh my gosh.
I wear glasses and I still wouldn't be able to see that crud.
No.
I don't know how people who deal with that fine lace thread and stuff do it. I no. 2 weight is barely enough for me.
Just started with the thread recently. It's really not terrible, but that first maybe 30-45 minutes of doing it is awful.
Yeah.
But once you get past that, it's okay. So I can see myself getting into thread, but I don't have the patience to do that.
Yeah.
I know I don't. It's way too small for me.
Well, again, it's like, what's your level of masochism? It's like, do you really
I'm not
want to
say
suffer?
Well, some people like it that way.
Yeah.
Do.
Now the thinner the yarn I'm liking.
There's a woman on TikTok making a life-size granny square blanket out of sewing thread.
Damn.
Okay.
Wow.
She's got too much on her hands.
She's made over 3,000 squares at this point, and I'm just like, it's a
How big are
gorgeous
they?
piece. They're like an inch. They're like 5 rounds, and it's an inch.
Is this square. Like her lifelong blanket?
Maybe. I don't know.
That's a true forever blanket.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael, actually, I thought of a title for your stream, or like maybe like in parentheses title for your stream. Innuendo and out the other.
Oh my goodness.
Because that's what this is what this stream has been. It's been like, oh my, so much fun though.
Once the minds get in the gutter, then everything becomes an innuendo.
Yep.
Everything.
But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I mean, as much as I wanted to buy some of those doilies from the dollar bin, it was just like, I could, in good conscience, I could not,
It was your
You know,
Well, you
silent
got
protest. You were
you
well, you
know,
got.
it's like,
not going to fight this.
There's
Nobody.
some company. I don't know what. I don't remember where I saw it, but it's a clothing, one of these clothing stores, and they were actually selling. You could tell it's all mass produced because it's all the same look of a crocheted shirt.
mm,
So you know somebody somewhere in a third world country getting paid pennies, if that, to make it, and we're buying it for $30-$40.
Mhm.
And it's just like you can't consciously, on good conscience, do
right.
that.
Right.
Well, there was a really, really, really good video by Radiohead, the band, and it was a
Hmm.
split screen. And I think the song was All That I Need. And it was, on one half, you have this kid, typical suburban kid, he gets up, he puts his shoes on, he has some cereal, watches cartoons, does some coloring at school. On the other side of the screen, you have this little boy, you know, somewhere in Asia, waking up on the floor in a dark area, and he's putting glue on the soles of shoes all day, every day. Oh,
Yeah.
it's heart wrenching, and it was sponsored, I think, by a stopping trafficking and unfair labor laws group. Oh, it was so poignant, you know, but it really shone a light where it needed to be shown. Yes, you know what I mean. I'm just,
Yeah.
just even thinking about it, it's really, really poignant, and it's good to be aware of these things.
You feeling good over there, Mikey?
Yes, I have a story for you guys.
Oh.
I
Go
ruined
for it.
Katie's crochet project. So I get shipped to Joanne corporate, and so met the CEO, whatever. This is going back a few years. So anyway, get down there. They treated me to a supper in the evening where you in the US, you like to overserve and grease everything up and like double fry shit, whatever. So I had this mac and cheese crap. So anyway, I was there for 2 days. So I had to have a meeting with the CEO on the second day because it's first time meeting her. And so anyway, my stomach is turning upside down as I'm sitting in the boardroom. I'm like, oh, fuck. So anyway, they're going to treat me to lunch again. And I'm like, no, I'm really not hungry. And I had to jump a plane and come back to Canada. And the plane ride was only 45 minutes because Joanne's not that far. So anyway, we get back and it's 20 minutes to landing. And they're announcing you have to stay in your seat. And we're about to land. And my stomach turns upside down in the plane. And I can't get out of my seat, right? And I'm like, oh, shit. So there's the longest 20 minutes of my life coming down off this plane. And I get in the terminal, and because it's such a small plane, it says it's 15 minutes walk to the customs where the bathroom is. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So anyway, I left the CEO in the dust. I said, I'll see you, bitch. Anyway, I had walked for 15 minutes as a quick walk, with my legs as tight as I could to go close together. And I get to the bathroom, and there is a lineup through the gazoo for the one stall that's there for men and then one urinal. So I said, okay, I'll release some pressure and I'll just piss in the urinal just to release it. So anyway, I got it hung out and I tried to push out some piss. And anyway, it ends up coming flying out the back end of me. And ends up, and I don't like talking in a bathroom. It's my rule. And I squealed, and I'm like, "Holy shit!" And I looked at, and there's like 5 men in line for the one stall. I'm like, I'm not gonna make it, right? So anyway, I tried to squish out some more piss just to break some tension down there. Anyway, I pushed more shit out of my ass, and anyway, it's dripping down my goddamn legs as I'm in a lineup that is huge going through customs. And I am shuffling, and at this point, I am so lubed up with my own shit that I can't hold nothing. And I look down, and this fucking corn is coming out of the bottom of my pants. Anyway, there's a family right behind me with the kids, and the corn comes out. So I step on it, smush it into the carpet. Because what am I gonna do? And I thought, if I get a search and thing, I'm like, if you find anything back there, you get to keep it. That's the longest 20 minutes of my life going through there. And I fucking ran to the bathroom and just exploded. And I had shit all over my pants, my underwear, my top, everything. And because I was only gone for 2 days, I had another change of clothes in my luggage, which I had to get from the fucking carousel. So anyway, so I changed into my second pair of clothes. And I'm like, oh my God. So get in the car, and it's a 3-hour ride home because the airport's so far from home. And halfway through, I tell Daniel to stop at a restaurant, but he thinks I'm going to stop in another hour from now. And so he makes me wait another hour. I literally ruined a McDonald's, ruined my clothes. So I had nothing left. And so I am going home in my underwear and the only shirt I have left. And I shit all over my upholstery of my car. And I have nothing to clean myself up because every time I've stopped, I've thrown out my clothes. And there's nothing left. And this lady gave me the nicest crochet bath gam ever and ends up becoming my ass wipe and everything to wipe my whole body down. And I left it on the side of the road. So, but when I finally moved out of Ontario, it was still on the side of the road. And there I am buck naked with the cars going by me as I'm just trying to clean my ass for some lady's crochet project. Get home and I am just exploded all over Daniel's garden. There's not even any flies on anything. It was like a no-fly zone, and like the worst experience ever of just like going from American food to Canadian food. It was just horrible, and I was like, oh my God, what am I going to clean myself up with? It was hell.
Wow.
I was not anticipating that anecdote. I give you props and credit, but I was not anticipating that one.
Oh, it was hell. It was absolute hell. And, you know, because it was nighttime and coming home in the dark, like as the cars passed by me, there's a white naked guy cleaning his own asshole on the side of the road with some kind of crochet project.
Somebody's handmade project that they painstakingly made for you, Mikey, and you wiped your whole body down and left it there.
Because I was so like lubricated, I took my only sock because I didn't shit on my sock, and I rolled it up and shoved it up my asshole. Not ruin the car any further than I did. It was horrible.
My goodness.
Well, it's because we decided to fry everything. We fry Oreos.
Yeah,
we do.
Ice cream.
I know. You guys overserve. Oh my God. So
the Texas State Fair fried butter. Please, somebody tell me why. I don't understand.
They fry butter now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Lucas, okay, and I quote Jeff Goldblum. I'll quote Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. You know, like they didn't, you know, stop to think of whether or not they should. It's like it's like they could, but they didn't stop to think of whether they should. You know, they're just, you know, they'll just do it. You know, because they can, they'll do it. Not because they should do it. It was a matter of could or should. They went with could, not should.
Right.
That's kind of how I feel about Gilroy's garlic ice
Depends
cream.
on the time.
Did you really have to go there? But they do, and a lot of people. I tried it. Garlic ice cream, yes. It has.
Never heard of that.
You don't get very much. You wait in a long line.
Over about 8.
Get a little baby cone about this big with the tiniest little Hershey Kiss size on there. And when you first eat it, it's like the overwhelming taste of garlic, but your mouth gets so violated by that then it tastes like vanilla ice cream. So like the first bite is horrendous. Then you get used to it though. I don't think I'd eat a whole cup, but you know, just a little thing.
Yeah, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
I don't
see
know.
that
Deep
with
fried
some things I've
Oreo is
seen.
delicious.
Which one?
Oh, deep fried Oreos, deep fried pickles. Those are good.
Yes.
Yeah, but those are things that you should. I mean, that makes sense.
A deep fried Oreo?
But you could, and they're good, you know. But I mean, there's certain things. It's like I've even heard of deep fried water.
What the fuck?
Yes.
It's like is it that gelatin cube thing that they do? Yeah, they batter. Yes.
Yeah, it's deep fried water. Yeah.
No.
You don't think it's possible, but yeah.
They have to prove them wrong somehow. I mean.
Yep.
What else can we do?
confused.
Merca, where else do you get diabetes?
Right. Well, I mean, look at MythBusters, because MythBusters went with the thing. It was you can't polish a turd. No, they did.
Oh my
Mhm.
God.
They did. It was that that process of like forming a mud ball, but instead of mud, they used dung from
Right.
various animals and whatnot. No, you can polish a turd, and they proved it. Leave it to
Well,
MythBusters.
Probably becomes like petrified, right? You've almost
Well, I
turned
mean,
it down.
well, what they did was like they pulverized it, they dried it, they powdered it, and then they slowly added water until it was like the right consistency, and they compressed it, and then compressed it more, and then polished it. And yeah, you can polish a turd.
Why would you do that?
They had to prove
Why
that
ask
they
why?
could, right?
Because
Yeah.
they can, not because they should, but because they can. And they had a big budget.
Oh my God.
Right.
It's just like why do people wear granny square pants out in public with nothing on underneath?
Mm.
That's hot. Okay, that makes sense.
I can think of several situations where that's appropriate.
I always fall down.
What's that?
Those
Russ?
are Lucas's pants right behind him. You think it's a
Right?
blanket, but it's not.
No, I mean,
So when I see somebody in something crocheted like pants or something, I always fall down and grab my ankles because something's going to come out of the hole.
okay. Always be
I'm
prepared.
leaving that one
Like a good
alone.
Boy Scout.
Oh my God. Russ is like waiting for Santa Claus. It's gonna be a long, bumpy night, Santa.
I got the leather belt out. Some
Oh,
people put cookies. I put the belt out with the lube.
Okay.
well, if that doesn't say slut, nothing else does.
Oh my goodness!
I turned the red light. I turned the red spotlight on for him too.
I don't think he needs a spotlight to find the hole.
I just don't want him to miss my house.
It's not gonna miss your hole. Oh my God.
Oh,
Oh my goodness! This is
Another turn at a left field.
So what's everybody crocheting?
I think that ship has left long.
Nice try,
Nice
Joanne.
prepared.
Nice try.
Nice try to bring us on
Good
the
effort.
Oh.
Good
I
effort.
finished this blanket that I started 2 months ago for a friend's housewarming gift.
Last time you do that, right?
Ups, yeah. I started. This is how crazy I was when I first started crocheting. My cousin got pregnant, and she said that her nursery was going to be like bright pink and black and like the 1950s aesthetic. So me thinking I had plenty of time because she's gonna be pregnant for 9 months or whatever, I started a single crochet chevron blanket striped with those
Oh
colors.
no.
You're an
That
idiot.
blanket is still not finished, and she's 15. My
Yeah.
daughter is now 15.
Yeah. Single crochet anything is generally not a good idea if you need to finish it in a hurry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's never going to be done. I might give it to her for her daughter, but
No, for when she goes to college.
if I ever finish it, I just
But was it
No.
what? Because so I had started a knitted. I don't knit much, but I was knitting because I don't know why. I just decided that was a good idea. But anyways, I was making my daughter before she was born a blanket. It was going to fit right nicely around her in the car seat. You know, just a little one, nothing too crazy. And I think it's about like this big. I still haven't finished it. She's like going to be 8 here. So I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Make a dish towel or frog it or something. But yeah, it's probably never going to see the light of day. So I'll give it to somebody else. Let them make it.
I don't think I could ever knit a blanket.
Oh,
It'd take me ages.
You know what? Best suggestion is use a large gauge needle and a bulkier yarn. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to take you forever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, like, or maybe even like 2 strands of like a worsted held together and large needles, and go that route. Because if you work with just like 1 strand of worsted or even thinner than that, oh no,
Yeah, that's
see
what
you
it
next
is.
year. You know, it'll take you forever.
That's why they
Yeah.
invented Walmart. That kind of shit.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Maybe I'll just bind it off and say, here, use it for a doll or something. Although she's not really that into dolls anymore either. So I'm kind of sunk with it, but that's okay.
Or you know what?
Yarn.
You could frame it, put it in a shadow box frame, and then underneath it, title it "Good Intentions."
Right. Yes.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I like that.
That's a really good idea.
Yes, almost.
Ta-da! I come up with them every now and then. But listen, folks. Unfortunately, my phone is dying. So I have to scoot that, and it is late here, and other people are probably trying to sleep at this hour. So trust me, I value my well-being. But listen, I want to thank you very much, Michael, for having me on. I really appreciate it. And it was so nice meeting you, Mikey and Lucas and Julianne. Very nice meeting you. And I hope that everybody has a fabulous holiday, however you spend it. And stay safe, everybody, and I will catch all of you guys later.
Okay.
Thanks,
see ya.
Craig.
Hi, Craig.
Bye.
Then there were 5.
It's good. It's starting to get late, which I expected. I'm here for the long haul because I just wanted to keep people company, and I expected everybody to be on at the beginning and then start, everybody getting
You'll
sleepy
be on
or
there,
a
you'll
little
be
tipsy.
passed out. Panda will be pushing on you like, you're still alive.
No, I've got plenty of energy drinks to keep me going.
I have
Again.
cold brew. I didn't want to get mush mouth, so I was like, I need caffeine.
Mush mouth. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. Ooh.
Well,
I'm about to have to get up and walk for a minute though, because my knees are saying you're. I prepared for this because I knew my legs were going to swell up because it's part of my condition. So I put on what I call my old man socks, the compression socks, to help. And I can start to feel those starting to get tight, and I'm like, well, I got to do something. I got to get up and walk for a minute.
Have you been keeping to the 1 hour on and?
Oh hell no.
Oh, okay. That went right out the window. I wasn't sure how you were going to be. I don't know.
Have you tried
Night,
Have you tried the portable? It's similar to what they use in the hospital. That pump up and then release.
Man, what were those called? I think they're called bear huggers.
Clearly.
But something in that nature. I know what you're talking about. That they put on your legs after surgery to keep the circulation going.
Yeah, I actually have a set that is portable. There's no cord. You keep them charged up, and then you put them on, and you walk around the house and do whatever you want.
And it doesn't fall out?
No. It keeps on going.
Oh.
That's how Santa's going to find him. He's going to find out his falling out parts all over the house.
See, if I put my legs together, it vibrates at a low hum. So, hey, it works.
I didn't know they had portable ones.
I didn't either.
Yep.
But, mine is from just sitting too long. And then, of course, I can't stand for too long. So it's bad metal knees, and a nerve condition that just does it. So, and I prepared for it to happen today. I knew I was going to be suffering because I wanted to do this for everybody.
Well, it was kind for you to do that. Mm-hmm. I'm not that kind. I just figured it out. What the hell?
Well, when I saw you pop in, it really, because I knew you said you were going to be with Karen, and then when I saw you pop in, I'm like, holy shit,
Yeah,
he made it.
We didn't do Karen at all. We just stayed home.
Well, thank you so much.
Sure.
Are those seagulls behind you, Mikey?
The what?
Are they seagulls?
Yeah, so I buy stuff in the craft. We live in a very craft central area of Nova
Mhm.
Scotia. Craft shows are every week and sometimes multiple, up to 5 shows going on at one time. Huge. So anyway, I buy them from the locals, and then when I hear some lady's pregnant, I just give her one.
Oh,
I give her an item. But the seagulls are like $20 Canadian, so I think what $15 American.
yeah.
So they're a nice little cute little gift, and so I pick up other stuff that I get there, and then I
Yeah.
also do miniatures. So I'm into. So this is my bedroom as a kid.
Oh
Remember,
wow.
here we go. Let me.
I
Give me a
love.
second.
I've been getting into those DIY book nooks and those miniatures with the lighting kits and stuff.
Yeah. So that's my
Yeah.
kid, and then this is my Covet 11, my witch convenience store, and I'm currently making Nova Scotia storefronts that you see here, because we have 2 Nova Scotia retreats in the summertime. So I kind of excited about it. So I just been kind of working on that.
That's awesome.
It gets me into crochet in the yarn, but it's just a hobby I started.
Mm-hmm.
I'm struggling.
You put lights in them too, or yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, it's nothing without the lights.
It's not. It's just so magical. But I wish that there's got to be a way that you can string them all together so they're not on battery packs, because that's.
Oh, there is a way.
Yeah, I don't know. We got to MacGyver something, because I don't want to have to go through batteries, you know.
So I buy a lot of crap at the craft shows of people's art,
Mm.
and it's art I like. So anyway, we're redecorating our home to move the art around, because that's what gays do. And actually, let me show you an artist from Puerto Rico that I have on the wall. You might like her. You might not. Anyway, I bought this several years ago on a crochet cruise. If you want to blow me up.
Yeah.
Oh, what a
I was trying to.
But it's women crafting at the table.
Yes.
And
That's stunning.
what it is that it's all of her friends, but it's always like the Last Supper. But it's everything from a friend that is in a wheelchair to doing paper crafts to whatever. Anyway.
I love that.
That's beautiful.
Wow, that is really pretty though.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting there trying to like really get a real. Oh man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's.
I was all up in the screen, all up on the screen, like.
Yeah.
Like so, that is so pretty.
So I really like art, just because people's creativity that you can't duplicate.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I like seeing things that it's not a mainstream artist.
No.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like seeing my next door neighbor's paintings, type of thing, like that.
Yeah. So we bought that art piece, and then we actually ran into the artist by accident. And the second time we were in Puerto Rico, and it's like, it was just nice. So she took us in a tour of her home. And it's like,
cool.
Oh, it's from Adam. So it was just kind of cool.
Wow.
Puerto Rico, huh?
I love Puerto Rico.
Well, husband is Puerto Rican, and we so want to go there. I don't know about living there, but we're going to go there.
Yeah. Well, you got to visit first and then make that decision, right?
We have a crochet crowd. She comes to a lot of our events, and she's in the tourist district of Puerto Rico, and she just loves it. She knows because she's in the tourist district. Sorry, I'm slurring. Because the COP's presidents, because they protect the tourism. So she's in an area where it's protected. So she feels very safe there. Where in other areas, it's like any country. There's some good areas. When I was a trucker, I had never seen poverty until I was in the U.S. I had never seen that in my lifetime. It was just so shocking when you visit another country and just see the differences of the way people live. It makes you all the better. And then Cuba, oh my God, that is an eye-opener.
I bet. Like, when I was stationed in Japan, I was one of those that I was only on base to sleep and go to work. I was out in Japan, experiencing Japan, and you see literally, you know, they live in, I don't want to say tiny homes, but yes, but stacked up on top of each other, so cramped.
Yep.
But that's not a poor district. it would be in our eyes,
Yes.
but it's not in theirs.
Yep.
And it's just seeing how different cultures just live. I love that, and of course their food. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's all about the food. Anywhere I go, it's all about the food.
It is for me. I mean, you don't get fluffy without effort.
I mean, yeah. Even when I lived in the Bay Area and people would come to visit, it's like, we know where to take you to eat. But if you want to have a nightlife or something, like, I don't know, we would rarely ever even go to San Francisco because that was like too much. It was overwhelming, one-way streets and too many people, and but that's where everybody wants to go, and it's like, oh
yeah. Well, when we went to New Orleans it was literally right after Mardi Gras, and not too long I would say about a couple years after Katrina hit New Orleans. When we went out to eat, the people that we knew that lived there, they would take us to. There's I guess there's an alley. I don't know where exactly, but it's an alley strip that has a bunch of restaurants on it that tourists are not allowed in. Oh man, that was like the best food I ever had. And you see the stuff that in the touristy areas, and it's just like looks like it came out of a microwave, and they're eating it up like it's cool.
Well, Nori, if you don't see a chick there on her knees, like vomiting in her high heels on the sidewalk, you haven't lived, honestly.
Yeah, right. Oh, I just seen what you're drinking. The Nova 7.
Nova 7. It's a local winery just over the hill. I'm in the wine and agriculture district, so that's why we don't barely shop at a major grocery store, because we don't need to, because we have 4 farmers markets between here and the main grocery store, so you just shop local.
Oh wow! I wish we had that stuff. It's just,
and they most of my groceries come from.
Like, they have greenhouses that grow shit all year.
Yeah.
It does cost more, but the groceries don't rot.
Yeah. We have a farmer's market that literally just goes on from, I want to say, May until October. And that's it. And it's only 3 days a week.
No, they're full time here.
I wish. Because our options are a local chain that is 10 times more than Walmart on food.
Wow.
Or Walmart. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do without the farmers market. They're not every day, but we have 3 times a week, and then they alternate weekends with a big one. And most of my food comes from there. So I mean, it just tastes different. It's so much better.
Like fresh.
Yeah. So much better.
Yeah.
Well, like I did my first garden back in, well, the COVID year. That felt like a century. And everything that came out of it, like a tomato tasted like a tomato.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, what is this magical fruit?
Yeah, because like you get tomatoes from the grocery stores or Walmart. They don't have any taste.
Right.
And then you or even like the cucumbers, which is sweet, and oh my gosh.
Yeah, we
and then
growing our own cucumbers, and having a cucumber that's been in the sun and it's warm. It's like warmed from the sun, and you just eat it straight from the garden. I know it sounds gross, but it's actually not bad. It's pretty good, especially if it's made at home. It's made there, so you're not putting pesticides and whatever else on it.
And like the honeydew that I grew, it was like tooth-hurtingly sweet. But it was a natural sugar.
Right.
And it was actually just, it was great. And then I had knee surgery and I couldn't do it the next year.
Yeah.
I grew weeds that year.
For us, it doesn't make sense to grow our own vegetables because there's, as I said, there's 4 farmers markets. Why bother when you can support a farmer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And honestly, you're just eating the skunks or whatever the hell is going to eat it anyway. So they can cut it off.
Yeah, y'all got moose up there and
no
caribou.
No,
Oh, really? Not in Nova Scotia?
No,
I'm American. I don't know this stuff.
clearly.
I mean, look where our education system's ranked.
No,
Scary.
we don't have any moose here. We do actually have no poisonous snakes here. We're living in a beautiful area.
Ooh.
So we moved to Nova Scotia from Ontario because the weather was nicer. But this is the thing: an American can move from a district like North Dakota and end up down in Texas easily. But Canadians, we don't have that opportunity. So we Nova Scotia have better weather, and it just means that we do. So because we are almost surrounded by the ocean, we're affected by this. We have a very long fall, but then once the snow hits, that's fine. But then we have a very late spring, so we don't see our nice weather until July. Sorry, my to me. So we don't have our weather until July. So we have a very extended spring because of the ocean. But I would take that over having early fall any day.
I'd take that over any weather we have here in Texas. I'm tired of 105, 112.
Why are you in
Fahrenheit.
Texas, Michael?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Texas, when my husband and I, we moved we moved from Florida back to California, and we drove the southern states, and we were both determined not to sleep in Texas. It is the biggest state to drive through horizontally. We were just like determined that we would be in New Mexico at the very least, and we did. We made it. We were just like right across the border. We got to a hotel. We're like, oh my God, we made it.
It depending on the part of Texas you're in, like where I live, it's dry, so it's a dry heat. But then you get down in the hill country part of Texas, that's a sauna. The miserable. I was 12 years old, and of course back, and that was late 80s.
Yeah.
Spike haircuts were the thing. And as soon as we got into San Antonio, got out, the spike haircut just went flat. No matter how much gel I had in my hair. Yeah. It's miserable.
Yeah, it's so deserty. It's like we were going through this one area, and my husband's originally from New York, and so he's like, "Oh my gosh, this area looks like those cartoons that we watched, as a kid." With
that must be our area.
Cactuses that have the arms like this, and sure enough, we crested the hill, and they're all over the place, all standing there, hanging out, and it's just crazy. We're like, "Look, it's right there."
So this part. All of our trees lean towards the north because we're always windy and the wind's always coming from the south, and literally the trees are always just leaning. Yeah. And it's miserable. It's miserable, but it's cheap to live here.
No wonder.
It is very cheap to live here.
it's cheap here, but I have the opposite weather. It's swamp here. It's awful with the humidity. I'm in the North Georgia mountains.
Oh, okay.
About an hour's drive directly north of Atlanta. So we get the heat, but it's also 85-90% humidity all year.
Yeah,
awful.
So, I love winter. I like the snow. I love snow. And we get blizzards. The part where I live in Texas, we actually get snow. We get blizzards every blue moon. And I just want it. If it's going to be cold, give me a reason to be cold. Put the white stuff on the ground, not the stuff you snort. And it's like my first winter in Connecticut when the weatherman said, "Oh, it's going to snow." I'm thinking where I live, 3-4 inches. Oh no! I go to bed, get up the next morning. There's 2.5 feet of snow on the ground. And I lived in an apartment because I was stationed right there, and I didn't have a snow shovel. I didn't know. It was my first winter. And the plow company that the apartment complex contracted to clean it piled all the snow all behind the cars. I had no snow shovel. I'm out there with a frying pan for 3 hours digging my car out. But I love this. I love the snow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you can take the snow. It's not for me.
Yeah. Well,
And
it's
people cannot drive on it. Oh my gosh. I
no.
don't know if
Mm-mm.
And Delia
No.
was talking about being in New York, and she's like, "Yeah, take this now." With my husband, when you're in New York, the thing with New York is that they're prepared for it. They have plows. I'm up in Washington. They don't know what a plow is, like you're stuck in your house because nobody comes to get you out of there. You're just completely stuck. And then the roads are just torn up. People don't know how to drive. And then they thought it would be a good idea in Washington to have deep, like gullies on either side of the road. So you're seeing these cars just going off cliffs basically because people cannot drive and don't know how to drive in snow. And so it's like, it's so dangerous. And every 8 years or so, they get like a crazy blizzard. And the first year we moved here was that year. And I'm from California. I don't even know what snow was, the Bay Area doesn't see snow. So we got here, we went out on a date, my husband and I, and we could barely get back home. We went to the movies, no snow, came out, blizzard, crazy blizzard. And so it was just driving home. I was like in a t-shirt, I'm like, I'm from California. What is this stuff? Like home. Where's the car? I can't even see it, So
I used to be a transport driver, so I ended up in Oregon a lot, and also down in Dallas, Amarillo, and Nogales, Arizona.
Hey, Amarillo's where I live.
And you're getting more south when the raccoons on the side of the road from the roadkill turns into armadillos at some point. And so, like, you're fucking south when.
Right?
We end up in Snow. You probably know this, Julianne, but it's Snoqualmie Pass. So we got stuck on the mountain there. And so we couldn't move, and we were out of cell contact, so we couldn't contact our dispatch. But it was 12 feet of snow by the time we got out of there. I had never seen snow like that ever. It was just crazy.
Yeah, so that was one of the years then that it seems like it's clockwork. So I think we're getting to the point of being due again for another every 8 years, is what they said, the locals say. So
that's about here with our big blizzards.
Yeah.
So I was down in Austin, Texas, and it was a snowstorm, and which they had never seen. But because I'm coming down from the north during the winter, I have snow tires on the transport, and I am just blazing through. These cars are like flying off like farmer cars. I'm like, see you later, bitch. They're going to where I'm going. These flowers got to get the lows somewhere or another. So it's like, and it was kind of funny because I was in. So Hurricane Katrina hits, and then I'm in New Orleans a week after the hurricane passes through to deliver houseplants to Lowe's stores that had no fucking roof on it. Like,
whoa!
Not need houseplants; they need water and whatever shit. But I had never seen destruction, and it was crazy shit.
Even when we went 2 years later, it was you could still see all the visibility in, like, especially in the poorer neighborhoods.
Yeah, the FEMA trucks were everywhere.
Yeah, but like the snow, about every 8 years we get that big, massive snow, and nobody can drive. They can't even drive when it's an inch of snow.
I don't leave the house if it snows. I just refuse. I'm not doing it.
Yes, please.
Because my county has one snow plow, and it's literally just an attachment for somebody's pickup truck. We're not getting out if it goes anywhere. Because it's usually not cold enough to actually snow. It'll melt and then hit ice. So it's just sheet ice everywhere.
Yeah.
We don't have like the snow plows ready and everything like New York, Connecticut, all those blizzardy places. Our snow plows will be one of the garbage trucks goes and hooks onto a snow plow, and that's what they'll do. And they only do the intersections.
Right. Yes, exactly.
And then, and if they happen to do a road, all the snow goes into the middle of the road.
Yeah. The plows that we have, all they're doing is packing it down and turning it to ice. They're not actually scooping it and getting rid of it. So they're literally just making a slide for the kids. I mean, that's what they're doing, because it's just completely ice the next day.
So I guess if we're all looking for future jobs, snowplow is in our future.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at it. Walmart, a lot of the companies around here, they contract lawn care companies,
Mm.
during the winter, that's what they do. They'll do the contracts and just get those big parking lots done.
Yeah.
Hey, I could sit there on my butt and drive.
Yeah.
I'm sitting on my butt here.
Right. You could probably multitask, you know, they'll get one of those ones that drives itself. You just sit there crocheting and let it.
I don't think a Tesla would make it.
You never know. You never know.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I know a Cybertruck wouldn't make it, but that's a whole other.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, I watched so many videos and those trucks not going anywhere. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. People, there's somebody that lives out here, like, because my husband was saying that, yeah, you can't take them in the rain because they just rust because there's no coating. And then, but there's somebody that drives around here that has theirs with like a white coating. So they took they got it souped up, you know? So now it's actually weatherproof. I'm like, you're living in Washington. Why are you owning a Cybertruck? Doesn't make sense, you know?
No.
Goodness.
There's quite a few of them,
you.
though.
No,
I'll be
thank
right
you.
back.
I've
That
only
coffee's
seen
going
one
through me
here. But I saw a TikTok not too long ago where there's like a design flaw with the headlights that snow can pack in front of the headlights and block them.
Oh,
Why?
yeah.
Why do people do this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's a lot of things that don't make much sense about those cars.
All right, I'll be right back.
My goodness.
Okay,
Coffee.
Four-wheel drive truck, so I don't get stuck. Yeah.
I have four-wheel drive in my vehicle, but because I'm literally on the side of a mountain, it doesn't really matter. If you hit ice, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna go down. Do you guys have like big deep ditches like off the side and stuff? Yeah.
My driveway is it's like a 33-ish degree incline. And it goes to a dirt road that's less than a 2-lane road. And on the other side, sorry, I just hit the mic. There's probably like a 20 or 30-foot drop down into a little creek bed right at the end of my driveway. So I don't even bother. If it snows or gets ice, I'm not getting off of this hill. There's no way.
Right.
So
well, the last time that we had snow, my husband had, so before we realized that somebody was crazy, we bought the Tesla. So we have one, but we had it plugged in. This is before we realized, so this is many years ago, but anyways, we had it plugged in, right? So it's plugged into the garage. We get snow, but the snow didn't really, it had kind of started. He must have driven the car out at some point, came back, plug it in. The next morning we come out, the car is holding on by the plug because what little snow had been under there is now ice. The car slides down our driveway on one of those, because we have the incline too, and is being held by the garage door holding the cable onto it. I'm like, how is it?
Goodness.
Like, what if a kid was there? I mean, my mind's all going to these things, you know. I'm just like, oh, it's crazy. It's scary at the same time, but yeah.
First time I've heard of a Tesla actually staying in one piece in that kind of situation.
Yeah.
They usually just fall apart or something breaks
oh yeah, no, I hit there was a construction site around here at one point, and before I knew it, I was coming up on a giant pothole that they'd made but didn't have a sign for, like, hey, there's a bump or something. So I'm hitting this pothole going, 35 miles an hour probably. And I hear a really bad sounding sound. And it was very clunky. Like, all right, I get home. The tires seem to be okay. But then a little while later, we noticed there was like what they call like a blister on on one of the front driver's tire. And then what ends up happening is our neighbor comes over and he's like, oh my gosh, the tire like exploded, because there's so much pressure in Tesla tires. They're like 400 or plus, whatever that is DPI. I don't know. It's not DPI, but whatever it is that they put in there. Yeah, it was so much compactment that it exploded. It sounded like a gunshot. So somebody thought somebody was firing a gun. It was the Tesla tire popping. So that was fun. You know,
Would you buy?
$1,000 for one tire.
Would you buy another one?
No, we're upset that we even bought this one now that, you know, things have changed with Mr. Musk. But anyway, no, we wouldn't. In fact, we actually almost tried. We were going to try to trade it in, but we're so far. He devalued the cars basically, and so now we're like upside down on it. You know, so unless we want to just throw a few $1,000s into the fire and lose a car, we're kind of stuck with it for now. So yeah, live and learn. PSI. What did I say? DPI? Isn't that like I don't know, dots per inch?
PSI.
Oh my gosh. PSI.
I had an Uber driver in Arizona, and oh my god, Uber driver that had a Tesla. It scared the living shit right out of me. Just driving like a goddamn maniac.
Yeah.
Anyway, I didn't tip the guy nothing. I was scared as hell because he was relying on the car just to make all the right decisions and just driving like an asshole. And I'm like, there's no need. I'm not that much in a rush.
Right. You can slow down. It's okay. Did you kiss the land? I always think of, what was it? There was a movie where he gets out of the car and he's like, land, and he's like kissing the ground because he's made it.
I was so glad to get out though.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
And I know they're probably on a time crunch because the more people you can transport within a short time frame is more money. But it was like, holy cow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and they go so fast. They can go so fast. It's like those the roller coasters that make you feel like your skin is getting peeled from your face. And it makes me, I can't do it. I can't handle rides and stuff like that anymore. And so, you know, my husband will do that if the kids, and he wants to make them go, whatever, you know, because you can go 0 to 60. You don't have to go fast to feel like you're going very fast, you know, and so you can get there really quickly. But I'm like, don't do that when I'm in the car because I feel sick. Like, yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, nope. Well, it's like when you start, I'd say the magical age is 40, right? Where one, you don't trust a fart. And then every joint starts making a noise.
Listen, away thinking, oh, I don't know if I trust farts either.
I turned 40 in August, and everything has fallen apart since. I don't know what's happening.
Wait here.
The warranty.
In October, so I'm right there with you. Yeah. I started getting hot flashes, and that's the fun that I get to deal with now. So I'm like schwitzed, and my husband's like, it's freezing, and I'm like, oh my god, give me the shorts. I need tank tops and stuff. Too much. I don't like being hot. I hate feeling hot. So like,
I'm amazed how the body changes between the age of 40 to 50. Like Daniel and I, we walk around like two old men. It's unbelievable the difference of just that 10 years. Shocking.
It's amazing to me that the day I turned 40, I got up and made a noise getting out of bed, and I was like, "What is this? When did this start happening?"
It's like as soon as you turn 40,
right? It's like a switch went off. I was like,
yeah. Well, it's like when you pay off your brand new car. What is that? What does the bank do? Push a button where your car starts falling apart, where you have to get a new one, so you can get another car loan.
I'm pretty sure that
Russ just fell out.
Do that too. Like, you know, after the 2 years or whatever, when you're just about finished paying off your phone, and then it stops working, and you're like, a little too convenient, you know? Yeah.
Speaking of that, I had a horrible experience at Home Depot.
Home Depot?
Speaking of phones, you have a horrible experience at Home Depot.
It's about the phone. What you're saying is that it's planned expiration, and so we wired in all these fucking put lights into our house, and two have gone out, and I got to replace the whole fucking thing. And it's like, and then it's an electrician that I have to call in, and it's damage to the walls because they apparently do not make light bulbs that you can just flip into these fucking things because they're right into the fixture.
Right.
And it's planned. It's what you're saying. It's planned obsolescence. So the guy smiled at me and says, "Well, I guess you're buying a whole new strand of lights." And I was so pissed. I was like, "Well, you know what? That's a really expensive light bulb fix. You know, why would Home Depot sell that?" Well, I don't know. But because he smiled at me when he said it, I was like, "Fuck!" I was pissed.
You let him get away with murder.
No.
Like,
But
whatever.
Well,
it's just
whenever they're telling you some bad news and they smile about it.
oh god damn.
Oh, you're talking about okay, never mind. Like a
So then
sarcasm.
I went to the
smile.
competitor and I said, "This is my problem," and they didn't smile, but they empathized, so that was fine.
Okay, got you.
Listen,
I could only
I
like
misinterpreted that.
we have outdoor. I want a different type of lights outside. I didn't want the ones that come, shine up your house. They go up. So I did a lot of searching and I found 300-foot strands of outdoor LED lights that they're the strips and they're weatherproofed, and I put them under our eave. They came with a 60,000 hour warranty.
Yep.
And so I have it planned for the timer. We're only wasting 8 hours a day. They go off at 3 a.m. every night.
The problem
And they
is,
lie to you with those hours, though. I put some
Yeah.
LED lights in my kitchen that were rated for like 40,000 hours, I think. I've already had to place 2 of them. And I know that those lights have not been on for 40,000 hours in 2 years. There's no way.
so the guy says to me, "Well, you can contact the company and see if they'll cover it under warranty." And you know what? The company's gone bankrupt, so the warranty's garbage.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
So
And it
it's
was
like,
probably it was probably one you paid for as well. You paid extra for,
no.
And then they did. I don't know if they did up there in Canada, but here, and I think they retracted the law. But they were outlawing incandescent lights.
Yes.
And it's all LED, and it's like, okay, well, I had an incandescent light that was over my stovetop. That thing was going for like 9 years. And we left. That's the only light in this house that stays on 24 hours a day, and it was still going. Put an LED up in there, not even a year, and it's gone.
That's my point. Obsolescence.
Yep.
And those bulbs are, $5 a piece.
Well, I don't care about
It's-
the cost. It's when you have to replace the whole fucking thing with a professional versus flipping up a light bulb into something. That was really upsetting.
I that would drive me up the wall, because it's like you expect some sort of customer service.
Oh, please.
I mean, have they not seen your shorts?
I love your shorts, Mikey. That sounded weird, but you know what I mean.
I used to work in a call center in a courier company, and it's the shit that you would want to say but you couldn't say.
Yeah.
We had this one woman just always ragging on us all the time, and my boss got on the phone and just laid right into her and shut her right up. And he hung up the phone on her, and the operator beside me says, "I don't think she's expected to be talked to, but she was the nicest pie for the next 3 years."
Yeah.
Because she's just not used to getting that back.
Right.
I wish I could do that at work. I work in as a project manager in a fintech company, so can't really say those things because the people I work with are usually like bank CEOs and like very, very powerful people. But we had a customer some years ago that just went off on one of my colleagues, and the CEO of our company invited her to a meeting, set up this whole thing where there was like a company potluck that she was invited to that day, had this whole elaborate spread of all kinds of stuff, brought her into a room and like stood her down and said, "No, you will not talk to my people like that anymore, ever again, or I will cancel your contract right now."
Wow.
To this day, she's like, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Thank you. No, thank you. Please." To this day. So it's amazing when you can say that kind of stuff, but I can't do that. Wish I could.
This is where Yarn Inspirations and I part ways in customer service. I do not believe the customer is always right. And so they'll bend over backwards as much as they can without going over the line. But I'm not like that. Like, people would say, like, well, at a craft show, I just lost a customer that doesn't want to pay $20 or something. That person was never your customer. You know,
Right.
they would
Yeah.
just look for a thing to complain about. And so once you redefine what the customer actually is, it's like, and you guys know most of all, like the comments that you get on YouTube. We have, I think, 110 filters on our YouTube channel of what you cannot or can say to me. And
Mhm.
and it's like I even put Canadian politician names because I don't want to hear about it because I can't control nothing. And it's
Yeah.
so a lot of those comments, like our inbox on YouTube is massively amount of people that are being held to the side because they just want to stir up shit all the time. And
Mhm.
so you have to have some protection for yourself as a host because you don't control the world.
Right.
Yeah, I need to set that up on mine. I keep wanting to, but I keep forgetting because a project idea comes in my head.
It's worth taking the time, honestly.
It
really is.
It's one of the first things that I did
Yeah.
when I started this channel. I didn't have it in my first channel like 15 years ago. And it's part of the reason why I shut that channel down and walked away from YouTube for so long was because of the feedback I was getting just constantly.
Yes.
And it was never positive. It was always a lot of really negative stuff, and it just kind of got to me. But that's the first thing I did is I walked in there, and there's a place you can put in like keywords and tags. I spent an afternoon and I just went through every horrible thing I could think of and put it in there.
So if they
You just don't wanna see it.
message you with this word, then their message doesn't make it out. Is that kind
Yep.
of what it is?
It goes to like a hidden comment section, and I just never look at it.
Yeah.
Oh,
And it
see,
deletes later.
Yeah.
Oh,
thankfully, yet I have only had 2 comments that were not even bad, but they were saying, I want to say around April, T.O. Yarncrafts did that review on an AliExpress aluminum Tunisian set.
Mhm.
Well, somebody gifted me, and everybody did swatches with it and said, talking about, it's a great needle set. It's a great needle set with swatches. I didn't want to do a swatch. I made 2 full projects with it. I think a swatch ain't going to tell you jack
No.
about a needle, in my opinion, especially a Tunisian needle. You need to work that thing. And so I did 2 complete projects, and then I gave a review, and I gave my honest review. Those things are actually, I got one right here. Like, they're great. Don't get me wrong. The cable, I got to blow myself up, huh? Like, the cable is braided and then covered in metal, and it's all swivel.
Yeah.
Great cables, but look how that thing is sharp.
That's nasty ass.
You can stab yourself with it, and it's very sharp, and you can cut yourself. And I've done that a few times. So I was giving an honest review on it, and a lady said, "Well, you obviously don't know how to hold the needle, right?" Well, is there any other way to hold this?
No.
Right.
I didn't say that, but
Yeah.
my reply was, "Well, thank you for your expert opinion."
Mm-hmm.
I have that same needle set. I didn't mind the hooks as bad. I can't stand those cables, and I love the Chaogu red lace cables, which are the exact same thing. They're just not swivel. But I could not stand the swivel cables. I even tried ones from Nitpicks with a different set of needle tips, and I can't stand it either. But I didn't mind the crochet hook, but I also hold my hook a little differently, and I don't ever touch the tip of the hook, so I didn't have the same issues.
I
But
was waiting for somebody to make a noise.
I was
it was coming. It was coming. It was coming. But would I leave a nasty comment? No. That's just
No. Yeah, and then
crazy.
there was another one that was because we all like when we do tutorials, we have this voice that we're talking with, and I say we have a tutorial voice. Everybody, even everybody has a tutorial voice.
Yeah.
And somebody said, "Well, your tutorial voice." They said they called me queer. And I was like, "Okay, is that all you can come up with?"
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking to myself. It's like, so those are the only 2 comments I've gotten. But I'm sure, the more I grow, the more it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It used to be, I think it used to be way worse
Oh,
before.
hell yeah. Yeah, it was.
Before Google made the switch and you had to assign like your real name to the account and be able to trace it that way. It was a wild card like 10, 12 years ago. It was
Oh,
awful.
wow.
Like the reason I left YouTube was because I started being stalked by somebody who found me because I did a review of a local yarn shop, and then just like it went nuts. So I had to walk away for a little while. But the comments that people left back then, because it was basically like the Wild West. There was no tracing it back to anybody. There was no real moderation on YouTube at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It was just there all the time. It's much easier now to protect yourself, but there's even still limitations now with what we can do.
So I got stalked by a woman out of North Carolina. And anyways, she ends up messaging me, and you know, I'm nice, but I'm not overly nice. And so she ends up showing up at a show in Canada unexpectedly, and ends up hanging out with me for the weekend. And because she decided that she's going to stay for the whole show. And anyway, so I kind of took her under my wing, whatever. And so she wants to learn how to be a YouTube host. So I give her all this advice, but the problem is I would get emails from her, and then about an hour later, another email, and then another email. And then by the fourth email, she's having a bird that I haven't answered the first email. And so she ends up, I end up getting eventually an email from the daughter or the son, it doesn't matter. And anyway, it's saying that the mother is going to commit suicide unless I answer the emails back. What? And so anyway, she ends up taking me and throwing me under the bus with Red Heart because I was new with them, and to try to get my contract canceled. And it was just an absolute nightmare. So I've learned that the YouTube comments, you got to keep people at an arm's length away, because it's just fucking scary shit. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then I've also noticed in my little bit of time, like I said, you know, December 8th was my year mark of doing tutorial, of being on a YouTuber, whatever you want to call us, a creator. And I've learned throughout this time, the people that you talk to, that circle has to be very small.
Yes.
And I've learned that. I learned that kind of the hard way, but I learned it. And some people just need, you know, you got to learn it either the hard way or the easy way. And it happened to me the hard way, but I learned it, you know. And I've had people ask me, you know, how can I be, you know, hit the live, we call it hitting the live button or the play button. And it's like, well, first off, you need to figure out what you want. What kind of channel do you want to be? You know, I am a pure tutorial channel who occasionally does lives. You're a pure, Mikey, you're a pure tutorial channel who occasionally does lives. Frizzy Bee is a tutorial channel who does lives. Lucas likes, he's a variety show is what I call, like, you know, he likes to chit chat, and then he does the tutorials on the side.
I've done one tutorial in a year. I don't think I'm going to do it again for a while, but yeah.
But people love your show, you know. And it's like you got to figure out what you want, and then you can go from there, and then you got to have a thick skin. I didn't know this at the beginning. You have to have a thick skin. The shit talkers are, oh my gosh. But it's been fun.
In the past year, though, there's another YouTube host that threw me under the bus in one of his lives. I think it's Yarn Addict Juan. Name. And anyway, I didn't even know about it because I don't follow other people. And just basically throw me under the bus that I don't help people. And I'm like, the guy has never emailed me. And so to be thrown under the bus on a live, which, you know, I'm a big player on YouTube. So it ended up hitting me so hard with my community kind of bashing me with not helping somebody, where they don't even understand that the host didn't even contact me.
Right.
Like, I'm open to a certain degree, but I'm also accountable to your inspiration. So I do have a contract to maintain, and I have a volume of content that has to be done. So it's not just sit here all day and hope and wait for shit to happen, because I got to make it.
Right.
So it's really difficult when that happens. So
Mhm.
I defended myself on Facebook, and said he ends up going through hell. And it's not what I wanted. It's just because it was just so outrageous. You know?
Yeah.
Mm.
And I don't like doing that to another host, but it was just, I just couldn't ignore it.
Right.
You know?
I mean, you got to protect yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got
Especially when there's contracts and money and all kinds of things involved. There's
Your
a
livelihood
reputation there that you have to keep. Like
Right.
I've always said, come for me all day. You come for my money, and we're going to have a problem. So, whatever I have to do to defend that is what I'm going to do. I don't care what it is,
Mhm.
because they're not paying my bills. I'm paying my bills, and I do that through these other things. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the future like for 2025, do you think?
in what
Or
context?
channels?
Yeah.
I think if the TikTok ban goes into play, shorts are going to be very, very high
Cringy.
traffic for a little while.
Mm.
As people adjust around that, it'll take a little while because the app's not going to just disappear on day one.
Right.
At least in the US for the US viewers.
Yeah.
I don't really focus on shorts, and I also don't really do TikTok either. I'm not going to lose so much or gain anything there, but I think that's really going to be an interesting place to look for 2025, just because of the nature of the market and where the viewers are going to be going
Right.
once that happens.
Yeah.
Well, and I think kind of YouTube is kind of preparing for that, and that's why they allowed us to do vertical lives.
Mm-hmm.
I've done my pop-ups that I've done have been vertical. It's different, but I think YouTube is kind of preparing for that to happen. So that's why they instituted that a couple months ago, vertical lives. Not even a couple months ago. It is so it puts you into the shorts feeds and
Right. You do get more. I played around with that, and it's tough because I think that a lot of the people that enjoy watching our content don't like that, the vertical, just based on the demographic of who enjoys our channel. So I tried that because you get a lot more views than you would otherwise if you were just having the horizontal. You also get a lot of trolls. So you get to deal with that, and then like the first time I did that, I was trying to not only moderate the chat myself, but also be live, and I'm on a phone, so I can hardly see what people are writing anyway. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to do these things, and it's just like, I immediately was like, okay, I need to have some sort of circle of moderators to help me, because I can't be monitoring that, but yeah, so I don't know if that's a good thing or not, having the vertical, but it shows it to more people. You do find people that that would have never found you otherwise, because all they're doing is scrolling shorts. And kind of also to that point, I recently just had Crochet by Jenna on I started an In the Hive series where I interview other creatives, and, pick their brains basically and learn things. But one of the things that helped her blow up was shorts. And that's the one thing that I have not focused much on, because it takes me so long to edit them. I'm just so slow, It's just like, oh my gosh, it's definitely the younger generation, but at the same time, I feel like maybe we got to play that game, because that's what people, the new crocheters are younger now, and which is awesome, but that's what they're jumping on the shorts bandwagon, and they're just like killing it.
I've tried doing shorts. Not that anything's wrong with my shorts. It's just I film my tutorials with some really, really nice webcams. And then so to film a short, I can't change the aspect ratio of my webcam to the short ratio. So I had to film it on my phone. And then I got to take it from there and go and put it onto my computer so I can edit it. That's just too much work.
Yeah.
Especially when your iPhone doesn't want to talk to your PC sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why I haven't done shorts is because I have very short amount of time to do anything to begin with because of work. So I have to get projects finished and have something to talk about every week when I do my one video. But adding shorts into that would take away so much of that time. I wouldn't get anything done.
You
Then
do
what am
know
I talking about?
you can edit existing videos in 2 seconds and make it a short.
I could. I just
What?
haven't gone down
CapCut?
that route.
No,
You can't?
right on YouTube itself. You just
Really?
right underneath it's called remix.
Okay, learned something new. All right.
Remix? Okay, I'm looking that up because I need a dummy version.
And anyway, all it does is it takes a splice of that video and you can tell it what splice you want, and then that creates the new short.
No way.
That's exactly what I would need to do.
So
Yeah.
I have, because of my size, I have a YouTube rep that I connect that I'm in contact with. I'm a little upset with her right now, but that's my own problem. A lot of it was pushing me to do the shorts, but the problem is it's so easy to do the shorts and you just ignore the long form content. But the new generation does not want to learn within a 20-minute video. They want a minute of time.
Right.
So you can still do the long form content, but just produce that 1 minute with the existing content that you've just made. The problem with YouTube is that in the video stuff on the channel is that people don't realize you're not allowed to put a link out in the YouTube shorts anymore. They stopped that about 1.5 years ago. So then people are like, well, where's the pattern for that? And you can't share a link of where it is anymore because it was being abused. But it says this is produced from this video, and therefore they have to jump. So it expects the consumer to know exactly how to navigate that particular area. My YouTube rep 1 year ago had me change my thumbnails out, and I did so, and all of the videos that I did it tanked. And now my last call that I had with her, she wants me to put the videos back. But I have like over 5,000 videos. It's a big fucking deal. And so I'm like so upset because the algorithm is changing at such a speed that a person like you and I, we cannot keep up.
Yeah.
So I'm in that crossroads of long form versus short form content. And it's so easy to make YouTube shorts. Those are just 2 seconds to make. But then it replaces my time of making a long form because I can do the short form. And they don't pay nothing. Like honestly, I think I get $14 maybe in the monetization of a YouTube short in a month. Like that's all the shorts combined. There's no money there. So they want you to focus on the short, but then there's no reward for doing that.
Yeah. Well, and I've seen people that just grow off of shorts, and their shorts views are out the roof, but their long form content views are almost non-existent.
Yep. It's
So they're not getting any ad revenue from that then. I mean, if their only goal is the money, then they're not getting anything out of that. And they're putting that much effort into it.
Okay, so
the same effort I would put into a long form, maybe even more.
Now there's a family here that I met because I went to a YouTube conference this past year. And anyway, the family is making, I think, $40,000 a month on YouTube shorts. And I'm like, shut up. I'm barely getting $14. But what they're focused on is something that I would never consider doing ever. And it's just not for me. And but then I'm like, so everybody's quit their job. They're riding high on this shit. But then I don't know how long they're going to keep that momentum going before the consumer moves on to something new.
Right.
Lifespan on YouTube. The way that I see it on YouTube is that it's not about it's about evergreen. You're creating a video today that will last 10 years from now. And so when you look at the shorts, they only have a shelf life of maybe 12 hours and then they're done. So those little customer service videos I do, they're done after 12 hours. So I have to keep producing that shit over and over and over. And there's only so many times you can do it.
Right.
People get sick and tired of it.
Yeah.
And you're only allowed 3 notifications per 24-hour cycle to your community. So if you run a short and then you run a left and a right, there's your 3 notifications within that 24 hours. So if you do anything else on YouTube, it's just a waste.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to balance that.
I didn't know that, and you're teaching me a few things that I had no clue. Because, like most of my knowledge is either from YouTube, is either my research or Craig has helped me understand a lot. And Fiber Spider is just, he's a great source, and he's been helping me understand a lot. And I'm learning stuff just right now. You know, my channel has blown up in the past month. You know, I went from right before the U.S. Thanksgiving, 2,500, and right now I'm sitting at 27.2 in a month. And it's my blankets, the blankets that I put out.
Of course, because you're in the right season. That's views, right?
No,
That's subscribers.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
That's how I went. You know, 25K in less than a month. And I'm like,
I do think you reach a certain point and YouTube shows your channels to more and more and more people.
Yeah.
Because you're getting more and more of that interaction. That's one of the few things I know about the algorithm that seems to be true, but they keep changing it all the time, so you never know.
So you want to hear a kick in the face? So here's the kick in the face. So the Canadian government puts a rule on to Canadian creators and also the Canadian media in 2022. So it's been 2 years now. So even if you're popular on YouTube, it will show a YouTube channel that just gets created now and versus me that's been around for 17 years at the same space. And what they're doing is they're making sure that the Canadian government says all creators are equal. And because of that, a main host like you guys or whatever can never be in front of the community. So even if somebody else's content is not to par, they want all creators to have equal amount of time in the search engine. And so, and that impacts websites up here because we have the accessibility laws. So our websites cannot be fun looking because they have to hit the blind community. And so even in the YouTube thumbnails, though YouTube is not pushing it, I'm worried that one day that YouTube is going to come along because the government's going to say that thumbnail is now illegal. And so our rules in Canada are very, very different, but they, in the Canadian eyes, they don't want one creator to be a powerhouse, so they make it equal to everybody. And so even though you can close caption like we do, and we do a lot of things that YouTube wants us to do, it doesn't give you any leverage at all. And so that's why I think sometimes an American creator can do so much better, because in the American, it's geared towards the algorithm on your popularity versus equality of everybody.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's fascinating. I love thinking about these kinds of things because from a logistical standpoint, how would that work? From how would YouTube handle, like, say, a Canadian consumer of media coming to like a US channel or even, you know, somewhere else? How would they know what that is, and how would they dictate what that thumbnail would look like at that point? Or would they just not show those viewers that content? This is why I wish my channel was bigger, so I could talk to YouTube and ask these questions, because you're not going to find it anywhere.
Well, YouTube is not putting the rule on there, but it's illegal in Canada to put graphics over top of a photograph. Really? Unless there's something behind the photo, behind the writing, to separate it from the background, because accessibility laws of somebody that's legally blind cannot differentiate the background from the foreground. And so I like it, but our website is very, very boring looking because of it. And so you can get a flashy website like guys can do in the US, but then it's illegal to do that here in Canada. So we have to navigate the different rules of the country in order to make that happen.
They are cracking down somewhat in the States for certain types of websites. I mentioned a little while ago, I work in the fintech industry, mostly with banks and larger credit unions. We are having to redo a lot of our customer-facing websites to the stricter ADA compliance regulations that are coming out next year. So we're spending a lot of time right now doing that, and they're really changing some of those to be more consistent with what you might see maybe perhaps in Canada or in the UK, to make it much more accessible to viewers and users of those websites. That's what I spent most of the last 6 weeks doing, actually. So it's right there, right in my space right now. But it's crazy to me to think that there's so much difference between the different regions, when it really should just be something that should be second nature. We should be having these things already, but we don't. And you can go from country to country and it doesn't really matter to some of them. But then like the US and Canada, we're facing these issues right now, trying to make it work after 40 years of the internet.
And also Canada put a rule down in 2022 that a Canadian consumer can only see so much advertising. So what they did is they stripped YouTube and other online sources so that a Canadian viewer looking at a website or anything doesn't get inundated with ads. So a lot of the ads that you may put into your websites in the US, they're invisible up here. So they're missing. So
it's going to tank ad revenue all over the place then.
But the reality is that it just has to make sure that the ads that people are seeing are relevant for them, instead of giving them 50 million ads to be overwhelmed with. And I actually agree with that rule.
Yeah. I do too, especially like what you just said, that is relevant to them, because 90% of these ads we get on YouTube,
it's garbage.
It's they're not relevant to. I don't know who they're relevant to, but and then the stuff that is making it past whoever works at YouTube checking these things.
Yeah.
I don't know if they even do, because there's been some very questionable ads being shown. And that should be on the dark side of the internet.
Right.
But you can program that yourself and set your own ad criteria.
Right? Are you serious?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
There's some things you can do.
Yeah.
Some of it's out of your control, but you can do some of that on your own.
I knew about ad placement because
I
knew about ad placement because that was one of the things Craig talked to me about is, if you're doing a tutorial, you don't want the ads anywhere in the buildup of that tutorial. You want them at the beginning and end.
Right.
And so that's what I didn't know you could actually choose that.
Yes.
There's some things you can choose.
Everything. That's all completely programmable.
Well, dang, I'm learning a lot.
I'll tell you, if you are trying to make money, though, you're going to want the risky ads that you're talking about, because those are the ones that are making money.
Yeah.
They pay more.
Oh.
And they pay more because of it. I had one lady really pissed off because her ads were on our website was showing almost pornography. And I'm like, your cookies of your own computer is the one that's dictating that ad.
Yeah.
So whatever your husband's doing on the computer.
Did you tell her?
No,
it's popping up.
I'm not going to say that, but I'm just like,
I was like, oh, like
that's our husband's looking at shit that she's doesn't know about, and her ads are of it.
Yeah. What's fun is when you've just had a conversation with somebody in your house and you start seeing the ads coming through for that very thing you were just talking about, and you haven't even looked it up yet. And you're like, they're listening.
But that happened to me and my husband too. We were talking. I don't remember what we were talking about. We were talking about getting a new device, and we both open our phone to look at Facebook, and one of the Facebook ads was that device.
Yeah.
I have
or you're talking about Joanne, and then all of a sudden your phone bling, and then there's a Joanne ad, and you're just like, "Excuse me," or Timu.
You should mention that they sent a text message out a little while ago.
Yeah, they heard us. Yeah. Well, so when I had my channel before, and then I had the hiatus. During the hiatus, I was monetized, and this was being monetized before they even had memberships. This was just the ad revenue. And then I got demonetized because I didn't have enough content. And so then I was now pulling the weight of the last year of no content, trying to get remonetized and get the view hours up and stuff. But it was so interesting to me to see my channel go from having a video that had 160,000 views on it to now I'm lucky if I get 100 views. And I'm like, this has got to be YouTube not pushing it out, because they're like punishing me for having
in some ways.
Yes.
It's better to make a new channel if you've been gone for that long, because you'll be in front of more viewers that way. They focus
Right.
more on the newer channels than the
Yes.
older ones just coming back. I debated when I came back, do I use the old channel because it's still
Right.
there, or do I make a new one? I just made a new one.
See, I didn't do that, and the only reason was because I had gained over 6,000 subscribers on that original channel, and I didn't want to start at 0 again, and that scared me. I think I was like, how am I even going to get to that point again? You know, and it's like I just passed 7,000, and this has been 6 months of working and doing lives. I mean, I started doing lives 2 and 3 times a day, trying to get those view hours in, because it was just pulling teeth. And I'd see the number go down after I'd done, you know, a 3-hour live the day before. I'm like, how is that even possible? But it's that weight of those times you're not on there. But now I'm hoping that hopefully it will now jumpstart now that I'm like in the midpoint of the 3 to 4, you know, so I'm like almost there. So maybe, I don't know. I'm hoping.
Remember when you're looking at your analytics, never look at a week or 2. Always look at a 3-month window.
Yeah.
That is your measurement, because you will go up and down within a 24-hour cycle.
Yeah.
And if that's going to worry you, you got to look within that 3 months. And it's a huge difference when you look at it from a larger scale like that.
Yeah.
I get scared of my own website. I'm like, shit, this week sucks. But then it hasn't really sucked when I look at a 3-month period. It's just lower because the American Thanksgiving runs the world. And so then we're down because of it, or Christmas or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me,
Yeah,
the
I've
one
noticed
number I
that.
never look at is subscriber count, because it changes so frequently.
Yeah.
I never look at that. It's
Well,
good to know that
was
where I am, but I don't want to. I don't
Right.
focus on it.
I don't pay attention to it at all.
Yeah. Well, and I think
it gives me anxiety looking at it.
if you do the verticals,
I don't
a
even
lot,
have
it
that
makes
many.
a lot, but
You know.
yeah. I know that a lot of the people doing the vertical short type lives, you may get a lot of people subscribing, but my worry there is that they're not really subscribing to you to watch your content. They're just like almost like trolls going through, and they're willing to subscribe so they can chat on your feed, you know, if you put subscriber only mode or whatever on there. But how quickly will they drop off again, you know? And so I just don't know that I don't know that that's the way to do it, but slow and steady wins the race. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way to survive in this region of what we do, is that it is all about the slow and steady. You'll see people come along and instantly be popular. They will last a few years and then they're gone completely.
Or not even a few years. I've seen some come up on like with one certain trend. They do the trend and they get very popular, and then right after that trend falls off, they fall off.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Or they build a fan base on something that's just not sustainable, like giveaways, constant giveaways all the time. Nobody has the ability to do that every single day.
Right.
But some people do it, and they get big because people want to join in to get free stuff.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't deal with that anxiety either.
No.
Like my channel is very small still, what I would call very small, but I get 40 to 50% of my subscribers to watch every single video, and that to me is more important than having 50,000 subscribers.
That's
100,000 subscribers. So if I keep that kind of momentum, I'm happy. I could care less what the numbers actually are.
Yeah.
See, like for me, what I like, I don't really pay attention to all. I look at it. Don't get me wrong. It tells you what's working and what's not working. But I don't, like some people sleep, eat it, 24/7 hour. That stuff. What gets me going and keeps me going is the comments that I get that saying, "You taught me this," or, "Oh, I love that stitch. I made it into this now." Or, "I love your blanket. I've already made it twice."
Right.
Yep.
That's the stuff that keeps me going doing this.
Yep. Yeah, you're building bigger connections with people. I mean, I had a Patreon for a bit. And I did get a few patrons and mostly people that I knew and stuff like that. But there was a disconnect between them having to leave YouTube, going in now to another site. Now they're, you know what I mean? And so I was putting my all into Patreon, trying to get that going. And it was just like, I wasn't getting any comments. I wasn't getting any feedback. I was spending all this time making posts, and it felt like just throwing something out into a void, you know, because there wasn't a connection that I was feeling with the people that were becoming patrons of mine. And so that was really hard, because I'm somebody that feeds off of others' energy and just, you know, the back and forth. And so when you're talking to somebody and they're never talking back, that was really tough. So now that I've gotten the YouTube, I just decided no more Patreon. I'm going to wait and do the YouTube memberships. And now I feel like there's that community building that I wanted, that I wasn't getting on Patreon. And so I think that it's nice. You keep everybody in the one place. Everybody's let's get back and forth with each other and let's talk. And, you know, and it feels like a better give and take, not just talking to a void, you know,
Right.
writing blogs that nobody's reading, you know.
We actually just passed 2 years of being on the YouTube membership program. And it was a really difficult decision to do that. But it gets to the point where you can't do everything for free. And so we have 2 membership levels, so $4.99 and $6.99. And I have the Walmart mentality, more for less. So it ends up being, there's not a lot of members, but the members that are there are the ones that are going to support you and have your back.
Yeah.
And for me, I actually talk to the members quite a bit, like a lot of updates. Hey, by the way, this is coming ahead. This is coming ahead. And they have full access to the patterns and stuff that I'm working on even before the public gets it, because I can put it into that chat and nobody else sees it but them.
Yeah.
And it's actually allowed me just to be myself within that group. And this group is understanding that there's going to be like 6 videos going out one day, because I'm just pushing content that will be posted in the future. So YouTube is actually using me as an example of a crafting channel that is using memberships.
Oh.
Cool. I'm going to add somebody else to the stage. This is Mikey. This is VJ. She does VJ's Crochet. She is one of the most loveliest people you'll ever meet. Plus, what I love about what she doesn't show off her work. She shows off the community's work.
Nice.
And that's what I really love.
Wow.
Hi, BJ.
Hey, VJ.
Hi, Julian. How are you? Hi, Lucas.
Good.
Nice to be on panel with you, Mikey. I have been following you for quite some time.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's already like 1:37 in the morning on my time zone.
Well, if you need to go to bed, man,
Well,
I really appreciate you even
For
coming
another
up.
glass. I mean, we'll hang out.
I think I'm already, like, I've had more wine than I normally drink ever. So I will leave you guys and enjoy. And VJ, you can take my spot from her.
Oh, bless you, Mikey. Don't leave on my account.
Oh, I'm not, honestly. I'm
He's been up here since the beginning.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It was very nice to meet you, Mikey.
Yes, for sure.
Yes.
Thanks so much, everybody. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Mikey.
Yeah.
Thank
Merry
you.
Christmas,
Thank you.
Mikey.
Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
How do I get out of this one?
And,
Down at the bottom, it says leave studio.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, welcome in, VJ. How was your evening?
I've had a very trying day.
Oh, no.
Oh,
I got a new phone and it just didn't want to do anything it was supposed to do. I spent a couple of hours online trying to make it work. And then I called customer support trying to make it work. I went to lunch with my children and gave it to them. And after they both worked on it, they said, Mom, you have to go into the shop. So he spent another hour working on it and it's still having issues. I will probably have to go back on Friday.
no, no.
I hate going to
Oh my
phone
goodness.
services. They always take like 4 hours of your day or more. And they always tell you it's only going to take a half an hour, you know, and you're like,
Right.
okay, that's not bad. And like 4
Right.
hours down the line, you know.
What's
That's the
really
exact
ugly is
opposite
I can only
experience.
get online if I'm in their store. Soon as I
Mhm.
leave their store, it won't connect to the internet.
That's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
The experience for me inside those fun stores is the exact opposite. They want me in and out as quickly as possible because I ask all the questions they don't want to answer.
Mm.
And that
So they're,
too.
You
so
figured
they're
out
like,
the
no,
trick.
go.
He figured out the
I-
cheat code.
Yeah.
I know enough to be dangerous. I don't know everything, but I know enough to be dangerous, and they don't like that.
But luckily, every issue I was having, they were having too. So they could see my
Mm.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it wasn't working in my favor.
You even stumped them, VJ.
Mm.
It was really bad. It was really bad.
So you still don't have a phone then?
Well, my daughter texted me. I don't know what I have. Oh, no. I take that back. I'm home now, so it works because I'm on my Wi-Fi.
Oh, gotcha.
But if I leave home and take it off Wi-Fi, that's when I have issues.
Mhm.
So I just can't leave my house anymore.
You're stuck.
But that's where the yarn is, so that's okay, right?
Right. I might be a little more productive because I can't go anywhere.
You're in
Maybe.
good company with yarn.
Panda said I broke them. I made them use
flying out. They're really robotic.
Right. I made them use all of their skills.
Yeah.
They know more than they ever knew before I walked in the door because they're like, I don't understand this. Hi, Drini. Hi,
Oh, how you doing?
everybody. Welcome in. What did I miss? A lot.
So much.
Yeah.
A lot
So
of
much,
varied
a lot.
conversation.
I mean, there was a lot. The conversation was kind of all over the place. I mean, we're just talking about everything and nothing.
Oh, wow.
Just one of those.
And
Definitely.
sometimes too much.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right, Panda?
And
Cindy
Panda's
says
been in the
Luana.
chat.
Go
He's
ahead,
just
Luana.
he's being comedic relief here in the chat. So he's just having a great time.
Oh yeah, I love Panda when he's in the. Wait a minute, did Panda dance? Did I miss the dancing?
There was no dancing.
Oh,
His back
Yeah.
is all messed up.
Oh, still?
See, mine too. I don't know what I did.
Camille, we're on Michael's channel. I don't think I can stream at the same. I don't know how to do that.
I'm because I think he left it up and going on his channel. So I need to see if he wanted to leave it going. So I'm trying to find his email.
Who?
Uh-oh.
Mikey?
Mikey.
Yeah.
Because normally it cuts off when they leave.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Where
You're innocent,
there it is.
Fluffy. You don't know what it is.
I'm sitting here with my mouth open because I see that and it's kind of like I don't know where to go with that. Hi, Chris. Oh, I missed Granny D. You mean Granny D is not still awake? She never sleeps.
She was here in the chat for a while, but she had already popped down when I got in here. So
Russ had internet problems. Oh, that was me the other day. Well, my internet problems on my phone.
Yeah.
Mary King says, she wants Panda to dance. I forgot Panda's back is bothering him. My bad.
Sorry, Yaka. I'm sitting there typing up a storm and I forget that I'm live and I'm like sticking my tongue out.
That's okay. I mean, Michael, we'll take you as you are.
that's right. You could be picking your nose. We'd still like to hang out with you.
Well,
yeah.
Panda, wait until you get to be my age. Dinky Jen is still awake. Oh my goodness. Carmen says, well. Well,
Hi,
I am
Monrose.
surprised at all the people that are still up. Moonrose is awake. Oh, gracious.
Yeah, we've got
But then my cousin had a New Year's Eve party, so that was fun, and we just sat there talking. I finally pried myself out of the chair and came over here so that I could have fun with you all. Nana Michelle is still awake. Oh my goodness. Oh, Bag a Day has a crochet pattern for Ruana. Okay. Yes, we do
Yeah,
pray. Candy feels better, and Lucas feels better. Michael feels better. I feel better. All of us old folks. Julianne's young.
Oh,
yeah,
I feel
well,
older than I
I'm
am. that's
older
for
than
sure.
Lucas. No, wait. No, you're older than I am, aren't you? You said August?
August 31st.
Okay, you're older, but only by a little bit. I was October.
Oh.
Or I am October.
I
28.
was supposed to be October 31st, but I came early.
See.
And you've been early ever since, right?
Yep, haven't stopped. If I'm not 20 minutes early, I'm late.
Wow.
Okay.
Which is why it drove me crazy for this live stream, because I was going to be here right when it started, but I was trying to get off of work and eat dinner and then join, and it was just taking forever.
Yeah, I
We had
believe
a
it.
Christmas Eve party, and so I popped in at one moment, and Granny D was on, and she had 5 guys around her. And, she's on the bottom panel here, and I don't know. Apparently, it was Granny D that started the whole thing, but there were some interesting things being talked about. I'll just put it that way. And I was like, "What did I just walk in on?"
Oh, she
Well, you
opened
know,
the door
Granny
and
D
we all
likes
walked
all
right
the
through it.
men.
Yeah, there was quite a few of us, and sorry, I wasn't sure if he accidentally left it up and going on his channel. So just to be on the safe side, I think it was an accident. I went ahead and I ended it, so I was taking care of that and letting people over that channel know that's what's happening. Because
so
I
nice
think
of
he
you.
forgot. I think he forgot, and I just don't want him to wake up in a few hours, and his channel's still live. Got a live on it that he's not in.
Back in the early days of the internet, that was the thing to do, where you had a 24-hour live webcam in whatever room you had it in. I had one in my office slash gaming room in college, and it ran 24 hours a day.
Wow.
Never stopped. But that was, of course, when webcams would update a single picture every 20 seconds, not a video.
Oh, wow. Good night, Sam.
Night, Sam.
Night,
And welcome to
Sam.
everybody coming in. I'm sorry, the chat's been moving so fast. I haven't been able to pay attention just because it's a lot of chatting that was coming from both channels. And I really do apologize. I wasn't able to say hi to everybody like I normally would because I just couldn't see it. It was going too fast. And my anxiety was going through the roof. And y'all know why.
Don't be anxious. It's all good. You're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Trying to.
I think so.
Cindy
And
said,
everybody's up and awake and aware. This is lovely.
yeah.
For now.
Yeah. And I'm changing headsets real quick.
Okay.
Not
I had
sure
a
how
cold
much longer
brew.
I'm going to last. I have been awake since 4 a.m. yesterday now for me. So 21 hours at this point. And I have to cook dinner tomorrow for Christmas. So
No.
Okay, that feels a lot better. I don't have things sticking in my ears now.
I can't stand those with the things that go in.
They start to hurt and feel almost like they're bruising your ears after you've
Mhm.
had them in a while. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how to say your name, this person. I can't post links over there. Only moderators can on Mikey's channel. I'm not a moderator over there. But yeah, I was gonna, because I had this my Santa hat on when I first started, and I was like, well, the earbuds, I'm not gonna wear a Santa hat with this on. So I was like, I was using Panda's earbuds, and what was I gonna say? and that was comfortable. But after so long, they just start hurting,
Yeah.
and so I had to take them out.
They give me headaches. I have to wear over ear stuff. I can't do the in ear.
That's well, like I can't do headphones that sit on my ears. They have to cut my ears because I had my ears used to stick out. I used to have big ears, and then I had those fixed, and so anything that sits on my ears just hurts.
I see. I have them both, but I prefer the ones that are on the outside, not even cupping the ear.
Oh, thank you, Teresa. I didn't realize that was Thompson backward. Well, thank you.
Oh. He's like, Nasamat.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. I can see that it's Thompson backwards, but I still can't pronounce it. So
Yep, exactly.
and that's from two people who know medicine.
I know, right?
We can't do this.
That's too much work.
Right?
Yeah. I
We
think
could-
people that were on, it looked like people that were on Mikey's were just got kind of lost in the shuffle when he left.
Oh.
We were
Yeah, I
trying to
could-
find you. That's what
I
it was.
couldn't I couldn't post the links over there at all.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I am so sorry about that if you're coming over. I don't have permissions to post links over there. And that's fine and dandy too, because I could only imagine, like, I've seen his chats.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Can he see his chats? I mean, or is it just like
Well, I did it in the stream because I think he left without ending it by accident because he's doesn't use StreamYard.
right?
So, somebody who doesn't use StreamYard, they don't know to hit end stream at the top before you leave the studio.
Oh,
If you're
gotcha.
on somebody else's channel sharing it on yours. And he didn't, I'm guessing he didn't do that. So I went over there and I let people know.
Mhm.
And then I ended the stream because I didn't want him to wake up like 8 o'clock in the morning and
Right.
his 8 o'clock, which is my 7, which is what I'd be ending, but still the live going on his channel, So I didn't know if he
Didn't have
accidentally left it.
Right.
Well, it'd be more watch hours for him as if he needed it.
And it was so great that, all of you guys agreeing, and ladies, agreeing to do this with me. And, to, like, I asked a lot of creators, and you all said yes. And it's just amazing, one, that everybody said yes. I didn't expect any yeses.
It was a no-brainer. I think I had the email for 10 minutes when I replied to it.
Yeah.
Like, no,
What do you
no-brainer.
mean you didn't expect any yeses?
Well, because of the holiday,
Mm.
because of what day it is, I really just didn't think I'd get a yes. I mean, I knew Craig would say yes for a little. He'd be up for a little bit. I knew that was a yes. But everybody else I asked, I didn't expect it. Yes, I don't know. Like, I know Lucas, but I don't know Lucas.
Right.
Right.
Same with Frizzy. I know Juliana, but I don't know her. Same with VJ. I know VJ, but I don't know what you actually have. What I'm saying, don't know you, is because I don't know what your personal life is outside of YouTube. Your non-YouTube life.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I know you have Shorty and whatnot, but I don't know what your plans are.
Mm-hmm.
So I was expecting no's.
Oh.
I really was. And everybody said yes. And I'm like, holy poop. Okay.
And now you have to do it.
Well,
I'm honored that
and
you
I
asked me.
I had no idea that, one, it was going to turn out like this. Two, that I should have done a schedule. But next year, because this is going to be an annual thing now.
Yeah.
It is going to be an annual thing. I'm going to do it every year on this holiday, because, yeah, I lost my mom 6 months ago, but I'm not the only one in our yarn community who lost somebody or who was having a hard time. That's why I wanted to do this.
Yeah.
That's why I said yes with no question. These things are so important. We don't even realize what it means to people behind the scenes. So, no question. Don't even ask me next year. Just send me the link. I'll be there.
Exactly.
And I've turned off.
I just made you sweat a little bit because I was like asking my husband, so can I just go up and hang out with my friends for a little bit? During the party, I'll just like peel myself away. But no, I was, people started kind of leaving. I'm like, yeah, we'll keep that going and then I can hop up quicker. So on first I said I wouldn't come on probably till 9 my time, which is what, 9, 10, 11 your time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like maybe 8 and then they started piling out at 7 and I'm like, yes, let's go.
See,
Coming up.
you don't want me to host a party for anybody other than my close family, because I'm the type that will literally hang up banners that say please leave by 9.
Right.
Please go. No.
Birthday parties that we've
there is an
hosted.
expiration date that we will all meet. And
There's been times where my husband and I are literally washing dishes, which should be the key to like, it needs to go. Like, let's, we're throwing away the plates.
Yep.
We're doing the dishes. We're trying to wind it down. We turn off the music. People are still chatting away. We're just like, oh my gosh, we're tired. We can't stay up late. I mean, we celebrate New Year's at 9:00. The New York time, we watch the ball drop at 9:00 Pacific time, and then we're done.
Netflix has pre-recorded like ball drop and countdowns that you can
Nice.
put on at any time. So I have celebrated New Year's at like 7 in the evening and gone to bed.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But
It's so funny.
it's funny you should say that, because we were hosting holidays for the first time at my house, and Thanksgiving was like the first trial run. Like, let's see how it goes. There wasn't a lot of us here, and we used my grandmother as the litmus test to see just how long things are going to happen. She was here for 62 minutes on Thanksgiving. Counted it. So I'm pretty sure tomorrow is going to be like an hour and a half, maybe, because she loves Christmas more than Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So it's good to know that I have this little window.
Like, you're having a good party if grandma stays.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes, but she's very much the type where she wants to cut and run and go and be in her own space, like a lot of people do, and she's not shy about it at all.
Yeah.
So she will just pack up and leave and go and not tell anybody.
Like, did grandma leave?
She doesn't tell anybody.
She'll just go. She'll just go.
Wow.
You're like checking the bathrooms. Is she okay?
There was one year where she literally we were getting ready to like divvy out all the leftovers and divide it up amongst the houses. She just put the turkey in a pan and ran. Took the whole thing. She was done.
Wow.
She took the whole pan.
She was whole pan, whole turkey, everything. Yeah. And she called us the next day. She's like, how'd I end up with all this turkey? Come get some turkey. Well, Granny, you took it.
Bird, Grandma.
None of us have turkey, but you have the whole thing.
Yeah.
So
leftover turkey.
She says, how did I get it?
Exactly. She's our litmus test. So we know something is going well if she stays long enough and converses with everybody. But if she's having a bad day, we need to cut it dry. Something's wrong.
Cut it and run.
Yep.
And make sure your turkey stays.
Yep.
And Lucas, I have to thank you. You inspired me, because look what I have on my door.
See?
It'll
change your life. It'll change your life. Mine's right there.
Yes.
It is a heavy-duty shoe rack from Walmart. And I got that one specifically because it's got metal rods that'll hold the netting up against the door. The other ones are a little cheaper and they don't have the metal.
Mhm.
But that one, it'll change your life. I have 4 of them.
Oh my gosh, you need more doors. I mean,
I do.
Right? And it's
Ivy,
got the mesh
thank you for the
behind
raid.
it, so the
Yep.
yarn doesn't fall through, and
Yep.
you can
And it
put
sits at that
the
perfect angle.
little
Yeah.
the little cotton yarn in there, and it doesn't
Mhm.
fall out.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I came on it by chance. I said, I'm gonna see if this works, because they're not inexpensive, but they're not very expensive either.
No.
They're like right in that perfect realm of it. And I was
Mm-hmm.
looking for some expanded yarn storage, and I was like, you know what? We're just gonna try it and see what happens.
Good night,
And then I
Canal.
showed it in a YouTube video, and then now I think I sold out Walmart.com on all of them in like a week.
Wow. Well, see, and it's things you don't think about
No.
that you could use. You
Right.
know, like for my wool genie, or whatever y'all want to call those things, it's a paper towel holder.
Yeah.
It works.
probably works a lot better than the ones that are meant for that purpose.
And it is heavy,
Possibly.
so it doesn't pull
Yeah.
over.
And it doubles
And-
as a weapon if somebody breaks in. I mean,
That too.
you know,
But it
Yeah.
works wonders. And it was only $8.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to go for shipping. I just got it at the store.
I got lucky. Somebody sent me an email saying, hey, I know you were talking about getting one of these possibly. It's currently on sale on Amazon right now. Send me the link to the exact one. It was $7.99, and I bought it immediately as soon as I got it.
yeah.
The next day it went up to like $32 or something like that, and I said,
Oh,
no, I'm glad I got it.
Lord.
I'm glad I got it.
From $7.99 to $32.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
big increase.
It's a huge jump, and it's the actual one from the UK. It's got all the official branding and everything. The packaging came in with the UK phone numbers and all of the support information as well. I had the listing on my Amazon wish list, and somebody bought me a second one, and it's not the same anymore. It's different now, and it's twice the price.
Wow.
So
Oh.
I got
Well-
lucky.
Welcome in to everybody that came in. And Ivy, thank you for the Ivy Gen Raid. And here in the Central Time Zone, Lucas is an hour ahead. Lucas is already in Christmas Day. Well, Central Time Zone, we
Yeah.
just hit Christmas Day.
Merry Christmas, Lucas.
So Merry Christmas.
everybody.
And we have 7 more hours. I have 7 more hours to go.
You got it. It'll be fine.
Oh, it'll be. I'm good. I've got lots of energy still.
Yep.
I had coffee, and then I had I love the Celsius energy drinks.
I've seen those at Target.
They're good.
Like, drink
They
some.
they taste good. They like with what is that Monster? How you get the heartburn or the Monster burps? Same with Red Bull. You get the same thing. They just taste like you're drinking a fizzy Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I need to step away for a restroom break real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll be right
worries.
back.
Ivy Ray.
That's why you have friends up here to carry the ball.
Right. We'll carry the ball here. I'll probably be heading out pretty soon. I've got my kids at the door right now. They're like, Mom, Mom.
They're still awake.
Yeah, well, my daughter usually ends up falling asleep in here watching something on her iPad, and I'm usually watching my K-dramas by now. So I gave up my K-dramas tonight. Just saying.
What are you watching?
I have 2 shows I'm watching right now. One that scares me, and then
I need a new recommendation.
You watch K-dramas?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm watching the one that's scaring me right now. Is on Netflix. It's called Sweet Home.
I started that
It's
a
creeping me
week
out.
ago.
Do you like it?
Really? I've seen 2 episodes. I can see why. It's
Yeah.
it's a little intense.
It's a little intense. There's a lot of blood. I'm just it's like if it's like a zombie movie, except for instead of turning into zombies, they turn into monsters, and the monsters are very creepy, and there's a lot of blood and stuff. But it's got a guy in it that I think is cute, and I like watching his movies. He's in the other one I'm watching too, which is what's it called? Love Alarm. That's my lighthearted one I go to after I'm done being scared. So
Oh,
Yeah.
Brandon, yes, it was you. Thank you. I appreciate you for sending me that link to the genie. I didn't realize you were in the chat.
Thank you. Panda, I do need to start Demon Slayer. I know. I need to see that one.
There was one that I just started, which is kind of cute. Extraordinary Attorney Woo.
That one's really good.
Very cute. It's very cute.
I've heard they're coming out with another season too.
Good. I hope so.
Yeah, I love that one. Oh, we should chat. I need to find people that enjoy dramas. I do. All I watch. I haven't watched anything else for years. I just love
I
them.
have a coworker that's all we talk about is food and K-dramas.
That's so funny. I even tried learning
I have a
Korean.
30-minute chat on my calendar every Thursday to just sit down and chat with her for a minute.
VJ's like, I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
No, I have no idea what it is. And then I was sitting here going, well, while they're talking about that, and I'm trying to figure out what they're talking about, let me see if I can figure out how to start a live stream late in the game and maybe attach it to my channel. And no, I don't remember how to do this.
Well, I didn't realize until just a few moments ago that there's a button at the top that says stream this to your audience. So it's too late for me now because I'm going to be popping off here. But I want to say bye to Michael before I do that. But yeah, I think that's the route to take should you want to go that direction. Mm-hmm. Oh, Brandon says Attorney Woo second season will not. Well, while they're talking about that, until the 2 male actors get out of the military. Oh, so some of the male actors are in the military right now.
For those that aren't keeping up with chat, a K-drama is a Korean TV show. Yes. I think K-drama is a little bit of a misnomer because it could be really any genre of TV. Yeah. But there's a large section of them that are fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, you have the romantic dramas like you would. Mm-hmm. But then like the one I'm talking about, the Sweet Home one, is not a drama. It's like a horror.
More like horror,
sci-fi,
fantasy-ish.
Yeah. Very
Attorney Woo is more of a lighthearted comedy.
Yep.
Somewhat.
Cindy watches Netflix every day. Night fuzzy butt. I'm like, wait, are we talking about me? No, there's another there's a fuzzy butt on the chat, not a frizzy bee. Who are we talking to? Hello, Len. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas to all. Oh my gosh.
I actually just watched a Thai series. 4 episodes. If you've seen Black Mirror, it's sort of episodic, futuristic kind of thing. Called Tomorrow Plus I. Mm-hmm. 4 episodes. Fantastic. One of which was really not appropriate for children, but fantastic.
What platform are they on? So you can find a lot on Netflix. They're having some now on Amazon, not Amazon. Disney Plus has some now. And then also I subscribe to, it's called Rakuten Viki, which is like Asia's Netflix. So it's not just Korean. They have Japanese, they have Chinese or Mandarin. They have all different from Asia, all the different dramas and things. So sometimes I think I'm getting into a K-drama and I'm like, that doesn't sound like Korean. I must have gone into one of the other areas here.
And if you think our TV is epic sometimes, some of these shows, they spend a ton of money on things like sets and costumes, and it's incredible the amount of detail that is put into some of these shows.
Yes.
And they have like 3,000 episodes for some of them, which is insane.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. I'm pretty sure the one Panda wants me to watch has like 3,000 episodes. That's an anime though.
I'll tell you how I got started in K-dramas. Many moons ago, I was living in a place where we didn't have cable TV. We didn't have internet. We had like nothing, right? Very out in the middle of nowhere. And we had a TV antenna that we could pick up a Korean channel for some reason. No idea why. I'm in the middle of nowhere in Georgia. Why is there a Korean channel over the
Right.
air on an antenna? So it's one of the 3 channels I could get, and we just would have it on just to watch something. And I came home from work one day and the TV was on just for background noise. And I look up and this couple's having a conversation that quickly turned into an argument. She was arguing over something. He was saying she was doing something. She had a bag of groceries in her hand. And she took out a baguette and started beating this man with the baguette in the middle of the argument. And I said, what is going on here? Because it didn't have subtitles. It was just Korean.
Oh,
wow. I have
wow.
no idea what's going on. So I started making up stories in my head for these people.
Yeah.
And then I get back into the real world where we have internet and all these things again. And I'm like, oh, this is an actual thing I can find. Hold on. So I started watching it then.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I'm trying to remember. I don't even remember how. Oh, my sister-in-law recommended one. She had started watching Hometown Cha-Cha-Cha. And I was like, oh, I'll have to watch that one. And I fell in love with them. I thought they were so fun. And they just put me in a good mood and happy spirit. And then that's why I was like, you know what? That's what I need. Because at the end of the day of being a mom of 2 and working and being tired and stuff, I don't want to watch anything that's not like lighthearted. And so I just fell in love with the whole storytelling that they would get in these, in their dramas and stuff, way more than any that I watched here in the US. So, I mean, I'm still watching them in the US, but you know what I mean? That were made in the US, right? I just love
Cindy, I've watched the Platform 1, but not 2 yet.
Yeah.
That is an intense movie to watch.
Which one?
The Platform.
The Platform.
The concept is it is a prison that you are in, and you are at a certain level based on the things that happened in your life. But they feed you from the top down, and there's a platform that goes down. And so if you've done all the awful things, this platform that feeds you gets all the way down to the bottom with no food. So you're like fighting for scraps and things, and it's more psychological than anything.
That kind of reminds me. There was a US one, Snowpiercer, I think, was kind of that same concept, except for more horizontal, right? Because we were on the train.
Yeah.
And those in the front were like the elite. Those in the back were the ones with the straps. So it's kind
similar
of
concept.
Yeah. Very interesting. Cindy says 303 floors.
Was it that many? I didn't remember.
She just called them her shows. She didn't call them kids. My shows. I'm watching my shows. What do you want?
I love that we're getting access to more and more of them easily, though.
Yeah.
So it used to be very difficult to find them.
Exactly.
And I think we have the movie Parasite and Squid Game to thank for that, because now that they realize there's money in it.
Yeah, I saw the first one. My son keeps telling me, Mom, the second one's coming out. He's caught bits and pieces like through shorts and stuff, so he feels like he's seen the whole show. But yeah, there's.
How old is your son?
He's 11.
Okay, hopefully not seen the whole thing.
Not. Yeah, I'm like, oh, do you know?
Hopefully not.
Right? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that is going to be a must-watch for me this coming weekend. Season 2.
Did it come out?
It comes out on the 26th, so the day after Christmas.
Oh wow! Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Not really a Christmas theme, but
right. Exactly. Oh, Panda, you haven't gotten into them, huh?
You just got to find the one that opens the door.
That's right.
And then once you find that one that hooks you, you're done. That's it.
Yeah. What is Squid? Squid Games. It's games that adults are played that they play that are based on kids' games. However, if you don't win or you mess up in the game, you basically get murdered or you die or you fall off a platform to your death. Or there's, it's almost like Hunger Games where somehow you die, basically. So it'll be like red light, green light, but then if you get caught, you get shot. You know what I mean? It's like kind of like that.
Wow.
But it's not just
That's
it's not
not
just
good.
a normal. It's by a giant doll.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's always something a little off to it.
But the reason they're playing the game is because there's money at stake. And so they're trying to get this pot of money. And they don't realize at first that if they don't win, they get killed. Like that's not part of that wasn't a rule that they were explained when they were offered to play this game.
They showed up on day one to this competition and surprise.
Yeah. By the way, you may not make it back home.
Was that No Panda liked the movie a lot? I never watched it, or the television show. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
He liked it a lot. I never watched it.
Yeah. You talking about Squid Games?
Bollywood.
Yeah.
Don't get me started about Bollywood now.
I haven't seen Bollywood.
No.
It's on my list of things to watch. I haven't watched it.
You want some completely crazy stories? There you go.
But here's the thing with some of the Bollywood movies, they have really great music.
Oh yes, they do. Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing, the music. Like I can't understand a word they're saying, but the beat is just right on point.
Yeah. Well, Michael, now that you're back, my children are literally at the door waiting for me to be done because I've been in here for like 10 hours. Apparently, I'm like, he hasn't even been live 10 hours,
Well, there are rooms for a change.
Exactly.
Well, thank you for coming up
Yes,
and agreeing to do this.
This is lovely. I've loved hanging out with you guys and meeting you, getting to meet you on live. This is fun. And I hope everybody has a wonderful Merry Christmas if you're celebrating. And yeah, I'll catch you guys on the YouTube streets.
Merry Christmas, Julianne.
Bye.
Merry Christmas, sweetie. Oh no, that's whoa.
Horrifying.
There we go. See, now
my pores are big, but they didn't need to be that big in HD.
Oh, Rita, I'm sorry.
Let's see. I'm trying to find something. Oh my gosh, I had a really nice.
Okay, Brandon.
Okay, background. There's.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay, now how did I get the names back up?
Now, how did you do that?
You can add a short video. I think it's under video. I don't know.
It's under virtual background in this setting.
But how did you make the video the balls rotate and change colors and stuff?
It was just a movie. It was just a video that I have in my, what's that thing called? My editing program has a free video, and that was it. And I just trimmed it down to the size, and I forgot where whoa, that's weird. I'm trying to think how it was.
Good morning.
And you got to have so many. And it's in virtual background somewhere. You add it somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know. Like they've changed so much, and I am totally lost on this now. Like I had to create a whole new background, like to get our names up. It's a whole new background, which changes everything that I don't like. My everything.
I set up my live one day early in the morning, and when I came back to go live, they had changed the panel, and I'm like, you can't change this in the middle of the day. I know where everything is.
Right?
I'm trying to go live and I can't find my buttons.
Yeah, they just change everything, and nothing makes sense the way they changed everything.
And
I
it's
hate the
like
YouTube
they
interface
don't
for
warn
it. I
you
use
ahead
a
of
piece of
time.
software for it, so as long as my software never changes, I'm good. But
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like this right now.
the StreamYard, I don't even know how to use this thing.
It they did an update since the last time I actually used it, and now everything is everywhere. Some things are hidden now, and it's like, why?
Well, they have everything was under one panel before,
I'm
and now
trying
they've
something.
split
Sorry.
them up between two different menu toggles. Oh, look at
Oh, there we
you!
go.
There we go. Because they put it under style.
Oh.
Because they did some media assets, which is all the little things that this bubble name and stuff used to be all on the same tab. Now they split it up.
Just gotta make it complicated, don't they?
Yeah, because we can do that too if we wanted to.
Oh, that's cute.
But it can get annoying, I'm sure.
You gotta sit right in the right place.
I know, right?
And then I don't have to figure them out.
I don't use StreamYard all that often anymore because my lives are just pop-ups. So it's like I'm sitting here working up something or sketching something out or deciding on what yarns I'm going to make this project out of. And so I was like, oh, screw it. Let's just go live. So I pull up my phone and hit live. And it's so much.
That would give me more anxiety than planning it out for days.
See, for me, my anxiety comes from seeing it scheduled. And oh my gosh, it just what?
Really, Queen? Oh my goodness.
Oh, because you're on phone. I did not realize that. That makes a lot of sense. Diana, I'm going to pull up my own live on my phone, which I've never watched myself, which is weird.
I can't. It's part of the reason why I do very light editing on my videos. I can't stand to watch myself.
I'm right with you, Cindy.
Crochet Witch. Oh my gosh, Heather. Let me pull up her comment. I just read that. There we go. That's exactly what happened. I'm gonna leave this alone. Oh, let me see what this does.
Hey, if it's got a button on it, I'm gonna push it. I don't care what happens. Don't ever give me nuclear codes or anything like that.
There, I'm gonna take it off the video background because somebody said it's easier to see. I guess they're on like a mobile device. I didn't even think about that. I was doing festive,
right?
You know, so the background, the intro was really, really festive. The outro is going to be even more festive.
Oh.
And I made, just because I had plans on doing, every hour and a half doing a 15-minute intermission, and I made a 15-minute long video. Cute, just animated Christmas stuff that I threw together, and Christmas music, and just little cute things. And I had a little countdown timer so people could get up, get their project. So if you're sitting here watching this now, go get your crochet project. You should be crocheting.
Unlike me. I gave up on my blanket. It's too hot in this room to work on a blanket.
I had to close the vent in this room because I don't have a ceiling fan in here because I get cold easy.
Yeah.
And I just don't want a ceiling fan blowing down my back or, blowing on my back. And it makes me miserable. So I'm like, well, I'll do without the ceiling fan. But that I had to, when I got up just a minute ago, I had to close the vent in here because that heater was just, oh my gosh. Plus I sit here with an electric throw on my legs.
Yeah, this room is just the hottest room in the house for some reason. It's like
it's all the yarn.
It could be. I have a lot of insulation in here.
Yeah.
But
Just Fluffy says, I like the America's Most knotted layout. Bring it back.
The America's Most what?
knotted layout.
I don't know what that is.
You didn't have that on earlier? Instead of America's Most Wanted?
I don't think so.
No.
Oh. Just Fluffy? What are you referring to? Because I wasn't here then. Nessa, hello. Merry Christmas.
I'm trying to find the comment.
The 3 side by side.
Oh, the 3 side by side. Oh, it made us look weird. It looked like we were in one of those funhouse mirrors.
Oh.
I'm watching the stream, or I have the StreamYard window open on my big 4K monitor, and I did not need to see my face that in high def. No, thank you.
You can see every pore.
I have
every whisker.
Yeah, like I didn't know I had a wrinkle right there, but I do, and now I know that it's there.
Well, I would say that you slept on your pillow wrong, but you haven't been asleep.
Not in a very long time now. The bed's actually covered with project ideas, and I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there's a company that does remakes of the Monopoly game based on cities.
No.
And they usually
yes. We have one.
So I got this for Christmas gaming tomorrow because the major city near me is Jasper. It's just cute. Like all the spaces are like local establishments and things. And
really?
Whatever. But I saw it the other day and I was like, I have to get it for Christmas. So we're going to play this tomorrow.
I have a Star Trek Monopoly.
I have that one too.
Really?
I also have Yellowstone Monopoly. And Battlestar Galactica, which was an import.
Oh, that had to have been.
I love that.
That one I've never opened. It's in storage.
Well, like my Star Trek one hasn't been opened.
See, we opened it. We take Monopoly very seriously in this house. There were times when I was growing up where we would play games that lasted 3 or 4 weeks at a time. We would have like bank ledgers because we would run out of money. So we'd have bank ledgers. You owe me this. We would trade properties back and forth and just keep the game going for weeks.
See, in our household, Monopoly brought out the worst in people.
Oh, it's we're not nice.
Hey, somebody made it back. Nice. Welcome back, Russ.
Oh my goodness. Hello.
Hello.
Well, hello to you too. Do you feel like stuffing a turkey?
Not right now. I have to do that in 6 hours. Not going to do it right now.
I'm doing Puerto Rican food. I can only have turkey once a year, and if it's not on Thanksgiving, it's on Christmas, and vice versa. And normally I do a ham on the other holiday. I was going to do a brisket. I was at the store the other day and I saw the price of brisket, and I'm like, no, we're just going to do Puerto Rican.
We cheated. We got it catered from Publix, the grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
You can go onto their website and order all the sides and your main dish and whatever. So we did turkey at Thanksgiving. We're doing a ham tomorrow. I am going to cook a turkey tomorrow, but it's not for us. I'm going to give it to a friend of mine for their Christmas dinner. So
that's awesome.
That's nice of you.
I always try to cook extra because you never know.
You just, you don't know. You just don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But like, I'm just doing like it's a pork butt, but it's just seasoning. That's all. And then I'm going to do some Puerto Rican rice, and then I have to make a Southern staple. You have it at every holiday: pea salad.
I'm going to throw hands. Pea salad? What is that? I'm Southern to the bone. I don't know what that is.
It's canned peas, mayonnaise, chopped up boiled egg. You put some sliced cheese into it, some pepper, and you could add a little bit of garlic. And that's the basic one, and it is
Okay.
oh so good.
Okay. I like all of those things individually. I've never put them together, so I
Oh.
might have to try that.
I grew up on it. Well, maybe it's a Texas thing. I don't know.
It's not a Georgia thing, at least not where I came from.
Sometimes I add crispy bacon to it. I mean,
I was going to say, if you don't say deviled eggs, we're going to have a problem.
I don't mind. Like, I love making deviled eggs, and I would make them, but it's just me and Panda, and that's just too much methane.
That's a good point.
Well, try baked beans, potato salad, and deviled eggs.
That's 4th of July for us here. In the middle of summer with that.
That's my chili. No.
Yeah, because then you're outside. It's fine.
For a while until later. or if you go to a family gathering like we always did, it was a 2-hour car ride.
Well, there is that.
In an 89 Ford Escort hatchback that one of the windows didn't roll down. Yeah, it was fun.
Oh. Well, Lucas, I'm from Missouri. I'm Southern too, and I had not had the bean salad until this past summer, and I didn't know what it was. I looked at this dish and I was like, "What is that?" My cousin says, "Oh, that's my favorite salad," and I was like, "I've never seen this before." So I got a little spoonful of it to taste it, and it actually was very good.
What
So I
salad?
had the pea salad.
Oh, pea
I had
salad
never had it
is.
before. So I had to Google it to find out what it was.
If it ain't cold, don't eat it though.
I have all of those ingredients in the house. I might add it to tomorrow's dinner.
If it's not cold, don't eat it.
Because
I can
mayo and heat don't go together.
well, we
Don't
used
tell that to
Miracle
my
Whip, so
family.
it didn't matter, but it was cold.
Yeah.
Well, you don't eat potato salad if it's got mayo in it and it's warm, unless it's the German potato salad.
See, I don't eat potato salad.
I love German potato salad.
There's my mother-in-law makes this. We call it it's a type of macaroni salad, but it's not the macaroni salad you think. No, it does have the macaroni, but it also has chopped up black olives, onion, of course your salt, your pepper, and then of course mayo, but tuna. It has tuna in it. And oh my gosh, will I eat the heck out of that.
Tuna and black olives.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
I didn't, when she first made it for us 10 plus years ago, I was like, I don't know. But then I had to bite and I was like, oh, I'm addicted. And that's the only time I'll eat tuna. I'm not a tuna fan, but I'll eat it like that. I made a whole big old bowl of it for me myself because Panda's not going to eat any of it because it's got tuna.
You have to put chicken nuggets in it for Panda.
Depends on which nuggets, because there are some that are better.
Yes, true. Yeah.
And everybody's going to have a very strong opinion on which one they think is better. I have gotten into very verbal arguments with people over nuggets.
You're kidding.
When you work in a very small office for 9, 10, 12 hours a day, you argue over the stupidest things.
So what is the best chicken nugget?
Wendy's.
Uh-oh.
Wendy's, in my opinion.
Panda, what do you say? Because you're the chicken nugget lover here. He likes McDonald's.
I'm scrolling down to see if he voted. Panda, what's
He
the
did.
best nugget?
Get out of the slide right now.
Oh, he's.
See, I told you, there's strong opinions. Nobody thinks about this until they do. It's a thing.
So now, when it comes to chicken strips, that's something
That's a whole
I
other
could,
conversation.
yes, like I'm pretty sure y'all don't have them. But Whataburger.
I don't like
Whataburger.
Whataburger chicken because I have Zaxby's.
I don't have any idea what that one is.
I don't like Zaxby's because we have Canes.
We have Canes, but our Canes here is, I don't know, like, it was worse than Church's chicken. And Church's used to have some good chicken.
It
We
was
used to have
very
a
good when they
Church's
first
chicken.
started.
Yeah, we used to have one, but then they shut it down and they turned it into an actual church.
What?
Yep. It's a church now.
Are you serious, Lucas?
I'm serious. We had a Church's chicken and they turned it into a church. They still have the drive-through window. They don't use it, but it's still there.
No, they should use the drive-through window. It keeps you from coming in. You can just drive up, get your blessing, and keep
A drive-through
going.
blessing.
Yeah. They did it during COVID. I mean, I don't know.
Right. Now, see, if it
Oh
was
my
a Catholic
goodness.
church, they could, drive up, get their little sprinkle of holy water, and
Mhm.
drive off.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Drive-through communion. Yeah. Why not?
Oh, yeah.
Why not?
Well, yeah. They can do drive-through marriages. They do them in Vegas.
Mhm.
See?
I like
Wow.
crispy, crunchy chicken.
Okay.
I do too.
They're-
A lot of people here
Their
like
chicken
eat
nugget or their chicken tenders are the bomb.
Mm-hmm. I would put them like fourth on my list, but the 2 and 3 I don't get often because they're like an hour and a half away from me. So
See, like the KFC here is nasty.
we don't even.
Don't
have
get
one.
me started. I will not eat Chick-fil-A.
Nope.
That's just personal reasons.
Yep.
We have Chicken Express. To me, that fried chicken is not supposed to look like a bland white
Mm-mm.
on the outside.
If I can't see the seasoning, I'm not eating it.
Oh no. It's like, like I tell white people, we conquered the world for spices. Let's use them.
Please. I was raised by an old Cajun woman. I know how to season my food. I don't eat unseasoned food. I can't do it.
That's me. My grandmother was a chef and she taught me how to cook. And she could make anything you wanted from scratch. She was the type that made during the holidays. Well, it would start like in September. She'd start putting everything in the jar for her fruitcake. Oh, you got a buzz off that fruitcake when she made it on Christmas Day.
If it's done right, yep.
It was the best fruitcake I ever had too.
And
And
you have the recipe?
no, it didn't. Well, it didn't survive her move. And then when she was trying to recreate it, then she passed away. So nobody got it. Everything else I learned from her. I have no recipes. She's always said, "That's enough," or just grab a spoon and start dumping. All right, that's enough. That was her.
Right.
I was always taught you season until the ancestors tell you to stop. So you just listen. You'll learn and know. You'll learn and know over time. You don't measure anything. You just go. So that's how I learned to cook. And my grandmother always says, if you're not sneezing, it's not seasoned. Point blank.
The only thing I don't use while I'm cooking is salt. I don't like salt.
You don't need salt in a lot of things.
The hubby loves
just good for
salt. So I'm like, okay, well, you can use the salt grinder right there. You can salt it afterwards.
Just Fluffy, Christmas dinners at 2 p.m.
Sometimes you need a little salt to bring out the other seasoning.
Yeah. It's a tool to be used, not to be overdone. A lot of people overdo it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the only time I don't like spicy food either. But the only time I make anything spicy is when my sinuses are bugging me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Then I'll make something spicy. Add some kick to it. May pay for it later, but I'm adding that kick for the sinus because that's a great way. You know, put a little cayenne pepper in something. You're going to get your sinuses are going to open up.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I go to
Yeah.
the Indian buffet. All the curry and the red pepper. I can breathe.
Right?
Oh, I don't think any of you could eat my food. Not,
Oh, you
not
make
that I
hot
cook
stuff?
things spicy on purpose, but
Night
my
Panda.
my
Love you, babe.
grandfather
Give me 1 second.
was
Sorry.
known for his collection of hot sauces. So we are all used to having hot foods. You'd walk in my grandmother's house and he would when he was still alive, he would walk up to you and be like, I got this new thing in, try it with a spoon. And he would shove it in your face. So we'd have to warn people, new people coming into the family or friends visiting or whatever, if he gives you something, don't eat it. Because you're not going to be able to handle it.
I used to work with
an
this guy
interesting-
who loved hot wings. And you could always tell if the wings were hot enough because his ears would start to turn red.
Yep.
Not his face, but his ears. I was
My
like,
mom
okay.
my mom made the mistake of letting one of her relationships sit down with him. This man's name was Ed, and he was the big ego guy. Like, I'm always gonna have to one up you everywhere. And he sat down with my grandfather one day, and he was like, I grew up in California. Nothing you give me is gonna hurt me, because it was Southern California. He was right at the Mexico border. He swore up and down he was used to hot food. My grandfather and this man sat down for an hour and a half tasting various hot sauces that he had in his collection. Over 500 bottles when the man died. It was an insane amount of hot sauces. But they were sitting down for a while. My grandfather's stone-faced. This man was in the Navy for a long time. He never showed emotion ever.
Oh.
And on the other side of the table was my mom's boyfriend at the time. And we watched him. He started turning red, and then like beet red, and then he started sweating, and then he started crying, and but he wouldn't move from that table because he refused to let my grandfather win this little argument they were having. And then it got to one point where my grandfather pulled out some kind of something. I don't even know what it was. The bottle was in some random language I didn't know. It was one of the ones where you could just smell it the moment he opened it up. He got up from the table and he like ran outside and turned the hose on because he just couldn't take it anymore. And my grandfather was like, "Yep, see, should have listened. I told you not to try me." But that's what I grew up with. The constant challenge of trying to always one up
yourselves.
Oh my gosh.
That kind of reminds me of a little bit of a story. Was it 2021? We were foster parents.
Mm-hmm.
These boys loved the spicy Takis.
Mm-hmm.
And we get them the little bag every now and then and be like, okay, you need to be calm on that. You know, eat them sparingly. Don't eat the whole bag in one sitting.
Oh.
They're spicy.
Yeah.
That was cool and all. But then one day I was like, okay, well, the boys have been great. I'm going to get a bigger bag, the big bag of Takis. One for each one of them. And, you know, for a few months, they were great on eating half of each bag of their little bags. So I thought, okay, well, they learned portion control. Mm-hmm. Boy, was I wrong. The youngest one ate the entire bag. And then that morning we were getting him up to go to school. And we were walking out because the school is just 2 blocks away. So we were walking. No point in getting in the car to go 2 blocks away.
Right.
And we get outside and the little one is like, uh-oh. And he runs back to the bathroom. And 5 minutes goes by and we're like, we're going to be late for school. Go in there. I knock on the bathroom door. I'm like, hey, we got to go. Come on, let's go. I have a problem. I need help. We got to go to the doctor. I'm like, what is wrong? my boho's on fire.
Oh no.
And I'm like,
Oh no.
excuse me? He's like, yeah, my boho's on fire. I'm like, I told you not to eat all those Takis. That's what happens. I was like,
Oh,
there's
no.
nothing we can do about it, little man.
You gotta wait it out.
You gotta wait it out.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh
That's
my
a tough
gosh.
lesson to learn.
And he was 8 years old too, learning that lesson real quick.
No.
no.
And he had to go through the whole day at school with his bow on fire. On the way home after school, he was just like, thank God we're going home. I'm gonna take a shower.
It never eased up all day.
He ate a party bag.
Wow. See, I love spicy food. I couldn't even do that. That's too much.
He ate them before we could, he was in here playing video games, and then it was his snack time. And I'm like, all right, don't eat all of them. I have to go. We had to do some classes for the foster parents. So I was like, we got to go do a class. Don't eat all your back. By the time we came back, his was all empty. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
My goodness.
I told Panda, I was like, this boy's going to be hurting in the morning. Oh, no. He's going to be fine. It didn't bother him before. I was like, that was only half of those the little grab bags. Okay. Boy, did it bother him.
Good.
Yeah, and we made him. Carmen's like, and you made him go to school? Well, it was their second day of school in this new school district. So they had to go to school.
Yeah. That's tough. Poor kid.
Oh, Queen C, enjoy. That sounds good.
That's one type of food I've never had before. Christmas. I'm so jealous.
We just got Amarillo is almost, there's food trucks everywhere. It's food truck central.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And we just got an Ethiopian food truck.
So jealous.
I want to try it so bad.
I would love. I'm the type of person that would go on like a food journey across the world if I ever won money on the lottery. I don't want to go to see sites or anything. I want to go to like random neighborhoods and be like, "What are you eating today? Can I have some?"
Yeah, you got to go to the mom and pop restaurants. That's where you're going to get the best food.
I don't want to go to tourist traps. I want to go to like somebody's aunt's cousin. Like, what are you cooking today? Can I have some? Will you teach me how to make it? I love food.
Yeah, and it's like here we have a huge tourist trap, and it's called the Big Texan Steak. Right? They have that 72-ounce steak. If eaten in 1 hour, it's free. And it's a big tourist trap. The steaks are very mediocre. They're almost bland, and it's just like you got to get off I-40, which is, Interstate 40 goes from coast to coast. Mm-hmm. Get off of that highway. Don't ever eat at a restaurant on a major thoroughway because you're not going to get the best food. Get off of it. Go branch. Find a rundown looking building. I guarantee you it's clean though on the inside, and you're going to get some. You're going to get some really good food. Mm-hmm. A lot of it around here is we have great. Everybody opens up either a burger joint or what's the other thing they open up here all the time? Well, coffee shops. I think that's everywhere though. Every new building going up is usually a coffee shop.
Ours is usually what they call country cooking, but it's not really. Somebody will be in the kitchen making a protein fresh, but all the side dishes are from a can. That's all that they are. And it's usually served cafeteria style with those plastic trays that you had in school, the little dividers.
Like Fur's cafeteria?
Yeah. Yeah.
But Fur's was good food, though.
All that we have here. We have one Chinese buffet that has one hot table, and that's it. And 4 of those country cooking restaurants. I don't go out here. If I'm gonna get that, I'm gonna cook it myself, and it'll be better.
Right? We have think that we have two, but we used to have a really good Chinese buffet called China Buffet. There's a couple of them that they're all right. Then we used to have, well, years and years ago, we had Western Sizzler, but we used to have, well, Golden Corral's buffet. Then we used to have Furs, but the Furs here closed down and they turned it into something else, another buffet. But I don't like buffets now because when Golden Corral started going downhill, that just burnt me out on buffets. I don't know if Golden Corral went downhill for y'all where y'all live, but it's like you go to get a steak or get the mac and cheese. Everything is bland.
I haven't been to Golden Corral in probably 6 or 7 years. So,
And then we have Calico County. Oh my gosh, the meal, the lunch and dinner aren't all that great, but the breakfast is the bomb.
Joe, where do the Amish have restaurants? I go to Amish country all the time to their little shops, but I've never seen a restaurant.
I watch a food YouTube channel, and he found an Amish restaurant in like Tampa, Florida, for some reason.
Way down
Of all
there.
places. Yeah. The food looked really good, but no idea why they would be in Tampa.
That's very odd.
Right? Very strange.
I've never seen a restaurant.
We have a Mennonite community, but they don't have a restaurant.
See, like Brandon lives where I live. We both live in the same city or town or whatever you want to call us. I mean, but yeah, all of our buffets, they just suck.
I blame COVID.
Oh, that's interesting, Carmen. That's good
Ours
to know.
sucked before.
I was thinking COVID, Lucas. I really was.
Well, ours sucked before COVID.
No.
Well, because
we lost all of the restaurants when COVID hit, and it was all just gone. We have some of the fast food stuff, but we don't have any good restaurants here.
we got it. Like we have some. Don't get me wrong. There are some good restaurants, but they're off of like Interstate I-40. They're off of I-40. You know, like that's what I tell people. If you're coming through Amarillo, do not eat anything along I-40 if you want good food. They're tourist traps and they're mass cooking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but there's a lot of burger joints around here. We have a really good one just right by our house called Coyote Bluff. It's been all over the Food Network. Oh my gosh, their burgers are to die for, or close enough. And then we got a really great Thai food here.
I'm jealous.
And
Nearest Thai restaurant is an hour and a half away.
Oh, and then we have a lot of Mexican restaurants, and they're not, chain Mexican restaurants. They're mom and pops. Oh my gosh. And you can turn the holiday season. It's funny. You drive by all these parking lots and you think it's a drug deal going on. No, it's a tamale deal.
They opened a tamale restaurant near me, but I tried it and it was really not good. I was so mad. I was so hopeful because it's run by a family that they own several smaller restaurants with a specific theme, and they had a Mexican place there before they turned it into a specific tamale restaurant. They spent all this money remodeling it and everything. The food is just awful. It's so bad. I feel so bad for them because the Mexican place was really good.
Well, I'm not a big tamale fan. It all has to do with I'm not a big corn fan.
Okay.
So I don't really care for tamales. But literally, you go anywhere in any parking lot during this time of year, it looks like drug deals going on, but it's tamale deals. and it's all hush hush, and you're like, why are you being hush hush? Like, like you being suspicious over here with tamales.
Mm-hmm. It's a
They,
whole thing.
oh, it is. It is, and you think you're getting caught up in something.
I will throw down some shady things for some good food, but it's got to be good food.
Yes, it really does.
You try to meet me in a parking lot for some McDonald's, and I'm just gonna pretend like I don't know you.
Right?
I may run over you.
Maybe. Depends on what it is.
Oh no.
Like we don't eat out a lot. I do a lot of cooking because all the good restaurants are on the other side of town. I'm not driving over there. We do go to one Japanese noodle bar called Fun Noodle. Oh my gosh, like they have a meal that I fell in love with when I was stationed in Japan, yakisoba.
Okay.
I fell in love with. I ate that every day. I didn't. Well, during lunch you couldn't leave the base, so I ate chow hall food. But after dinner, I went straight out to the gate, went out to and sat down at a restaurant and had yakisoba every night for the year I was there. And oh my gosh! And then there's Shiley's here in Amarillo, where Brandon's saying it can be kind of sus, but their food is great.
Why is it that the restaurants that look a little sketchy have the best food?
Because they put all of their money into the food and not into the decor.
Might be it. That might be it.
Because that's what my late husband used to say. He said the same thing Michael said. Go find you a little hole in the wall, and that's where you want to go eat, because all of their money goes into the food and they have the best food. Don't go to a big fancy looking restaurant because the food is going to suck. Because all of their money is in the decor and in the trappings and not in the food.
Mm-hmm. Well, up in like New England, I didn't know this term. Up there, like for me down here, grew up here, we called them mom and pops.
Yep.
Up there they call them greasy spoons.
Yep.
So the greasy spoons up there were just or the mom and pops were, oh my gosh, you didn't eat at a chain restaurant. Cook mostly Indian food and sometimes Nigerian food. Ooh. Yes. I like some Indian food.
Yes.
Sometimes it doesn't agree with me, but I'll still eat it.
I've discovered that I like Thai even better than Indian.
Really?
See, I like Thai, but the ones I don't like is when they do the Thai Chinese. Where they try to do an infusion of two, yes, there's similar cultures, but different. I don't like I don't like fusion food. I want to experience a culture, not.
It's funny you should say that, because I was sent to Dallas for a work thing earlier in the year, and I found a food truck that was Korean tacos, like Korean food in tacos. So I had like a bibimbap taco, and I had a tteokbokki taco. It was mix of Korean and like Tex-Mex. It was so good. It was very good.
See, and I'm not a fan of Tex-Mex.
I'm usually not either. I prefer much more authentic Mexican food. But this surprised me. I ordered it. It was probably 11:30. I ordered it on like Uber Eats because I was stuck at a hotel.
Yeah.
It arrived in like 10 minutes. It was very, very fresh. You could tell that it was like made with actual care, not just thrown into a bucket. And it was so good. I went back 3 times.
And see, that's what I like about the what are those the food trucks. Their ingredients are 10 times fresher. And their tacos, like, they make them right then, right, the taco shells right there. That's what I love. Yeah, you're paying for it. but it's some of the best. The food trucks are going to be some of the best food you ever eat.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Might be a
And
little
those are some
pricey,
of
but
the
it's going to be
hardest
the
working
best.
people you'll find too.
We have a friend who runs a cheesecake food truck. He's been branching into smash burgers, but like he has some of the best cheesecake I ever had in my life. And I've lived all over, and that is some of the best I ever had. We usually during the holidays we'll order one for Thanksgiving and order a whole one for Thanksgiving and a whole one for Christmas. But he has a food truck, literally. That's nothing. That at the beginning was nothing but just cheesecake, and he would sell out every night. He'd make 40 or 50 cheesecakes, have it sell them by the slice, and sell out every night.
Oh wow.
That's a good point, Carmen. They won't last long in a food truck if the food's bad.
Yeah, they won't. That's just, and food trucks are huge. They're not as huge as a restaurant investment, but they're a huge investment.
Yes, they are.
It's still a lot of work, especially if you gotta wipe down the whole thing multiple times a day. You can kind of get away with it a little bit in the kitchen, but not in a truck.
Yeah. Well, see, I've always wanted to do a food truck because I have an idea. Nothing but tots. Tater tots, anyway. You can do breakfast food. You can do a lot with tater tots, right? And I already got the name I want. Drop it like it's tots.
I love it. I love it. There's a food truck that I watch on TikTok sometimes, and it's baked potatoes. Or he's in the UK, so it's technically jacket potatoes. But yeah, I would love that.
And
that sounds good. I like baked potatoes.
Mm-hmm. Have you
Russ,
ever had a jacket potato?
Fluffy's asking, "Are you buying yarn?"
Yes.
He was busted.
Would I ever buy yarn?
No, of course not.
My CEO gifts me yarn, so I don't need to buy it.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, and Russ, I must thank you. Yes, Michelle told me you're donating yarn to the cause. Thank you so very much.
The life in a bag.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll be sending that out after Christmas.
Thank you so much. That's awesome of you.
More than welcome.
That is very awesome.
That is awesome of you. Thank you so much.
I sent out enough yarn to make 100 boggy blankets.
You got it all sent out now?
My.
Right after Christmas, the other 20 blankets will go out. So then I can start on your cause, and then I can do my grand finale for the Boggy Creek blankets.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Russ.
Russ, you give a lot out back to the community. It is just amazing how big your heart is.
Mm-hmm.
It's for the kids. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Because like
Merry
you
Christmas.
were saying, Mike, these little kids, they need the help.
Yes. Just like when like I know what these foster kids come with. They like the brothers that we had, they came with literally a trash bag, one of the big, almost contractor size, but not quite contractor size, full of their clothes. They had holes. Their shoes didn't fit, so that they should have been wearing 2 sizes above what they were wearing. So their toes were all, and we went out as soon as they got here. We went out and just spent a mess ton of money getting them clothes. Because it's just the state here doesn't do crud for them.
Here either. One of my best friends was a foster parent before. What we say that she did is that she failed fostering because she adopted the first sibling group that she was given, and they pulled their license. But they got a pair of brothers. They were 11 months apart, so pretty close in age. They arrived to her at 2 a.m. with one of them was wearing a shirt and a diaper. The other one was wearing a pair of socks and a diaper, and that was all they had.
Oh my
That was it.
goodness.
That was it. And they stayed with them as foster children for 3 years, and then they finally were able to adopt them. But
Good night, Heather.
it was
Night.
it's amazing to see that. And I have worked with children's shelters as a volunteer for most of my adult life. I didn't know it was that bad in some cases, and I was in that world.
Yes,
So-
and it will, and then there's the when you're becoming a foster parent, they actually give you backgrounds of these children.
Mhm.
That stuff will break your heart.
Oh, I've seen a lot of things that I will never repeat. I was a driver to take kids from wherever they were to either the shelter or the foster home or the emergency placement or whatever. And I saw parts of that. I will never speak about it in detail because it just tears me up.
Yeah,
Some
that's
of
just
those
like
things are awful.
like the boys we ended up getting. I read their background and I couldn't make it past page 2, and there was 45 pages.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Because I just couldn't keep reading it because it was hard. It was just breaking my heart.
Yeah.
And that's from what I gather, that's the average for kids in the foster system. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
If they've been in there for a minute, yeah. I mean, depending on the case, some of the things that I've seen are just. I don't know how people can do that to another human. Just
No.
removing the whole child piece out of it. How could you do those things to a human? I don't get it.
No, and I'm glad like people like, VJ jumped on that cause for Life in a Bag, and Russ is donating yarn for that cause. I wish like there was something I could give for that. I can't say I can give a blanket because that takes 12 years to freaking make. No. But, I can help put it out there as much as I can and help that way. But it's just what you two are doing, and Russ with his donating yarn for the blankets or items, and Russ also donating for Boggy Creek, and VJ, what you're doing for Life in a Bag.
Thank you.
You guys are just flat out awesome.
Thank you.
You put yourself ahead of others.
It's for the
100%.
kids. It just touched my heart because it never. I mean, working trauma, I wouldn't work
Yes.
with kids because they touch my heart, and it never occurred to me that they were carrying their belongings in black plastic trash cans, trash bags, or they were taken out of the home with nothing. And I was like, oh no, I can do something about that.
Yes.
Mhm.
I know people who crochet. I got people.
Yeah.
Right?
People.
And
We can help.
like you said with dealing with peds, if we had a peds surgery that we did during the day, I would back out. I couldn't do it. But when I'm on call and when you have a trauma case come in that is a peds, and you're having to do a craniotomy on a 3-year-old because of a father,
Mm.
and you're the only one that is the surgical first assist on duty, you have no choice. You can't back out. And oh my gosh, like the amount of times we had to take breaks, or I had to step back and gather myself because I couldn't. It was hard because I know we're there to help. The thing that got me past got me past it, but kept me going was I'm trying to help save this kid's life.
Right.
But knowing that another human being, somebody who is supposed to be protecting this child, did this, it breaks your heart.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I want to take the drill to that father.
Girl, tell me about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Take more than
Michael,
that.
Tina, and Bon Bon want to know more about the cause, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
yeah.
ahead, girl. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm a bit you big.
Thank you. No, don't make me big. Leave me,
Oh, okay.
leave me here. No, don't make me big. It's called My Life in a Bag. And his premise is that every foster child gets a suitcase with the essentials in it because, like we were saying earlier, a lot of the kids are taken out of the home and they have nothing but the clothes on their backs. Or if they are able to bring something out of the home, they're carrying it in black plastic garbage bags. And the gentleman's mission is to give the children their dignity back. And every child gets a suitcase. And he said that it takes $250 to fill a suitcase. And I said, well, we don't have any money because most of us are on fixed incomes, but I have people who crochet and we can make things for the children. And he said, fantastic, because winter's coming. They need hats, they need scarves, they need whatever. So we were making, hats and scarves and just all of the plushies and amigurumis. The blankets, he wants 50 by 60 or 22 by 30.
Okay.
So we're just
Baby and
cleaning
toddler.
out our stash and cleaning, we're crocheters. We like to make, we've got piles of things that we've made that we don't know what to do with. And so we're gathering everything together and we're donating it to My Life in a Bag.
That is very awesome.
Thank you.
And then Russ donating yarn for the cause.
Thank you
Like,
so much, Russ.
it's like I said, y'all. It just your hearts are just amazing.
Yeah. I've had people donating things. Oh, I've got one sitting here. She donated the suitcase and it was stuffed with makes that she sent for the children.
Oh, wow.
That I'm going to send. So I've got 4 suitcases so far, and I've got 4 of the white drawstring trash bags, the regular black plastic trash bag, and the an industrial size trash bag that were donated by one of the Lutheran churches.
Do
So
you
we're
have
making a start.
do you have like an Amazon wish list or of things that you're looking for?
No, I don't.
Good night, Lisa. Somebody was
Lisa.
asking again. What was the sizes of the blankets? Mad Mimi, Lala, I'm here until 7 a.m. This is a marathon Christmas live to keep everybody company.
The blankets are 50 by 60. I'll put it in the chat.
And I'll pin
the
it.
baby blankets, he wanted 22 by 30. And that's what he said he wanted. I would have made him 30 by 30, but he said 22 by 30. So
Okay.
give the man what he wants.
Oh,
I would ask him if there was an Amazon wish list that we could share of things he's looking for specifically. Like maybe he's got the same products he might put in the suitcase, like shampoo, soaps, that kind of thing. Throw a wish list together and we can share that as well. Then maybe somebody doesn't have time to make something, but maybe they have $5-10 they can throw his way. It's an easy way to do that.
Thank you, Lucas. When I contact him for these donations, I will ask him if he has one because I haven't seen one, or I'll ask him if he can start one. Or
I've used it in a couple of initiatives that I've been involved with, and you get the right amount of momentum with it. Everything on the wish list is gone. Whatever you need.
Wow.
There are also several websites where you can put them up, and I'll find all this stuff and send it to you. It'll be useful for everything. But there are several websites and things that I see through my job and just the people I interact with daily, where corporations will go and find wish lists like that and buy them out.
Oh,
They'll just buy them.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So,
awesome.
so it's a really useful tool if you get it in the right hands.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much.
That is awesome. But to do that.
Yes,
Especially this time of
Bon,
year.
please. You probably have something similar to that in Canada.
And Tina is asking, when do you need these by? Is it a year-round
This is going
thing?
to be an ongoing project. So whenever. There's no rush, there's no deadline. It's just going to be ongoing. They also have a Facebook group and a website, and it's just their name, My Life in a Bag Foundation.
.org for the website, right? I think so.
I think so.
Just Fluffy. It's not necessarily a cash donation specifically, but it gets them exactly what they're looking for, as opposed to countless donations of things they might not necessarily be able to use.
You know what, Just Fluffy? If you go to their website, you can probably do a cash donation there if you like.
You can do cash donations from their website. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, thank you, Lucas. Oh, you're welcome, Bon. Thank you so very much. Yeah, when I took my granddaughter to open house at her new school because she just went to middle school. And the gentleman's nickname is Biscuit. Biscuit had a booth there, and I walked by, and he stopped, and he gave me his whole spiel, and my heart just pitter-pattered, and I'm like, oh no, I can do something with this. I can help. Kitty, welcome in. So that's how I got involved in this.
And if you're in the U.S., it is a 501c3, so your donations are tax deductible.
Now that helps a lot of people out, because I know some people were always worried about, I want to donate, but
Right. You're welcome, Just Fluffy. Thank you so much for asking, everyone. And there is information on my channel in the community tab. And on Mondays, we do Make Along Mondays, and that's what we're working towards, is My Life in a Bag.
Okay.
Oh, post the website link. You have it up, Lucas. Are you able to post it in the chat?
I might be able to. I don't know if the link will post through, but
what are you? You're on my. Are you posting?
Yeah, I'm in your chat.
If not, I'll get it.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I just have to look it up.
No, it's. Can you comment just a letter, Lucas? There you go.
I just did.
There you go. That'll help.
Let's see. There it goes.
Oh,
There's the
you're
link.
welcome, Tina. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Lucas.
Yes, thank everybody for being here. And I am glad you're getting to talk about My Life in a Bag.
Yes.
Because, like I said, that is such a great cause. People who have never had to deal with the foster system or seen how the foster system has no idea.
Right. And even with me, I do trauma, but it never occurred to me what their life was like after trauma or before the trauma.
Yes. Ada saying she just found them and started following.
Corbin. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So it's, yeah. Oh, did you, Lala? Oh, Lala, Merry Christmas. That was nice of you.
That was awesome. See, we were wanting to adopt, but one of the kids had issues, and they wouldn't split the kids up. the two boys, which I totally understand.
Yeah.
One, he need specialized care, or specialized care, and we couldn't offer that.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't health; it was behavioral. So, and they and a lot of the children, and it's no fault of theirs that they
No,
do
it's
have
not.
behavioral problems because they're being tossed around.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And people just don't understand that a lot of these children, that's where a lot of it comes from, is because of the being tossed around, and they develop issues that it's hard for them to even get out of, and
Yep.
they always want to throw medication at it. Well, it's not that it what's the word I'm looking for? It's not, medication isn't the answer. Getting them somewhere stable
Yeah.
Mhm.
and in a loving atmosphere would work
Mhm.
wonders.
Yeah. Medication is not going to heal cyclical trauma,
No.
and it continues to cycle if you don't stop it.
Mm-hmm.
No. And then they take that latent trauma and carry it through into adulthood, and sometimes do the same thing to their children.
Yes. Well, it's just the trauma compounds it, but then, I don't know how it is in other states, but here in Texas, these children aren't in a foster home but for 6 months or less, and then getting shipped to another foster home and then another foster home. So they're falling behind constantly in school. So then that frustrates them more, and that just builds upon more and more and more.
You would think that they would do it in between school years.
But still
That they-
changing
There's
kids that-
many reasons why they would do it, but from what I've seen, a lot of it depends on the resources available in the county that they're in at the time that they're there. And some of these agencies only have budgets for maybe 10 kids, and they will shuffle things around based on money. It's all about money. If one kid is more expensive, it'll go to a different agency who has the resources available to give them some of that support. They never get all that they need, but it's always part of it. And they'll just shift it around based on money. It's an awful way to do it.
Yes.
Because they become commodities at that point.
Well, like one of the kids, we knew he's dyslexic. I mean, his writing showed it. And we tried to get him help at the school. The school said the state won't do anything until he's been at a stable home for 2 years.
What?
See, that wouldn't happen in Georgia. They would come with an IEP pretty much immediately, and the IEP would stay with the kid.
What's the IEP?
That's
What's
unfortunate. That? It's I forget the actual acronym.
Oh, individual education plan.
Yeah.
But that's we had that. They had the IEPs, but in order to get help with dyslexia and get him tested to get it officially diagnosed, he had to be in a stable home for 2 years before the school districts were allowed to do it.
Oh, that's sad.
That is absurd.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
So what is he supposed to do for 2 years? Just suffer?
We tried helping the best we could. I mean, like literally, he was in second grade and literally only knew up to his alphabet up to the letter F. That first summer they were with us, we actually worked with him slowly, and we got him to do A through Z. And that was a big accomplishment, and we celebrated.
Right.
Ice cream, and we went to Brahms because why not ice cream?
Yeah.
But it is depending on your state, the rules are just ridiculous.
Yeah, Amy brings up a good point too, with the agencies sticking to the
right, Amy. It does.
It does. Yeah, that's Sometimes that
Yes.
family unit is way beyond broken, and it's not the answer, but it's the only thing they focus on.
And it is. Yes, exactly. It's like, okay, well, whatever the reason, excuse me, whatever the reason the kids were taken out, and 9 times out of 10, it's a very major issue. But the whole goal is to get the kids back in that situation again, which I don't understand. You took them out of there, out of a effed up situation, but you're wanting to put them back? Wow.
And without providing the therapies needed to improve the situation.
See, that's one of the few good things about the Texas here is when the kids were placed, we had 2 weeks to get them into a family medical practitioner, family medicine. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. Peds, and to get them with a primary care provider, and of course this is all covered by the state. And we had, I think it was like 20 days to schedule a therapy appointment. Find a therapist and get them scheduled and start the process on all that. They did great on that, making sure we did that we had to get those done. They were calling every day. Did you get this yet? Get this done.
See, that's the support for the child themselves, but what about the family they came from? If the goal, this is why I think it's broken. The goal is to get them back into the family unit they came from, in most cases, and they'll support the child to an extent, but they don't care anything about the family they came from to get them the help they need to stop the cycle.
Yes, they don't. But yet they want to. The goal is to get these kids back,
right?
Without that, that was our issue too. It was like you're offering these kids all this help, but yet the parents you want to put them back with, there is no help.
Right. For the richest country in the world, we sure do things a lot backwards. It's very strange what we do with our money.
Because it's definitely not in education either.
No, it's I have an education degree, and there's a reason I'm not in the classroom. I make more money doing way less right now.
And that is sad.
It is. I could not survive on a teacher's salary.
No, we were going to do when we were back in college after we got out of the Navy. We went to college, of course, and we were going to do the education route. One semester of being a student teacher said, hell no.
Yep.
Not these kids nowadays.
I went through all of that, got my degree, started looking for jobs, and landed the job that I have right now. And I started comparing as I was looking through, like, what am I actually going to do? Where do I want to be in 10 years? And if I did the math,
oh yeah,
if I had been a teacher and I experienced the things that I did over the course of the last 10, 12, 15 years, I would be probably in a shelter somewhere, having lost my mind with no money. I would not have been able to do it. Would not have been able to do it.
And these teachers want that. Oh my God, that pay. They're not paid worth a damn.
No.
And then they got to out of pocket stuff. And then they got to put up with the hoodlums. And when I say that, it's good night. Is she going to bed?
She's going to bed. Night, Granny D.
Night, Granny D.
Good night, Granny D. Thank you for coming up. And then they got to deal with the hoodlums. And still try to teach the kids that want to learn. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, just Fluffy. I want to be in the classroom, but I know that I can't survive on it. It's really tough. I'm glad that I never went into one because I wouldn't be able to leave it. But if I had done, my life would be very different right now.
Well, and like enrollment is so low here, like Brandon said, enrollment in our school, especially our elementary schools, are so low because the birth rate is low.
Mm-hmm.
And they're having to close 3 elementary schools.
That's wild.
And they were each averaging about 256 students in an elementary school. So now they're overcrowding more.
County, and that's about average for our elementary schools, just on a day-to-day basis. And they're talking about building another one.
While we're closing down 3.
That's wild.
But are you closing down the 3 because of politics?
No, they're closing down the 3 because of population. There
isn't enough federal funding to keep it moving. Probably.
Well, because there's not enough students.
Yeah.
They each have about 256, between 250 and 260 students, and the schools are need about 400 students to stay open, and they have to close them down. And now those, because that way our elementary schools are situated, they're neighborhood based,
right?
And so the ones that they're closing down, now those kids got to go another extra little bit further to go to elementary school, a whole new elementary school. But yes, they're going with their friends, but it's still new teachers, new everything. And it's just the birth rate here is just very low. Our town population, I think it's over 200,000, but the population is just the birth rate is just so low. There's no sustainability on it. I have a feeling in a few years they're gonna have to start closing down some of the middle schools we have. Because if they're already reaching this with the elementary schools, they're going to reach it with the middle schools.
Because those kids are going to grow up. I mean,
now they won't close any of the high schools down.
Well,
because we ain't got many of those
in my county.
And it's weird how we have our main school district, and then we have a town south of us. It's like 20, 30 miles, but their school district reaches into our town limits, city limits. So we have a high school from them, and then there's an independent school district inside the city. Actually, two. It is complicated. It makes no sense. But it's like, what, I know they won't close down the high schools, but it's just, it's a cycle. And the thing is the voters here, we had an arena on the vote. If the city's going to use their hotel occupancy tax to build it and maintain it, and it would have been a really good size arena, which would draw in venues. No, they voted against it because they don't. They won't anything that's going to help the city improve and bring in population and bring in jobs and money and events. That they'll vote against it in a heartbeat.
We do the same thing here. We don't have some of the same challenges, but the county is not really managed well. The county got hacked by an email phishing scheme and lost $300,000. So our tax rates went up 2 cents.
Because they messed up?
They get hacked.
Yeah. Who knows? But that's what happened last year. And then this year, they want to create new branding for the county, new logos, which means all the vehicles get repainted, all of that stuff, to the tune of another $175,000. So our tax rates went up another penny to pay for that. So we get things like that. But the school system, they fired the superintendent halfway through his contract, and the county found out based on the public records after the firing and the lawsuit that came, that they were paying him $400,000 a year for a county that has 4 elementary schools, a middle school, a junior high school, and a high school. That's it.
Wow.
Why is he making $400,000? So
Somebody.
we have issues, but we don't get any of the benefits from any of the things that we're paying for, because it's all paying for mistakes from previous years.
Oh.
Wow.
Who's your city manager? When did he come up for re-election?
It's been the same man for the last 35 years.
Oh, he needs to go.
This county will never vote somebody in that is not the good old boys. We've had the same sheriff, the same corrupt people for years. We know that they're corrupt, but nobody will vote them out. So local politics are super important, if you didn't know, for towns like us.
Yes.
Because they know the right people. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I was going to answer Fluffy's. She's asking, like, for here, what is the industry that keeps our town going? Well, most people here are employed in the medical field or by Pantex, which is a nuclear dearmament facility, or by Owens Corning. Bell Helicopter used to be big, but since they started moving a lot of the production from here to Dallas, which was the Ospreys, they've cut down a lot. But most of it is medical here. That's what keeps this town running. And if you ever came through here, you'd know what I'm talking about. And a Toot and Totem on every damn corner. Toot and Totem is a convenience store.
We are entirely based around marble mines. There are 6 marble mines within a 5-mile radius of my house. Some very expensive marbles are here. All of the marble in the Washington Monument came from here. There is a vein of pink marble that is owned exclusively by an Italian company that's mined here. So that's where all of the money comes from. Every person that is my age or younger is a commuter. They don't work in the county. They come in and live out here because the rent and mortgages are way cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
But none of that tax money is spent in the county because there's nothing here for us to do or spend our money in. So everything that we get is really based around all of that.
Wow.
Queen Sea Creative. I'm in the North Georgia mountains, about an hour's drive directly north of Atlanta.
Yeah, and like Pantex is a very big employer, but it's like pulling teeth to get employed out there because you got to go through so many background checks because you're working with nuclear weapons.
Oh.
No, thank you.
IBP changed names to Tyson. They're a big employer, but they're not inside the city limits. They're a little bit of whatever. It's out there. People do commute. But Bell Helicopter changing a lot of their Osprey production from here to Dallas, which is weird. They build some of it here, the Ospreys, ship it to Dallas, build another 90% of it, and then ship it back here to finish it off and do the test flights. I know that's keeping people employed, but that's just weird. That's
a lot of movement.
It's a lot of money to move one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Mince hat pattern jet. I just did the Quicksilver beanie from Bag of Day Crochet in 45 minutes. You could probably get it faster if you're a faster crocheter than me. But I also, a basic double crochet beanie, 20, 25 minutes.
Oh, and we just got a Bucky's, so there you go.
I wish we would get one.
I want one. There's one in like 2 hours away from me, but I don't know what they would
It
put
opened
in.
what, like I think last week.
I just want to go for the spectacle. I don't really drive much anymore, so
I want to end up going out there, but I want to wait till the newness is wore off
but
before
does
I
it
go
ever
out
wear
there.
off at a Bucky's? I don't know if it does.
That's true too. I've never been to a Bucky's.
I've not been to one either. I hear nothing but good things out of it, but
I heard the pay is outstanding.
mm-hmm.
You know, a bathroom janitor makes $25 an hour.
Yeah, which is not bad considering today's
No.
economy. Listen,
I'm
I would say I'd
exaggerating.
spend
It's more
25.
like $18, $19, but
Even still, I mean,
for a bathroom janitor, shoot,
Yeah.
especially in some of the areas they put them in, that's pretty decent money.
yes. And like we live in a very cheap area to live in. You know, the only thing it does suck is the gas fluctuate. Yeah, that's everywhere. You know, the gas price fluctuation. You know, one day you go and it's like $2.19. The very next or that same day it's up to $2.53.
Mm-hmm. We get a lot of that. There's 2 gas stations in my little tiny community that I'm in. They fight each other over who has the cheapest price all day. It goes back. I've seen it go and change as much as $5 a gallon in one day, up and down.
What?
Yeah,
That's insane.
it's so like we're on the way from the Gulf to like Tennessee, so the trucks are driving out here anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a little bit different if we were a little bit further east because it's out of the way for most of the main highways. But we're so close to it that it's a little bit cheaper for us.
Well, I mean, we have a processing plant, a Phillips. I don't know if it's even still open in Borger, but a Phillips processing plant. And I think what keeps us a little bit cheaper to a point, like if you get away from, like I said, get away from I-40, the price goes a little bit cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
It's that tourist you're going to pay on I-40.
Mm-hmm.
But like I-40 helps us. Plus, we're on what is it called? Corridor to the Plains. It's a bunch of routes that like truckers take from Mexico border up to Canada, and I think it's called the Corridor of the Plains or something like that. And we're right in the middle of it, which helps keep our gas kind of lower than normal.
Mm-hmm. We just got really bad gas tax here. It's crazy.
And Brandon was saying that when the Bucky's opened up, well, one, they ran out of gas on the first week because their gas was below $2 for their grand opening.
Wow.
Dang, I wish I would have known that. I would have waited that line to fill up. Because I normally go to Sam's and get gas.
I think we're just over $3 a gallon at this point.
Oh wow.
I think ours is $2.85.
We've got a big tourist like rental cabin situation on this side of the county, and they bump all the prices up in the winter.
Mm-hmm. Well, like here, like I said, we have a Toot and Total, what we call it. That's the name of the convenience store on almost every corner, and the prices are jacked up, especially when it comes holiday. 2 days before the travel starts for that holiday, they up their prices.
Yeah.
After the holiday, the price goes back down. Just right before Christmas.
I won't go shopping anywhere near me the week before Thanksgiving and the week before and after Christmas. No, thank you. Because that's when all the tourists are here.
Yeah, I'm glad. Like, I get annoyed on the travel holidays when I want to go get a Whataburger and people pulled off the road to get Whataburger on as they're traveling. So I can only imagine Oh my gosh. Like living in a tourist destination.
It's usually not terrible, but the rental cabin volume means that my 3,000 person town balloons up to 17,000.
Mm.
What is Alexa doing with my lights? What is happening
She
in this
says
room?
it's time for you to go to bed in case you hadn't noticed.
It is almost 3. I probably should go.
You got to start cooking too, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh no, you haven't catered, but you got to cook the
Well,
turkey.
I'm going to throw the turkey in. My friend's going to pick it up at like 11:30, 12, so I probably need to get it in about 5 hours.
Mm.
It'll be all right. I can sleep while it's cooking. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm just, as soon as I get done with the light this morning, I'm putting the pork butt in the slow cooker, season it with the Puerto Rican stuff, and then just let that thing cook, and I'm going to bed.
Yeah, just Fluffy. The infrastructure doesn't handle it. That's part of our problem. We have a moratorium right now on brand new water hookups to the county water system because it's overloaded and can't handle the volume it has right now.
Oh my goodness!
For the next 2 years. So there's a lot of things happening that are not great. I'm on a well. It's not going to affect me at all. But some of the things that we were hoping to get in the next 5-10 years are just not going to happen right now. Like they just spent maybe a little over $1 billion redeveloping a section of town for a shopping center, for a Publix and a Chick-fil-A and several other things to sort of revitalize part of the town. It's not going to happen now because they can't have water. So it's just going to sit there.
So they spent $1 billion for nothing.
Yeah. This is what people do here.
Wow.
It's absolutely insane. But my mortgage is less than $500 a month. So,
That's yeah.
You got to take what you can get.
Right. You're living your best life. Nobody else has water, but that's okay because you have a well.
I got water. As long as I have water.
I have a well too, so
it's nice as long as that pump is working.
Well, we just had it replaced a few years ago, so we're good.
Yeah, I was burnt out 2 years ago, and I dread every winter. So,
oh really? Yeah, I can only. I live on the city supply, which I don't drink. I only cook with.
Yeah, the fun thing about the county water is that they dug the pipes and all of that stuff along my road about 7 or 8 years ago, and they were giving us like a one-time fee to add in like a junction box so we could connect to it if we want to in the future. They put in a meter and things at the end of the driveway for like $150. So I paid that, whatever. But now I found out, because we have a neighbor building a house along the road, the pipes don't even have water pressure at all. There's no water in our pipes. Nobody on our road is using it. There's no water in the pipes. The fire hydrants are empty. Like, what are they going to do? There's no water. So found that out a month ago. No idea what to do with that. So I don't have any options to connect to anything for the next couple of years. So if my well runs dry,
bottle it.
What do I do?
Yeah, exactly. Because oh my goodness.
So we have a lot of benefits, but most of it is negative right now.
Most of it is worrying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
That's sad.
I agree, Amy. It's a beautiful place to live. It is a beautiful place to live. But it's at this rate, I don't see it surviving. which is really unfortunate.
Mm. Wow.
Which is a wonderful conversation to have on Christmas.
Well, it's things that, other
Things
may not
that
be.
make you go,
Well, it very is the things that make you go,
Yeah.
But it's conversation that keeps us talking and going. It's one, we're learning more about you and what you're having to go through and deal with, or any of us. It's plus just realizing we're not the only city or state government that's screwed up.
Oh no. Oh no. It's like this everywhere.
Yes.
It's like this everywhere. Some people just don't know about it. I know about it because I asked too many damn questions.
My husband gets on to me because I ask too many questions. It's like, well, you're not going to know anything unless you ask.
right?
And he's
Yeah.
like, well, you shouldn't be asking. No, I'm just kidding. You shouldn't be asking those questions, but
this is why life should happen more often.
yeah, because at the beginning, the first few hours was pretty. I can't monetize this live.
There may have been a reason I didn't simulcast it to my channel. I planned ahead. No, I'm just kidding.
I came in during the tame part, and this is VJ After Dark, so I've been good.
Hey,
You would have loved it in that first 3 hours with Mikey.
the replay is available in multiple channels if you want to go find it,
I have
as
to
long as
watch
YouTube
it.
doesn't take it down. 'Cause
Night,
they-
Lala. Merry Christmas.
Night, Lala. Good night, everybody. And hello, everybody that came in.
I'm being so good. I have my halo.
Oh,
Well, you were orchestrating a yarn negotiation with your CEO for a while, so
Yeah.
you were distracted for a minute.
Yeah, I just have to go grab Kevin's credit card out of his wallet.
Valid.
I'm
didn't
too
hear
pretty
that.
to pay. I'm too pretty to pay for it on Christmas. I'm just too darn cute on Christmas.
I agree.
Hmm.
Just like
well,
just like
it's
I tell
good you
people,
don't
if
have to
I'm
go through
driving,
arbitration.
exactly. It's like I tell people, if I'm driving in traffic, car calories do not count.
See?
You're right. Yeah, right.
They don't. If I'm in traffic, absolutely not.
Tell you who's another hoot tonight was Craig. He's always a hoot.
He is.
Oh my goodness, I love that man to death.
He is.
And Carmen is saying your horns are holding up the halo.
Those are the horns of goodness.
Oh my god, it sounds like a video game item. Oh my goodness.
When I was working, I used to tell them I was adjusting my halo, and they're like, yeah, because it's falling off.
Mine's just a bit rusty. It'll be fine.
I got a few cans of WD-40 if you need to borrow it.
There you go. See? But you can always fix the rust.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, just fluffy.
There's
Yeah, I have to
plenty-
go back and see that.
That was a story of the ages.
Oh my gosh, yes. That I'm still trying to get that. I can't believe he let all that embarrassment out.
You would not have been able to pull that out of me on my deathbed. Yep.
Oh my goodness. I guess we just got to get him some Nova 7 and he'll tell us everything. Oh, wow.
Amy, I did. That's so I'm ordering from Joann's and I'm ordering from Hirschner's because Hirschner's has 25-cent shipping.
Oh, well,
Ooh.
now I'm spending money. Hold on.
Oh
I can't spend money until after I get the totes.
Oh.
We're going to get 20 of them tomorrow.
Tomorrow as in Thursday?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's when I'm going when Panda gets home from work.
Oh,
no.
I
Yes, he
almost
did,
panicked.
Carmen.
Their website didn't open right off the bat.
Michael, you don't have room for more cubbies in that room?
We were going to move rooms initially. I was going to take over the master
Right.
and move the master in here. Well, between much talking, and that was all Tony's idea, me to move. And with much talking, and then his back is really, really getting worse. We decided, and my legs, we decided, you know what? We just do totes, store the yarn in totes, color coordinate it that way, and label it that way. If I need a certain color, I know right where to go and store those in our climate control garage, and I'll be good.
Okay.
It's just worse on both of us moving. I would love. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to take over the master bedroom. I mean, because all we do in our bedroom anyway, just sleep in there, and it stores all of our clothes, which that could all fit in here. But the moving aspect of it all would really put me down for almost a month, and I'd be having to do it all because his back is all screwed up.
Mm-hmm. That's the biggest thing. I've rearranged this room 3 times in the last 6 months. I don't want to move it, and I don't even have that much. Oh my gosh.
Fluffy says if the site is down, blame Russ.
No, he's too pretty for Christmas blame.
That's right. You can't blame me on Christmas.
I will take all the blame. It's my fault.
Well, like Panda was telling me, he was like, you could just do giveaways for something. I was like, I got plans for every bit of this.
You know how much shipping is now?
Yes, I do.
No.
Well, my I can't even talk. My latest blanket, the Enigma blanket.
Mm-hmm.
I held a members live, and I like to, if I'm not going to keep 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to keep what I'm making.
Right.
I do members lives, and we do a giveaway. A member wins that item.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had to ship that out because somebody won it, and it was only $8 to ship out a blanket.
The
But
3 shawls that I shipped out, shawls, mind you, of fingering weight yarn. Mm-hmm. Most of them were like 800 yards or so. 3 of them, it cost me $75 to ship them, and it was all lower 48. Insane.
Did you have it in boxes?
I used a little trick that my postmaster told me, and I still paid like $75.
Did you go through?
I used
Pirate Ship.
I used Pirate Ship, and I used very specific packaging, and I did all the weights and everything, and even with that, with the help of the postmaster, who is a woman I've known for 25 years, still very, very expensive.
Wow.
Because she told me, do not come into my store. I have an upcharge right now for the holidays. I was like, okay. All right. I won't do it.
See, I noticed the upcharge when I went to go mail out. It was like I want to say the Wednesday right after Thanksgiving. Mail out I made 2 blanket patterns for Boggy Creek, and my husband just made a blanket, and I went to go mail those 3 out, and it was $40-something for 3 blankets, and they were Boggy Creek size. That's a tiny size.
Yep.
And it was just like, oh my God.
It's bonkers. And if you print through USPS.com, they don't tell you about the holiday surcharge. But every post office has that little notice that they have there. This was literally a piece of paper on a counter taped to it that nobody ever saw. And I just happened to look for a little certified in the green thing that you put on the back of sort of envelope for something else that I was shipping out, and it was right next to it. And I was like, wait a minute, what is this? So I went to go talk to the postmaster, and she was like, yeah, We have a holiday surcharge. Don't send anything out and whatever. Yeah, it was a nightmare. So for those that ship often, I don't envy you.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
use pirate ship, but I use miler bags because I don't care how I do the boxes. They always weigh a lot.
That might be my
But
problem is the boxes I had them in.
yeah, even when I do box in a bag, it costs more than if I just do a bag. And we're in the holiday shipping, so the prices will go down at the end of January.
Yeah, we hope.
Yeah.
Things
Yes,
are
there is
prices
that.
go up and they say it's temporary and then it never goes back down.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
whenever I did my last giveaway, because it was originally supposed to be scheduled as my 3K giveaway, but that got blown through the water, and so we just opted for $20 Amazon gift cards. I did 5 of those. I was like, that's doing through e-gift cards. You just send me your email address, and I just sent it to you. Had Amazon do it. It was so much cheaper than doing 5 individual giveaways and then packaging it up and mailing it.
Yeah.
And they got instantly.
Which is a really good way to do it, I think.
Yeah, I don't do giveaways often. I don't like really doing giveaways because of my anxiety level. Because I see some of these channels that do giveaways and it's like, oh my gosh, I could not deal with that. So whenever I do a giveaway, it's literally unannounced, spur of the moment thing. I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, I would prefer doing it with a purpose. I don't want to get. It's one of the things that I heard from other YouTubers really early on was be careful what you do with giveaways. Yes, they will get you some attention, but you don't want to be stuck in this bubble of constantly doing them. I was really cautious for a long time of not wanting to do it. I've sort of gone away from that. I'll do them, but I don't want to do it often. I don't want it to be the thing that I do all the time.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not a giveaway channel.
I'm not either.
Yeah, I'm not, and I mean, yeah, I do the lives. Now it's just whenever I feel like popping up, or when Russ invites me over, and then this long one, I'm probably not going to go live for another month after this. But I'm a pure tutorial channel. Giveaways and tutorial channels really don't go hand in hand.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to weave that in.
And I do the item make giveaway to members because, well, they're the ones who decided to pay a price. No, and I don't offer anything. I just give them the video a few days early. And every now and then we'll do that item make giveaway. That's all I can offer.
Yeah.
And so that's my giveaway for them every now and then. And then I've only done 3 giveaways for my public lives. Just because it's the stress of managing all that.
Yeah, for me, at least the Summer of Shawls giveaway that I did, it was
Those were pretty
finishing
shawls.
the items. They were gorgeous. I was so mad that I had to my Tunisian shawl. I was so mad that I had to give it away, but I had agreed to do it, and I said it on camera, and I was like, man, I can always make a new one, but
But I like this one.
I did. It was amazing. But I've now lost my train of thought completely. The Summer of Shawls giveaways that I did, I wanted to do it because it had a purpose. There's a reason behind it. I was doing it as a thing. I'm going to do it again next year, a little differently. But for me, it was really finding the time to package up the things that I wanted to send. I ended up sending things out before I had everything that I wanted because I couldn't wait any longer. I was working with a beekeeper to send local honey. I was working with there's a bakery that also does like preserves and jams and things just down the road. I was going to include some of that in each of the packages, themed to each of the items. I just couldn't make it work in fast enough, so I had to ship the things out earlier than I wanted to. But next year, we're on top of it.
Okay, all right. Quincy, I'm glad you brought this up. I'm wanting to start posting, but felt like maybe people are expecting giveaways. I don't know. No, no. People don't expect anything. Just they expect you to be yourself. Just be yourself. You know.
Yeah. The advice I was given for giveaways was don't pigeonhole yourself into something you do all the time.
Yes.
So if you want to do a certain type of content, by all means, do that type of content all day, right? But if you don't want to do giveaways, if you're worried about the financial impact to you of the giveaways being an issue, don't do them. If you never do them, nobody will ever expect them.
Yeah.
If you do them every time somebody sees you, they're going to expect it every time they see you. So you gotta figure out what works best for you.
Yes. You know,
I had actually a lady give me a comment on one of my videos, and she goes, "If you did more giveaways, I would subscribe. We come to you to watch, so you should give us something in return." And it's like, that's not what this channel is.
Yep.
And she's like, "Okay, goodbye." Goodbye.
There's always going to be people like that.
Mm-hmm.
I go by the philosophy, and this is something I heard from one of our product managers at work. We will do 80% of the time. I'm going to please only so many people some of the time. Never going to please everybody all the time. But if that's what the metric I'm looking for, I'm going to fail. I've got to put out videos that I will watch, and that's what I do. If people come and watch them, cool.
Well, see, Kitty, there are so many people who push niche based content, but like my Tunisian tutorial, let's say that's a simple stitch. The way I teach it, it may be different than the way Lucas teaches. It's going to be different than the way Russ teaches. It's going to be different than the way VJ teaches it. So you could all be out there, but everybody, especially like for tutorials, everybody teaches differently.
Yep. And everybody learns differently too.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You'll teach it differently, but maybe your style of teaching doesn't work for this person. That's fine.
Or voice or something.
Right.
You know,
you're not going to please 100% of the people ever.
Then you have, you know, the Yarny talks.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody talks about different things, though. You know, I could be sitting there telling you this is the best yarn in the. Helps if I hold it right. Best yarn in the world, but then Lucas could come up and say it's the crappiest yarn in the world. Because, like we said earlier, it's subjective.
Because Lucas can't get it in his stores because Lucas's stores are garbage. I did a video right before I put my Christmas tree up of me going to 3 different stores, and I was just like, let's just look at the yarn selections at the stores that I have. And it was so bad I couldn't even put it in a video and release it. The shelves were so awful.
Oh wow.
So,
and I really think niche is more. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lucas.
You're good.
I have a lag here. I apologize.
You're fine, sweetie.
And I think niche really goes more towards if you're selling things, and it keeps, you know, everybody from trying to sell the same thing. Like, I don't do amigurumi. I've got friends that do amigurumi. That's their niche. I don't sew granny squares together. And I've got friends that do all of the granny square blankets. That's their niche. I like doing hats and scarves and shawls and wearables. And so that's my niche. So you do what feels good to you, and everybody do what they're comfortable with, what they're good at, and what sells in their area or what they can sell on the internet.
Yes. And Kitty, I also get about learning the editing softwares. because when I first started, that's why I'm slowly refilming get the stitches. The first 20 stitches I did. One, I had no idea what the heck I was doing filming wise, and then I was also using Blender for editing. I didn't know how terrible that was.
That's that's tough.
And now I use a really great software called Movavi. It is kind of on the pricier side, but that editing program is just, I don't want to say dummy proof because nobody's a dummy, but it's very user friendly.
Mm-hmm.
It's like one of the best ones I've ever tried. I've tried DaVinci. I've tried them. I didn't like none of them. I tried this one. I got the free trial, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I love this." And I didn't know. I mean, I learned a lot of editing from Blender, because if you can edit on Blender, you can pretty much edit on anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't edit. Very rare do I ever edit. Very rare.
You don't have to. I mean, that's the beauty of crafting related channels, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing a tutorial, editing really helps because there's a lot of middle ground that you want to take out and get, almost force yourself to get to the point a little faster. But
and a lot of curse words.
Right. But if you're doing just a chatty video, you don't have to edit.
Nope.
Just sit down and chat.
Yeah.
Even when I do a stitch I don't call them tutorials. I call them "Come Learn with Me."
Mm-hmm.
So even when I would do one of those, if I messed up, guess what? It's in that video.
Yeah.
Because I show people, it's like, look, this is what I just did. So you rip it back out and you go forward. We all make mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, like on my stitch tutorials, the editing that does take place isn't what I cut out is not like the mess ups, because I want to show mess ups and show you how to correct it and how it happened. And I try to force those mess ups at times, and that's where I try to force a mess up, which never happens. It's hard to make yourself mess up on purpose so you can have it on film. Yeah. But there's times that you'll see a stitch and I pause because I have a constant sinusitis because of a military issue, and so I have to snort or I have to cough. So I do a lot of cutting that stuff out, or you'll hear the dog licking himself, because this mic is very sensitive. Like their food bowl is on the other side of the house, and you could hear it through this mic. And so it's just there's a lot of that stuff that I edit out, and then because of the editing, I kind of film in reverse. So like what you see at the very beginning, was actually the finished swatch, so I just cut and moved. So that's just my amount of editing. And now I have seen some where they make errors, and you can see the error made because you can see that stitch pulled up. Like they put their needle in there at one point, and you can see that stitch all stretched out.
Queen C Creative. It really depends on what you're trying to do for camera angle and what you're willing to do for your own setup. Start small.
Yes.
Don't spend a ton of money. What I would say if you're just starting out, because I've been in various YouTube channels for 15 years now. What I would always tell people is start small.
Yeah.
Don't buy a huge microphone. Don't buy a massive camera. Don't buy software. Don't do any of that. Sit down and make a video. Sit down in front of a camera, whether it's your phone, an iPad, a tablet, your laptop, whatever it is. Sit down in front of a camera and record a video. And then watch that video. Don't post anywhere, but watch it. Did you enjoy making that video? If so, post it on YouTube and see what happens. And then start from there. Maybe you want to cut out like an intro piece. Maybe you sit down, because this is what I do. I'll sit down in front of my camera and I'll center myself and I'll take a few breaths and I'll be like, hello. I'll do a pause and look at the camera and do my intro. I'll cut out that piece. Maybe you want to learn how to do that first. Start small.
Yes, exactly.
And then as you build those skills over time, the quality will improve. You'll learn more piecemeal, so you're not overwhelming yourself, because it's very, very, very easy to look at these tutorials and suggestions from people and be like, whoa, what am I doing? It's very easy to do that. So start small. If you want to make a video, sit down and record something. Whether it's be a tutorial, there's a ton of things you can do if you want to do an overhead video looking at your hands. One of the things that I used to do, I would literally just hold my phone in my mouth and look down. Easiest way to do it. Doesn't cost any money. Looks weird, but you got to get the shot somehow, you know? So just start very small, you know, and just build your skills up from there, because everybody starts at zero. This is not something we're born with. We're not learning to see colors. We're not learning to walk. Everybody starts at zero. We all start at the same place in this kind of field.
Well, exactly. And
take baby steps.
There's a well-known creator who pretty much taught me like about angles. To film as if you're looking at it through your eyes. So that's why I want to say, you know, about 5 months ago, my angles changed to that. Like it's not my phone, it's a webcam, but it sits like this. And it's just like, it's my eyeballs. You're seeing things through my eyes. And that's what she told me to do. Would not tell me to do, but said that would help. Because then it'll make people feel like, okay, I'm watching it. You know, it's hard for me to explain what I'm trying to say right now, because I'm starting to get a little sleepy. But they're seeing it through their eyes as I was doing. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. Oh my gosh, I can't explain right now.
Yeah, just start small.
And cheap. Literally, you don't have to buy it. If you have a cell phone, a newer cell phone, you don't have to buy anything.
This phone is a better camera than I'm using right now. So
what phone? I don't know.
This is a Samsung Galaxy S24.
There's a lot of people that use that for those.
Your cell phone probably has a better camera than you ever think it has. Start small. You probably have it already in your hand. You know, you've got everything you need. You've got the things you want to talk about in your brain. All you need is a camera and to record a video. That's all you need. You can make it complicated very, very easily and quickly. And you can spend a lot of money if you want to. But you don't have to.
No, you don't.
You don't have to.
And you don't really have to buy much of anything.
Kitty, I'm using the S22.
See?
I have an iPhone 14.
Well, I've got the newest iPad 13-inch Pro.
One of my favorite YouTube channels. It's a gentleman. They record on an old iPad. They edit an iMovie. There you go. You don't have to spend a ton of money.
Well, and like the cameras that I use, which is the exact same. I found two. I got lucky. Found two in clearance at Walmart. They're normally $290 cameras.
Wow.
$10 each. You're down right. I picked them up.
Yeah.
And that's what I use. And it's the same quality as we're seeing right now, because it's the exact same camera I use, but it's on a boom arm. You know, so check the clearance size.
Oh, 100%. And as you go through your videos, you know, I hate watching my videos now. But when I first started, and even when I started this channel, I started small. I recorded with my phone, and I watched the videos. What can I improve a little bit at a time to make them better? Yep. First, for me, it was lighting, because lighting was awful.
It's still an issue with me.
Right? Well, you can see Alexa decided to, change that for me randomly. But I don't even have it perfect. But lighting for me was the big one. Then it was microphone, because I had a lot of background noise. But it's really your situation, where you're going to record, what you have availability for you to do.
Mm-hmm.
All of that is easy to fix. Just do it little bits at a time. The
Yeah.
most important thing is going to be what you're talking about.
Exactly.
I don't care if the video is awful. If you're engaging and you've got something I'm interested in, I'm going to watch a video.
And I'm going to tell you,
I'm like,
the hardest content you're going to film, and this is from experience, the hardest content you're going to film is tutorials.
There's a reason I only have one.
On average, a stitch tutorial is usually about an hour's worth of footage that I have to get down to at least 15 minutes. An item make, such as, like, say, my holiday tapestry I made, Happy Holidays, that was 44 hours worth of footage, because you have to go row by row on those. That I had to get down to 6 hours. That the blankets I do, same, not that long, because I don't film the whole blankets. I film just like a swatch. That's what I learned from Crystal, was swatches will get the point across without having to sit there and take up 3 days worth doing a blanket.
Oh yeah.
And those can take, depending on how much you want to talk and explain what you're doing. And I explain everything, are going to be the hardest things you film and edit.
Hey, Kitty Lang, listen, I have ADHD. I'm not medicated. I manage it through a lot of different things. I know exactly what you're feeling with that. The only thing that worked for me was, and this doesn't work for everybody with ADHD, because you have to spend a little bit of time setting it up, but I have a Kanban board, which is a way to track tasks using a physical item. I have on this wall next to me, it is literally just like painter's blue tape and post-it notes. So I have different sections of an idea. Then I have an outline section where I sit down and think, okay, what do I want this to actually be? And then I have a section that goes from outline to what I call the beginning. So I will start a project. I will choose yarn for it. I will do those kinds of things. And then I will do one for a in progress project and then a finished project. And I have a visual representation right in front of me that I see all day, every day, of what I'm doing and where it's at. That is the only way I can keep track of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So there are tons of ways to do that and find a system that'll work for you in your specific neurospicy situation. Just got to find one that works.
Yeah.
And for me, it was finding that physical visual representation of what I'm doing. Every video that I make, I've had a post-it note that I've moved from one section to the other on this wall.
Seriously, and it works for everybody. And everybody, like you said, everybody's different. It works different. Mine's a hot mess of writing and arrows just drawn everywhere. That works for me. That's my process, and your board works for you. And that's great. Like,
but it's finding that one thing that works.
Yes, and
you gotta stick to it. And that ADHD special neurospicy brain is like, this didn't immediately work. I have to walk away. You got to fight that urge a little bit to find what works for you. And once you do, that's it. You're good.
Oh yeah, and just keep repeating that process. And Queen C, and that's hard to come across about editing. You're finding tutorials for editing videos, how to edit videos, because that's all dependent even on the software you decide to use. And I'm not going to give a recommendation for softwares, because I've only tried a few. I've tried the big ones that a lot of people get with the pre-Da Vinci. I didn't personally like it. I tried the hardest one, I think is the hardest one, was Blender. Didn't like it, but I dealt with it. And then I love Movavi. but that's a paid one. Oh, that's cool, Kitty.
Okay. Okay.
That is a good idea.
I am definitely a list person, but I have to have a physical version of it. I've tried to-do apps. I've tried all kinds of things. I lose it if it's in the digital space. I have to be able to see it. It has to be tangible or it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I no longer have it in my brain.
Yeah. Well, that's me, because I used to plan everything in my phone of what tutorials coming up, what, you know, on the calendars. No, I couldn't. I had to go out and buy the dry erase calendars, and I have them. I have like four. I have 4 of them stuck, so I have 4 months planned out, and nothing better move. Because if I have to move one thing, it throws everything out of whack, and I got to redo it all.
I will tell you, there was a video idea that I had that I wrote down on one of my post-it notes, right? This is before I changed my whole setup because I didn't know this was a possibility. The post-it note fell off the wall and it fell behind the cabinet, and I lost the idea for 6 months until I moved the table and was cleaning, and I found it. And I was like, oh yeah, forgot about that. But it's just all finding what works for you. Now my post-it notes are basically glued to the wall. They don't come off unless I, you know, have
Physically.
to rip it off.
Yeah.
But it's a whole thing. But whatever your situation is and whatever you're working with, find a way to start planning videos that way, and you'll stick with it forever.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there you go. Use a spreadsheet.
That's how I use a spreadsheet on my PC, nowhere near my phone, because I'm always on my PC. That has all my stitch tutorials scheduled until I think it was September 2031. Because if I don't organize it that way, and I don't, now all those are set for those those Mondays.
Right.
I will lose track. It'll throw everything I have planned out the window, because I try my damnedest to have a stitch tutorial on that Monday, and that Friday something with that stitch in it as an item make. And if that gets all out of whack, well, there goes that list, and I'm like, I'm effed.
See, I can't.
In my eyes, I am
with it. I found early on that if I gave myself that box to sit in, I would start to hate the box. So I had to be a little bit outside of that. So now I say 1 video a week, whether I recorded Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, whatever that day is. It's sometime at the end of the week, and for me, the week starts on Monday. That's when I do my video.
Yeah.
So I give myself a window to make sure that video is done. But before, I was like, okay, I must record the video on Fridays at 8 p.m. and then I have to edit it and get it uploaded, because at the time I was uploading videos on my phone and it took forever. That way I could release it Saturday morning at 10 a.m. I had it down to the minute of what I was supposed to be doing, and I hated every second of it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
But like you said, once you find that thing that works for you, it works. It works for me unless something gets screwed up.
Yeah.
And I have to move something. Then it throws everything out of whack, because I don't know why. I'm just that meticulous. I don't know if it's I don't have ADHD. I don't. But all the years in the military, everything had to be a certain way. If something wasn't a certain way, everything fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Michael, I think I'm going to have to call it a night.
I knew, yeah, it's about that time for you.
Well, I have to be up in 4 hours, so.
You got to work?
No, I have to go play
it's
Santa.
Christmas Day. That's right.
Yeah, I have to go play Santa for the kids.
Okay, well, you have a good day. And thank you for coming up.
Tell me it's 3:30 in the morning.
It is 3:30 in the morning.
Hey, Lucas. It's 3:30.
I have to cook in not many hours.
Well, this Santa has to be jolly for the kids. And if I don't get a few hours of sleep, I ain't gonna be jolly.
Right.
Well,
Right.
depends on your
Right.
definition.
Well, thank you for coming up, both of you.
Well, thanks
It-
for letting me.
and you have a
Yeah.
great night. And
No, thank you for doing this.
Very much.
well, thank you.
And thank
I'll
you
leave
for
it there.
inviting me.
Because
Of
you know,
course.
but
Yes. But again, oh, it scared me, dog. Uh, but yes, thank you for taking time out of your time to spend with us.
Thank you.
absolutely.
And Merry Christmas,
Next year,
everybody. I'm going to
let's do it.
drop down as well because
Okay.
I've got a bunch of
Ooh.
preteens that are going to be over for dinner, and I don't want to choke anybody when they get
You don't want to
lippy.
be on the news?
Nah. It would enhance my sweet, gentle image.
See, I dare somebody to get lippy with me in my kitchen. I will be out on the news and I will tell them exactly what happened. And probably
Merry
three of their
Christmas.
secrets too.
Because I've got crocheting for the foster children to do. I can't go to
Yes.
jail.
Yes. No, not at all.
Thank you
Right.
all so very much. Love and kisses to
Love you all.
everybody. Good
Thank
night,
y'all so much.
everybody. Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
Michael,
And
this was great. This really was.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna be here until I guess that's what's 4.5 more hours.
Yep.
Yes.
Hey,
Yes, it
once
would
I get the
totally
turkey
ruin my
in,
brand, Queen.
once I get the turkey in, if you're still on, I'll join you. So you might see me again.
I'm gonna as soon as I'm gonna be playing a 15-minute intermission.
Mhm.
I'll get to play the video finally. And that'll give me a chance to go stretch and let the dogs out.
Yes.
Yes,
Because
sir.
Panda's
They say
already
he's
asleep.
going to be here until 7 a.m.
Central Standard Time.
Yes. And everybody who knows me knows that this is really late for me.
It is.
I haven't done this in a long time.
I'm usually in bed
And-
at 8. This is
Yeah. I'm
I
usually in
usually
bed
don't.
between 9 and 10.
That's about my bedtime in the morning.
See, I'm up at 4 every day, so
Oh no.
it's been a long day. Almost 24 hours at this point.
Yeah.
Well, you need to
Oh,
get some
man,
sleep, and I know
don't say
Russ.
long day. Lucas hasn't told you how long he's been up already.
Well, y'all get some sleep.
23 and a half hours.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness, boy. Woo!
But it was fun. It was absolutely fun.
It
Let's
was
do
a
it
good
again.
time.
Thank you so much, and y'all have a good night and Merry Christmas. If I don't talk to you, any of y'all, after my life's done, I'm going to bed.
Yes, you should.
And hug Panda for me.
I will. But we're gonna go ahead and have a 15-minute intermission, so I can stretch my legs. You can do what you need to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and thank y'all again. Thank y'all so much. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the video. Where is it? I'm trying to find
Merry
it. There we
Christmas,
go.
Vicky, and everybody.
Oh, that's cute.
Welcome back. Let me get that off of there. Okay, how do I do that? I don't know. That's how I do it. There we go. And thank you. Y'all can hear me, right? BJ?
Yes, we
Okay.
hear you.
Okay, thank you all for hanging in there for that 15-minute intermission. And so, VJ, how do you close the stream? You see up there in the top, it should say end. Actually, I can end it for you if you want me to.
Okay, because it says I'm live. And then where it said remove, I was afraid it would just delete everything off my channel.
No, it'd just remove you from the live stream thing.
Oh, so
That
that's
aspect.
like
They've changed it.
right.
It's more confusing now.
Yes.
A lot more confusing. I'm not going to be using StreamYard in quite a while after this.
Well, you know what? It's good. I love the format. It's just that I didn't know how. This is the only the second time that I was on a multi-stream live,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't remember how we ended it before.
Well, before it used to say up there where it says I don't where you're when you hit it says stream to your channel. It used to say end stream for you.
Okay.
And I guess
that anymore.
okay, I can stop it for you if you want me to.
Oh, I can do it. Well, I
Okay.
can do it now that I know that it won't delete my channel or delete the portion of the stream that I had going. So I just wanted to be sure. See, I learned something else new. So thank you, sweetie. Merry
thank
Christmas.
you. Merry Christmas,
Bye-bye.
sweetie. Bye. I'm going to change the background because we're going to be doing something here in a moment. I got to get it pulled up. And thank you, VJ. I need to go. I don't know how I did this before. No. 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 Well, whatever. Oh, well. So, I have no idea where I... Sorry, I got to find the folder. Oh, there they are. Okay, so, we're going to do a little giveaway. I don't know why I'm looking there. I need to look here. So, we're going to do a little giveaway. And this is brought to you by Maureen from My Crochet Story. So, how we'll do this giveaway? Nope. It's not sponsored by anybody. YouTube has no affiliation with it. Nobody has any affiliation with it. It is all coming out of Maureen, and it is available worldwide. And we are going to... Oh, my gosh. Oh, wow, that's in there. Actually... No, I have to look. Because I need to choose a name. And, okay, we're just going to do this. There's going to be a total of 6 giveaways throughout the rest of the show. And as I said, this is hosted by, this item was donated by Maureen from My Crochet Story. What you'll do is you'll email me, and I'll put my email at the bottom if you win. And then I will forward your information to Maureen. And this is just to ensure that the person who wins is the right person, because I've gotten emails from people that aren't even subscribed to the channel saying they won and no proof given, So we're gonna do a little giveaway, and this is what the giveaway is. How do I hold on? Oh my god, they moved things around. Share screen. Oh my gosh. I want the whole window. And it is a Notions pouch. These are very beautiful Notion pouches. And again, this is open worldwide. You'll get one Notion pouch because she donated a total of 6. There's 2 in this one. I have to make sure I'm clicking the right things here. 2 that one, and then those 2. And it's going to be random which one she sends you. So, in order to do that, we got to come over here. And I need to do something else. Sorry, trying to do this is kind of weird to me. Share screen. This is what you're going to type. Oh, no. You're not getting that screen. Share. You're going to type snow. There we go. I want that one. So type in snow. And again, as I said, this is available worldwide. If you have any, what's the word I'm looking for? Duties, that'll be on you. So, and I appreciate you guys all being here and just hanging out with me for the night. I know it's been a long night, and we're over the halfway hump. And I am glad you guys, I do need to make that a lot bigger, don't I? Oh. That'll work, hey. And I'm sorry I didn't get to greet everybody like I normally do. I really do apologize for not being able to greet everybody like I do. But, you know, the beginning, the chat was just flying by. Oh my gosh, my anxiety was going through the roof. We're going to give it just a few more minutes. Oh, I don't know why I'm still wearing my headset. Nobody else is there. Go ahead, and if you want in on it, go ahead and type in snow. So we got a total of 6 to give away, and we'll do 1 right now, and then the remaining 5 hours we'll do the other 5. 1 an hour. Hey, what do you know? Carmen, you can enter as many times, but you can only win once. So if you need to type it a couple of times for StreamYard to catch it, do so. Well, thank you, Jen. And I'm telling you, like, I'm just amazed at the creators that agreed to do this. I really, really am. It blew my mind that all these creators said yes. You know, one of them was, for lack of a better word, why the hell not just email it? What's the worst they can say is no. And then having that person pop up. Okay. I'm going to give it just another minute more, and we're going to hit the draw button. And we'll see who the lucky winner is. And yeah, the first round of this live was pretty rowdy. That's why that's why I'm not going to be able to monetize this thing at all. And Brandon, you know, it was a fun night. You know, you got to see people that normally wouldn't be being themselves. You got to see them be themselves. And that was just awesome. And All right, we're not moving, so I'm going to go ahead and hit draw, and let's see who the lucky winner is. Scrimshaw. Woo! Congratulations, sweetie. Go ahead and email me. I will forward all the emails. You'll email me with your address, your your name and your address, and I will forward that to Maureen, and she will be mailing those out. Let me move this back over because everything's out of whack because I had to move things. And minimize and go there. Okay, cool. Now we're good. Ooh, yes, congratulations, Scrimshaw. We have right, Brandon. Some of those rest lives can be pretty spicy. Oh, man. And it really is fluffy. And to, like I said, I wanted to do this for you guys, and I didn't want anybody to be alone this holiday season because I know what it's like to be alone. You know, I'm missing my mother. You guys are missing other family members and whatnot. So and I was like, well, let's just make it like the creators get back the best that we can do. So, and it really is, again, fluffy. The camaraderie is just way better than the monetization. I mean, who's going to sit through a 12-hour live and watch a replay? You know, not a lot of people do. And just, have fun. Literally shoot the shit. In Mikey's case, walk it. Yeah, you can enter as many times, but you can only win once, Carmen. Look, Kitty, that's funny. And yes, and Scrimshaw, it's great just to see people just who are always in front of the camera all the time, just let loose and have fun, you know. And I'm hoping you all are enjoying this. You know, I turned off every bit of monetization that I could turn off without affecting my channel's monetization because I'm not in it for the money. You know, I'm not in it for the monetization aspect money. So I turned everything I could turned off. Because this is for you guys, not for me. And Juan was was going to come up, but it got a little bit late and he had to go to bed so he can go to work. And that's, totally understandable. He has to work on a holiday, which, sucks. But, when you got to provide a living, you got to do what you got to do, right? Thank you, Kitra. And I've enjoyed doing this. And like I said, this is going to be an annual thing. And those who you saw tonight on the panel, every single one of them have agreed to do it next year. So next year, it's going to be the same people that were on tonight, plus more. And this is going to be, I guess, literally on my pop-up live I did Saturday is when, because me and Panda have been talking about it, about making this an annual thing. And, he's like, well, just wait till you see the turnout. And the way everybody was talking, I knew there was going to be a good turnout. I wish other people could have been here too. But I know circumstances. And like I said, that Saturday night is when I determined right then and there, I was like, I'm doing this annually because, you know, just because I did it this year doesn't mean next year people aren't going to be alone and need somebody to talk to. And, you know, I did reach out to other creators and I understand their schedules. You know, I was just happy to get a yes from the people I got yeses from. And with Mikey, it was a maybe. And that email even came about. That email to Mikey was just a very, what's the worst he could say is no. So, well, thank you, Francis. You know, and I didn't want nobody to be alone this holiday season. Well, and thank you, Lorraine, for coming over. And Juan he's a good guy. I know some people have issues, but the issues they don't exist today. What exists today is what you're crocheting on. I was in bed when you started and fell asleep. You might hear, but I need to go back and see the beginning tonight when I don't have anything to watch. You're going to love the first 4 hours of it. It's pretty out there. But it was fun. Man. And then you all coming, you know, keeping me company too. So, but enough of that. What y'all working on? Next year, I'm going to have it more organized. Like I said, this year was literally a spur of the moment decision to do it. And then Craig's like, hey, you know, when I asked Craig, would you mind coming up for just a little bit to keep me company in the beginning? When he said yes, then I was like, well, let me ask other people. And everybody said yes, you know, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Serena's making hats, and yes, Fuzzy Butt. Craig has a really good sense of humor. And Serena, they came and talked. Serena's making hats. Ricky is working on a mosaic blanket by Sexel Designs. I've never heard of that one. I'm going to have to Google that later. I'm going to copy it. Oh, I can't do it over here. Michael, what are you trying to do? Oh, come on. There we go. And search. And I'll look for that. Oh, okay. I'll look at that later. Bag a day rug pattern. That's awesome. Oh, Ricky's working on All Skulls. It's called All Skulls. Okay. And a Tunisian sweater on the fly. I don't have it in here. My very first Tunisian, well, it was a blanket. My second Tunisian project that I ever made was a sweater in the round, and I had no clue what I was doing. This is when I just started. And I am glad, Brandon, with your sleeping schedule, because of your treatment, that we were able to keep you company tonight or this morning, however you want to look at it. And making a crochet blanket for my little dog. Aww. Sorry, sweetie. And making Granny Square my first year temperature blanket. Oh, nice. Hats, blankets, and curtains. Oh, Kitra. Nikki pot holders. worked on all. Okay, cool. And you worked on all your big projects earlier. I make also crochet hats, scarves from my friends, two girls. Awesome, Scrimshaw. Well, I finished. I can't show it too well because it's for a tutorial that hasn't been fully filmed yet. But that is a triangular scarf and a new stitch. And I don't remember when that stitch is coming out. I think I said the first week. Hell, I don't remember. That's the wrong button, Michael. Let me pull up my spreadsheet. I don't remember when I said that stitch was coming out. Okay, it's filmed. So that stitch that I used in the triangular scarf actually comes out this coming Monday, the 30th. And then the item make will come out, because I'm kind of changing up on it'll come out. Ooh, can't come out on the 10th. Can't come out then. It's going to come out in February, I think. I can't look at my board. My door's open. The colorway that I did use on that is the Big Twist Supernova Milky Way Galaxy. That's what I used. Ricky, yeah, it's the one I had. It's the one I had to frog every fourth row because I always messed up, and thank goodness it was just the row prior that I messed up. And what I'm working on now is a Ruana that I have no idea when I'm going to have that tutorial come out. I can't see my board. I want to say, because I have Valentine's Day stuff planned. I have a slouchy, Queen of Hearts slouchy, and Queen of Hearts scarf. And those two will come out the last 2 Fridays of January. And then there is another slouchy that I have made. And then, well, the Star Trek scarves will come out. It's basic. It's basically there to really kind of, like the Star Trek scarves I have coming out on the 10th. They're just basically there to show how to do a color change and how you can change colors and make shapes with the project. But I just turned it into a Star Trek scarf because why not? But that tutorial will come out on the 10th. But what I'm doing is every other Friday I'm doing something I'm calling Inside the Yarn Studio. That's just what the segment's going to be called. It's going to be a vlog-ish where I'll pick a topic, and that's what that video is going to be about. And then the following Friday will be a tutorial. It's kind of help me spread out my tutorials a little bit so I can catch up on other bigger things that's coming out that I want to do. That's going to take me a little bit longer. So I need to be able to have that cushion because some like cardigans, they take a little while. Some of these blankets that I have planned are going to take a little bit longer just because of the coolness in the stitches that I want to use. And shawls, some things are going to take a little bit longer to do. So that's kind of going to help me buy me some time to be able to do those and still stick to a video on Monday and Friday at 7 a.m. when my stuff comes out. Because the algorithm doesn't like it when you change stuff up. So I'm trying to keep that going. Just finished a Twisted Eternity scarf. Awesome. See, I want to do a twisted, no, it's a Mobius scarf. But I'm trying to work it out to where with Tunisian, to make it do the twist, but not make it do the twist where you're showing the back. If that makes sense. Because the back of Tunisian is all bumpity. but the stitches are the front side. Those are the pretty parts. So I'm trying to figure out how to do a Mobius scarf where I can pull that off. And trying to figure that out has not been fun. But so that's what I'm doing with my stuff on coming this new year. And of course, what my plan is, like when I film stitches, when I finish a project, I film 3 stitches, 3 new stitches, 1 old. Because the first 20 that I have, this stitch is called the lattice stitch that I'm using for this. But what's making it mine, because everybody can do a Rwana with a certain stitch, but what's making this mine is I used a stitch pattern I created down at the bottom, down here, and it's called, there we go, the knotted ridge. It doesn't really show up that well in this thread. Let me show you on this leg warmer, which I still have to release that too. But on this leg warmer, you can see why I called it the knotted ridge. You can see how it's raised. It's a very nice raised stitch pattern, and I created that stitch pattern, and I know I created it because it's using a stitch that I brought back that was gone. So I'm using it as the bottom and top of the Rwana. So that way I know it's mine, because and that's the hard part with being a tutorial channel that a lot of people don't understand either, that we have to be careful on what we do, because otherwise you get other channels or other people saying you stole that from me. So we have to be very original, and that's hard to do. And thank you all. Being original is very hard to do when everything's been done. So you got to add your little twist to it to make it yours. And that's hard to do. I'm in the lucky boat to where I have a good 40 or 50 stitches. I think it's 40. I think it's like 47 or 48 stitches that haven't ever been seen. I'm in that lucky boat, so I can use the hell out of those. And sorry for, cursing. I know I don't do that on my lives, so I apologize. But, I mean, some of these blanket ideas that I have, gosh, that's the other reason we got to get totes to start storing some of this yarn, because I got to get a lot more yarn for these blanket ideas, because a lot of this yarn is allocated for other projects that, like, when I think of a project, I also think of the yarn I want to use right when I'm making it in my head. So I buy the yarn, and then I literally, let me see if I got an empty one here though. Okay, that's what it is called. No. Yes. So I write everything down on so I can keep track of it. And I got that with, I got that with points from Hobby. No, and you're right, but there's certain people out there that will, Lorraine, that will say certain things, and I don't want to get caught up in drama. I don't like that stuff, and I don't want it near me, so I just err on the side of caution. Yeah, so I just err on the side of caution and screwed. No, it didn't. I'm, yeah, just err on the side of caution, and then I just use the stitches that I know have never been seen, and I know they haven't been seen because I do my research. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Love you all too. Uh-oh. I don't know if I screwed up or not. It looks like I screwed up. Sorry, just 1 second. Oh no, it's just the way it pulled. Okay. Because I'm still new, I guess you can say, on the YouTube streets. Being a little, just barely over a year. Oh my gosh, how many days over a year? Not quite 20 yet. Over a year. And I just got to err on the side of caution. I don't want to kick up anybody's dust. And I just still can't get over like my numbers for the past month. Oh my god. And that. So I'm just trying to. I think I have a message. I'm just trying to make sure it's not somebody I sent an invitation to or not. Okay, that was okay. It was VJ asking me in a message. Okay, yeah, VJ asking me in a message how to close the stream because they really messed that up, like royally, changed it all up. Nobody. Oh, we're not serious. What happened here? Oh, just trying to make sure everything is good to go. How are you doing again, Karen? But so y'all's honest opinion, very honest. What have y'all thought about tonight so far? I know we're on the downhill slope, and because I'm starting to get tired, but I promised 12 hours, and darn it, I'm going to do 12 hours. Because I've enjoyed tonight, and I hope you all have too. Yes, Nikki, me too. I stay away from it. That's why I keep my circle. Oh, thank you, Carmen. Yes. Thank you, Karen. Awesome, guys. This will be a yearly thing. I was stressing this whole thing. I really was. Oh my gosh, was I stressing doing this? Because one, I only knew, yes, everybody said yes, that they would come up, but I only knew one person that was truly going to come up. And that was Craig. Me and Craig do, everybody knows, me and Craig are really great friends. Not best friends, but getting there. So he can do that. I only knew he was for sure going to come up. Everybody could say yes all they want, but then when everybody showed up that I asked, it was amazing. And I've been stressing it ever since I decided to do it. Truthfully, I've been stressing it. Like, what if nobody shows up? Then that tells me that, people aren't alone. And yes, he has a great sense of humor. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Lorraine, I can see. I see that too. Next year, next year, the people who came up have agreed. So next year, it's still going to be those same people. However, there's going to be more. There's gonna be more creators. Um, there's more that I wanted to invite, but other circumstances I couldn't. Because I wasn't at the I didn't get a lot of yeses right away, so I wasn't sure. Joe, I did not, because I remember when one live she said that she doesn't do stuff like that, go on other people's panels anymore. She used to do it in the beginning, and then she quit. And then she's talked about how she's constantly, she's busy, especially trying to work on a new project or a couple new projects for the next year. So I didn't even. Thank you, Lanny. Eileen. Um, well, thank y'all. But next year it's going to be more. Hopefully things will align with other people, because I'd like to have. I was trying to have, you know, the smaller creators with a few bigger creators. That's what I was trying to go for. A lot of the smaller creators with a few big creators. That's what I was trying to go for. But, and that kind of happened. That happened. And then I had to get some of the pillars of our community, like VJ, like Granny D. Ooh, I keep hitting that. Sorry. And hopefully next year we can actually do some giveaways. I'm on a tight budget. That's why I can't really do giveaways a lot, as my budget is tight. And yes, what Joe just said. Oh man. What was I going to say? I don't remember what I was. I know I had something I planned that I wanted to talk about, but I don't remember what it was. I really don't remember. Trying to remember, but I can't. So if something pops in my head, I'm going to have to get it out right away. Oh my goodness. If you hear bubble guts, that's my puppy. My hubby went to bed early, and all I need to do for dinner is throw my ham in a low oven. Everything else was prepared Tuesday afternoon. So I just, well, thank you. And happy pre-birthday, Amanda. I do too. Like, I see these big creators when they go live, right? And you pop in their lives, and you just see the hundreds upon hundreds of people in there. And then you happen to pick and choose what comments you're going to respond to, and you don't want to offend anybody. That's what I'm dreading whenever I get to that. If I ever get to that point, that's what I'm really dreading. And because well, everybody knows I suffer from bad anxiety, and I have no his no Lorraine. His name is Taz, but he's got bubble guts right now. He's got the bubble guts. um. So with my anxiety and then my little baby heart issue, it's nothing serious, but that just my anxiety makes that even worse and kicks in, and so it's like that's why I had to quit doing the scheduled lives, because I would see that date, I would see it, and it started driving me crazy. It can be very overwhelming. I'm just glad I haven't gotten there yet. Uh, so then that's like, when people do giveaways, like the announced giveaways, and it's in their titles, and they do the giveaways, and then they turn around, the masses come in, and it's like, oh my God. I don't know how people deal with that when they're doing giveaways. Like, more power to Michi. Oh my gosh. Because there's no way Michael could do that. And Joe, that's probably going to have to be, whenever I get to that point, I'm going to have to, or yeah, because me and Panda have talked about it, that I would have to have him on panel, sort of, where he can speak to me, and I'm the only one who can hear him. I have moderators. They're just right now they're in bed. I have a lot of good moderators. Just that I never go live this late. Um, I've got Nessa, well, my husband. I've got Zoila, Ola Joe, VJ, Michi. Did I just mess the hell up? I did. Yeah, I've got quite a few good ones, just that they're not there. Oh, I'm sorry, kitty. And see, that's the other thing, man. It's like, it is hard to catch all these channels I want to watch. Especially when I'm sitting here, filming. It is so hard to get into those. And yes, Brandon, it is very, very, very hard. Yeah, but look, I told, like, me and Panda, like, when we get to that point, um, I'm probably gonna have to probably do like a Discord thing where he can talk to me and read the comments off when I can't catch them or something, or allow him to be able to highlight the comment, something like that. Work it out, kind of like what what is her name? Jada and Stitches does with her spouse. And Eileen, that's why I don't announce mine. I don't announce my giveaways because you get some people in there that's all they come for. And again, Kitty, so sorry. And so, man. Because I want those that show up all the time to win, and not what I call fly by nights, because they'll subscribe just for the giveaway, because there's the word giveaway in the title. They'll subscribe just for the giveaway, and then once the giveaway's over, they'll unsubscribe, and they only come for those. And I've seen that happen in other channels, and that's just it's sad that people are greedy. And I've seen some people that go into lives, win things, and then you turn around and you know it's that same item, but you turn around and you look on eBay for something and you come across that exact same item they won a week prior on eBay. And I've seen that, and I know it's that same item because it was there was one, it was a limited edition. I think it was a Burl's Odyssey, but one of those hooks. And then it was up on eBay, and I'm like, and then you're not a crocheter, but you're taken from crocheters. That's the way I look at it, but that's just me. I mean, but I couldn't deal with the stress in doing that. And then like I'd love to be able to do like a giveaway of yarn, and I could only do those when I'm giving extra yarn to do a giveaway. Most of the stuff I can't give away because of, well, contracts that y'all are the only ones who know, so I can't go into any more detail. Okay. Shouldn't have said that much, but shh, y'all don't know nothing. Did y'all hear that? Okay, I entered a contest on a channel once, and the person running the contest deemed Oh, wow, Eileen. Is it who I think you're talking about? It may be who I think you're talking about. And see, and that's yeah, okay. And that Kitra, that's me. I don't watch like other tutorial channels. I don't watch other tutorial channels. But I do watch, I don't know how you like, this is how I break it down. So I'm not trying to be rude or anything. This is how I break it down in my head. You have a tutorial channels, and then you have a Yarny channel, or Yarny talk show channel, and a variety channel, a Yarny variety channel. That's how I break down the channels. Like, I'm a tutorial channel, and the way I look like at Juan, he's a tutorial channel and a Yarny channel. He's a mix of the two. If that makes sense. That's just how I break it down. I don't watch other tutorial channels, like I said, but when I watch a Yarny channel, I watch them because like, what's the word I'm looking for? I watch. Oh my goodness, Michael. Based on exactly who they are, like you said, Kitra, who they are, their content, and how they treat their family. And when I say family, you guys. That's how I watch somebody. If somebody's not paying attention to chat and they're just going to sit there, they're sitting there blabbing their gums for an hour, that tells me you don't care. Lorraine, I'm in Texas. So I don't watch those type of channels, or I mean, they may have great content, but when you're on a live, your live is meant to yes, your life is about you. However, it's just not about you. You need to, like, you guys support us. And without you guys, we wouldn't be here. So pay attention to your guest. And that's what I try to do my damnedest to do is, give you guys the attention, because without you guys, we wouldn't be here. And that's why I wanted to do what I'm doing tonight. One of the reasons. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here, and to give back and make sure nobody's alone this holiday season. I wish I could do more hours and more days throughout the seat, but there was just no possible way. Yeah, and I'll watch Crystal's stuff because I learn different aspects of filming by watching Crystal. Awesome, Eileen. That's what I wanted. Um, because she does things different, and I learn. I watch her, and I will watch Mikey's tutorials. I'm not watching them to copy, but what I'm watching is how they film, how they do the tutorial. Because if you're wanting to do a tutorial, watch other tutorial channels before you start your own. Get your idea of what you wanted. Now, I knew what I wanted, but there's always room for improvement. So why not? And, like, you can always improve yourself. Now, I know neither one of them, Mikey does Tunisian every blue moon, and he's done Tunisian years ago. And, Crystal doesn't do Tunisian, but like doing a blanket swatch and doing the blanket swatches taught me I don't need to do a full blanket. If there's a repeat, then I can just show the repeat and do several rows of that, and boom. Do it in a smaller swatch. I don't need to be able to sit there and film 12, 13 hours worth of footage for a blanket. I could do a 15-minute video, an hour's worth of footage for a 15-minute video to show a swatch, and the point gets across. Well, thank you, Lynn. And let me see. Karen had a question. I have a question to even watch channels. You have to have a channel, but I don't want to post anything or do anything with my channel. I just enjoy watching all kinds of things. You don't have to post anything. I mean, when you're on YouTube, let me go. I have to switch something so that way I can explain it better. I have an incognito account because I was told to do an incognito account. I have to go down here. Oh, I guess not. Can't switch to it. Darn it. But you don't have, just because you have a channel per se, you don't have to post anything on it. You can even just use it as, if you want to make a playlist. Make a playlist, hold your playlist there of different things you want to learn. Yes, Kitra. And I try my damnedest to respond to everybody's comments that I can. Even if it's just a heart. Yeah, and your playlist does not have to be public. You could do private playlist. Or you come across a video and you're like, oh, I want to watch that later. You can just add it to a watch later list for yourself. But like, I don't know if y'all know what we see. I can't show y'all a lot. But I don't know if that's even going to come up across the screen. I'm trying to make it not show up bright. But like, oh my gosh, that's still too bright. There. But when we go into our YouTube studio, we see all the individual comments for every video that somebody's done. I try to respond to everybody. I know there's going to be times I'm not going to be able to, but I've already prepared for that because you can set up a set. Oh, I forgot what they're called. Give me a second. Channel, no permissions. You can add permissions where you can add a person to act in your behalf. And mine is my husband. Just because I don't know when I'm going to have something like another knee surgery. I don't know any of that, So I have him as an admin so that way he can answer, but when he answers as me. But I try to respond to, he hasn't done that yet, but I try to respond to everybody I can because, like I said, you guys are our backbone. You guys are why we're here. Okay, I know, Miss. Okay, so that's what I like to do is just watch different channels, but I do enjoy talking to you and others. And and I love talking to people. I love being, I'm a talker. Especially when you get me to talking about Tunisian. Everybody in here can tell you Tunisian it's like my drug of choice. And I've seen where, I try to pop into chats. 9 times out of 10, I'm on my iPhone when I'm popping into a chat. So it is so hard. I'd love to individually say hi to. Sorry for the noise. Sorry, I just dropped I went to go grab my protein drink. And I hit my flashlight that I have over here. I love to greet everybody individually, but when you're on your phone, it's so hard. It is so when I'm at my PC, I like to tag the person and say hi individually. But when I'm on my phone, it is so hard. iPhone doesn't. I don't think any mobile device lets you tag somebody. So it's hard. So I try to do a blanket hello as much as I can, and if it's a slow moving chat, then I will say, let's say Kitra hi, Scrimshaw hi, and I don't know last Saturday I brought up something that I got an email from somebody saying they don't like it when I call them hun, sweetie, sweets, etc., etc. Hi, Vicky. But because they feel like I'm demeaning. It's a demeaning comment to them. I'm not meaning it that way. I'm meaning it as a term of endearment because I really do, love you all. And hey, Jan. So I mean it that way. And so for a few days there, I was very conflicted when I was talking to people. Do I say this? Do I not say this? What do I do? So I brought it up in my life, and people were like, no, just ignore that. So that's what I'm doing. I call everybody sweetie, eat, hun, because that's what you are to me. You're a sweetheart. You're a sweet person. That's what I mean by it. Plus, yes, Amanda, it's a southern thing. Oh, thank you guys. Thank y'all so much. Brandon. And see, I feel weird like whenever I go to say hi to a guy, it's always hi man. Yeah, my thing is always hi is. I love that phrase, hi is. So that's my thing. And it's so weird like when I go to a man, to a male creator, it's like hi is man. Whenever everybody else is sweetie, hun, whatever. Oh my goodness. Call me anything but just not late for dinner. And see, I even say it like when I go to the store and I get something and I'm paying for it, and if they're nice to me, well, thank you, sweetie. Thank you, hon. I don't. It's just me. And then I know I missed a comment, a couple. Right, Vicky? I've never worked retail, but I could only imagine how many times you get called, hun, sweetie. I know. I saw something up here. I don't know, phones, tablets. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Miss Jan. Well, thank you, Kitcha, for enjoying my channel, me and the live and my channel in general. And some creators have favorites that they always say hi to, and you're just chop deliver. Okay, I read that one, and that's what got me on that little tangent. Okay, I think I'm good now. Yeah, and the sad thing is, it was another creator that I did watch before I did YouTube, and it was just one of those that what's her nut? And like Ivy, you're that like sweetheart, that's your thing. I'll only call you sweet. My sweetest sweetheart, because you are. And oh, and Kitra, I mean, I love it when people keep it real. It's just sometimes some people push it a little too far, if that makes sense. Hey, Roberta. And see, and Rose, that's me. I don't have time to watch all of them in between, like I said, between working up the stuff, filming it, editing it, putting it out, and then going right back to do it. I love doing this. I really do. Whenever I was doing my research of, wanting to do tutorial channels, that the research pretty much said don't do it. But it's like, I want to. I love doing this. I have a handful of channels I watch. I cannot keep up with all of them as well. Yes. And you try to give people watch hours. Yes. I do that too. And Panda, if I can't make it to a live and you see Panda in there, it's because he's filling in for me by proxy. Because I'm in here, door shut, filming. Or I'm in here editing, cursing myself out because I coughed way too many times and I got to edit that out, or cursing because the mic picked up Kaz licking himself. And see, I don't purge channels like some people do, because I want to keep that subscriber. I will every now and then, pop in a video of theirs, watch the video just so that way the YouTube still thinks, keeps my subscription to them and keeps that number for them. Because I know a lot of creators, a lot of creators just care about the number. The number really doesn't. After you get 1,000 for like a creator, after you get 1,000, the number really doesn't matter because you're already monetized. The part where the numbers do come in is if you want to make money. If you want to make money, yes, you got to have the subscribers. Yes, you got to have the views. I'm doing this because I love to do this. I want to get all these stitches out. There's some people that are just money hungry. Well, hello. How are you doing? And I totally forgot your name. Oh my goodness, Michael. I was about to say it, my precious yarnery, but I was about to say it, and then it was on the tip of my tongue, and then it just fell off. Angela, yes, thank you, Ivy. It was right there on the tip of my tongue, and then it just fell off. You ever have those days? And Lady Crochet, that's me. I'm happy teaching people. I'm just so happy doing that. And Deb Watson, figuring out how to hold the hook is, Amanda, I'm probably not going to be doing this on New Year's. Depends on how I feel. Give me a few days to figure that out because it does take a toll on me, on my legs, with my nerve pain syndrome I have. So I will figure that out. It's going to take a few days and see how long this actually is going to keep me down. But there was a question up here. And Deb, like me, I hold my needle just like, though I can't show you that way. I'm trying to turn around, but that's how I hold my needle. I just hold it just like this and do my stitching that way. Just so much easier for me. I guide it with my index finger. That's how I do it. I just continuously guide it with my index finger. Hold it like a knife, sort of, if that's how you hold your knives. And that's how I do it. And let's see. And Luis, I would like to, in the new year, start doing many different craft videos on my channel. One of them is Tunisian. I would like to do something similar to Laura's Bot Hat Palooza using your tutorials. Well, that's awesome. Very awesome. I mean, I've got a lot coming. I really do. Okay, let me do that. Sorry. It's quick and easy. Well, I used to have it to where I had, what's that thing called? Nightbot. But I turned it off for this because I didn't want Nightbot to go mad crazy. There you are. I didn't want Nightbot to go mad crazy. And let me go ahead and do this because where are you at? And if you don't mind, Ricky, thank you. Let's see. Oh, goodness gracious. I keep seeing stuff slipping. I'm going to try. I maybe, like I said, Eileen, I'm going to have to figure it out give this a few days and see how long this actually messes with my pain syndrome. Right now, ooh, this is my other phone that is specifically, has no SIM card, but it specifically holds the pain controller that's implanted in my back. Oh, I gotta get it close to the Wi-Fi, or Bluetooth, I mean. for those who don't know, that all that blue area is what my pain controller controls the pain for. So, and right now I have it at the strength of 46. 72 is the highest because it's hurting right now. But I'm, I knew that was going to happen, so I prepared for it. Let's see. You're welcome, Ricky. Oh, Ricky. I've seen how you are. I've paid attention to you, so I know how you are. But, and because it's a nerve condition, a degenerative nerve condition, so, it just all depends. Yeah, Nikki, yes, it's a spinal cord stimulator. And about every minute and a half, it shocks the nerve that goes down to that area. Oh, Merry Christmas, Ivy B. Love you dearly. That shocks the nerve to help block the pain. It doesn't block the swelling and everything else, but it helps block the pain. And I'm going to tell y'all something here. This woman right here, though. Oh, come on. This woman right here. If it wasn't for her and Jen having me up on my very first ever live on their channel, because I was nervous and scared. I was scared. Ivy and Jen put me at ease. Well, thank you, Crystal. But Ivy and Jen put me at so much ease before the live because she can tell you behind the scene. And thank you, Ivy, for the gifted membership too, Karen Morley. And I'm going to do something over here, but she can tell you before we went live, I was so nervous. And I was on the verge of tears. That's how nervous I was because I've never put my life out there like this. And I'll tell you in just a minute, Jen. And they put me at ease, and we had a great live. And it was like as soon as I hit those live buttons, now go live, my anxiety instantly goes away because them two helped me through it so much. Jen, that is for a tutorial that's going to come out probably around the beginning of February. It is a triangular scarf with a new Tunisian stitch. And let me do something over here. Why the heck not? And I already gave out my 10 freebies this month, so I'm doing that. So Crystal, W, welcome, brand new to the channel. Amanda Hannock, DK Jen, Janet R, Hook and Good Creations Tina, Chris Whitaker, Scrimsh, Divergent Crafter, DC, Faith, oh my gosh. Unique and Amazing Stripes, Don Aaron, Loving Hands, and Crafting Adventure with Amy. That's not why, Ivy. Because there's something else I wanted to do for Ivy. I've been wanting to do this because I had to reset my channel and it was taken away, and I wanted to do that for my Ivy B. I've been meaning to do that forever, and I keep forgetting. gosh, it's just about time for another little intermission because I can feel it in my, like, I have metal knees. Let me see if I can show y'all. I don't know where that picture would be. Photos? Aha. Let me lower this phone down. That's what both of my knees look like. There we go. So that's what both of my knees look like. So that's why I also have that nerve condition because all the, oh my gosh, did I screw? No, I didn't. From all the knee surgeries I have. But, and then I have to get up and have the constant swelling. And I wearing my old man socks, or on that leg anyway. A compression sleeve on the knee, and then compression socks on the leg. And good morning, Barbara. Having a great day so far. Well, my day's been going. It is another giveaway time. Yes. And then we'll take our 15-minute and get up and walk around, use the restroom, whatever you need to do. So let me figure out the word I want to use. Something easy. Okay, I got a word. Let me pull it up. Where did I move it? We're gonna do something I know nobody's typed, so it doesn't automatically. Oh, help, Michael. You need to do this right. All right, there we go. Let's go here and share screen. I just want, where'd it go? There we are. That's the word you're going to type because we're going to do the giveaway for another Angela, for another Notions pouch. Given by Maureen from My Crochet Story. And it is available anywhere in the world. Just that if she asked that if you have to pay duties on anything, that's what you have to pay it on. So keep typing your word. I am going to show what that looks like to those who didn't get to see. Do I have it still up? No. I do. It'll be one of the. I had to pull it up right in my face too, though. It'll be one of those, and as you can see, they're really nice. There's a total of 6 that she's given away. We've already done 1, and that's all 6 right there. So it'll be one of those, and again, it's anywhere in the world, and they are beautiful. And they actually have like a fold out bottom, so they become square. If that makes sense. It's a very collapsible bottom, and man, when she opened it up when she was showing me, it is big. Let me. And once you win, you'll email me with your details, your name, your channel name, because I've already written down the first winner, and I do write these down. Just give me your channel name. I'll need your legal name and your address. I will send that off to Maureen, and she will be the one mailing these out. Sorry, I didn't mean to make all this noise. And oh my gosh. Number 2. And let's see if this is still increasing. 23. We're going to give it just another minute, make sure. And then we'll do the winner and take our I'll play the nice video. Have our 15-minute intermission. Get up, stretch your legs, get you something to drink, get your yarn, whatever you need to get. Use the bathroom. Any of that good stuff, because I know I need to use the restroom. And so does the pup. And we're stuck at 23, so I am going... Oh, I need to switch that over. Oh my gosh. I was about to do something without... Oh my gosh. There we go. I'm new to this. My name is Michael. I'm very new. All right. All right. It hasn't gone up. So we're going to go ahead and draw. And we're going to hit the draw button now. Queen C Creative. My email address is floating across the bottom. You can email me with your info, your channel name, your mailing name, as well as your address. I will forward that to Maureen, and she will get that into the mail for you. Congratulations, and we still have 4 more to go. 3, 4, 5. And we will do one when we come back from our 15-minute intermission. So again, do what you need to do. Stretch your legs, get up, walk. We're all at that certain age where everything hurts. So stretch everything that hurts. And Robin, I'm sorry I didn't get to thank you properly earlier for what you did. It's amazing. Thank you so much. So let's go ahead and get that video going, and everybody get up, stretch those legs, get your coffee, use your restroom, poke your dogs, do whatever you got to do, and we will be back in 15 minutes. Let me go ahead and get that going. See you all in a minute. we're back. So we're going to do our second, or no, it's our third giveaway. And if you need a refresher of what we're, ooh, I need to take that out. Remove, sorry. If you need a refresher of what we're doing a giveaway on, it is a Notions pouch, and I have to find it. Oh, Michael. Where did it go? Okay, then move it over here, see if it pops up. There it is. We're doing a giveaway for this note, not these exact ones, but you're going to get one. There's 6 total. We've already given 2 away, and you're going to get one of these 6. And they are being brought to you by Maureen at My Crochet Story. She was generous to do this for us, and if you've won one, you can't get any more. They are Notions pouches, and they stop sharing screen, and they open up, and the bottom they fold out. They're big Notions pouches. So don't forget to refresh your window. Everybody, if you need to refresh. I've already got the word picked. I need to get it up over here. Get it. Who said that? Going back, we're going to change that word. Aha. There, that'll work. Aha. Well, hi, Vivian, and hello to everybody that came in. So the word we're going to use is cookie. And if you win, you will email me with your screen name, your YouTube screen name. You will email me your mailing address, and this is open worldwide. If you have to pay duties, that's on you. You will email me your screen name, your mailing address, and I will forward all that to Maureen at My Crochet Story. So everybody get that word in. Next year, I'm hoping to have a lot more prizes available. Like I said, this was last minute, and being on a budget, only so much I could actually, I couldn't afford nothing because it's that time of year. But I'm just trying to get everybody up. Oh, we got 31 entries for it. See if it's, I can't even see. Where did I put it? There we go. And we're holding, oh, Michael, I hate this. Windows, sometimes it just wants to throw things into a tab, and I don't want it into a tab. All right, we're holding at 32. So I'll give it just a second longer. And hi, Krista. And Margaret, how are you doing? We're up to 33. Okay, we're holding, and oh, thank you, hon. Thank you, Lady Crochet. And we're going to go ahead and Yep, I haven't moved, so we're going to go ahead and hit the draw button, and let's see who the winner is. Krista's Heavenly Creations. You're going to email me at the email address scrolling across the bottom with your screen name and your legal name or what you go by and your mailing address. I will forward that to my crochet story and she will mail those out. So let's go ahead and there we go. I need to get the next word ready. Let me write that down. Congratulations. And let me get the next. I got time to think of the next word. I just don't know what it's going to be yet. Okay, so we're at the 2.5 hour mark left, and we got 3 more to go. So here in an hour, we will do 2 more. And then right before we close the stream out, we'll do the last one. So I hope during that time you got your project. Yeah. Sorry. I was getting my blanket situated. I sit here with a heated throw. Panda should be waking up here in about an hour or 2. Just he didn't have to work, but he should be waking up around that time. And congratulations again. But it's great to see you all. I mean, knowing that you all are here is just making my heart full. That this is what people wanted. But I wanted to see something over here. I got a message that I got an email. I don't know if it's from somebody or not. Okay, no. It's junk. So junk email. But yeah, it was just junk email. And what did Rita say? Yes, I found my knitting needles and now making a monster Amy for. Oh, awesome. My goal is 365 this year for small Emmys. Oh, to 2025. Okay. Wow. You go, girl. Like oh my gosh, I just totally went blank. And Ricky just went to a blanket. Faux fur. And Doggy Life, how do I stay awake? I don't sleep a lot. I really don't. Well, congratulations, Serena. Awesome. You're going to be a grandma. That's exciting. Deb probably needs to refresh. There we go. But yeah, Doggy Life, I don't sleep a lot. I get roughly about 4 hours a night. And that's not because of my choice. It's just, well, it's my legs. So I don't get to sleep a lot. Working on an old project from Easy Crochet. Crop cardigan. MJ's off the hook. Oh, nice. Those she does. And I know Brandon's still spinning fiber. And then like MJ off the hook. I've seen a lot of that stuff, and wow, just amazing work that like this whole entire like yarn community, the crochet community is just. No worries, hon. No worries, Deb. That's why I kind of let you know. You know, it's not a big deal. Okay, Krista, when I get done with the stream and after I get some sleep, I will forward all those to Maureen at My Crochet Story, and she'll get those mailed out to you, okay? And it'll probably be Thursday, probably. I don't know when she plans on doing it, but she'll be the one doing it. But yeah, I just don't get a lot of sleep because of my pain. Plus, I try not to sleep when the husband's sleeping because he's got to work, I don't, and I toss and turn, and I don't want to keep him awake. Ooh, I'm starting to get a slight headache. So, pardon me a second. I am so sorry. I normally would not do this, but I need to take something for my headache that's kicking in. It's probably just caffeine overdose. Well, not overdose, but you know what I mean. Yeah, and with my tossing and turning, I don't want to keep him awake. He's got to work. I don't. This is what I do. We call it me going to work, but I love doing this. So, right, Angela, and that never too much coffee. Which next intermission I'll probably make me a quick cup. Oh, no, I can't. I'm out of my creamer, and I don't like his creamer. Well, thank you, Lenny. You get some more rest. I can't. I have to have creamer and sugar in mine. I can't drink coffee any other way. And I drink flavored coffee. And because I just don't like the straight taste. Like the coffee I drink is the Cinnabon cinnamon roll coffee pods, whatever, in the Keurig. And Lady Crochet created 4 triangle shawls on her own thanks to the yarn community. This community is just awesome. Oh no. Deb, you're out of black yarn and you're totally freak. Oh. Wow. And like Panda, like Angela, my husband Panda, he has to have a certain type of coffee. And it's that Cafe Bustelo. I'm just still awake because I don't really doggy life. I just don't really sleep a lot. So normally I don't go to bed till 8 or 9 in the morning anyway, and then I'm up by noon. Yeah, Amanda, like mine is like I said, is the Cinnabon cinnamon roll, and then I like the sweet Italian creamer or something like that. Let's see. And yeah, Deb, like that's well, thank you, Angela. Thank you so much. That was the whole plan, is to make sure everybody's not alone, and you know. It's both, Serena. I just don't sleep much, and I'm in usually a lot of pain. That way I can't sleep. But that's one color, excuse me, Deb, I don't have a lot of is black, because most of my stuff I'm working on tutorials, and black just does not come across on camera well. There's only so many colors that come across camera well, and it's black is definitely not one of them. So I try not to work with black if I can get away with it, if that makes sense. Yes, doggy life. Frisbee was up here about 4 hours ago. And Ricky, yes, white, even some grays, depending on the brand of that you're getting it from, or like Big Twist Varsity Gray will come through, but the Big Twist Varsity, not Varsity. Oh my gosh, I have it over here somewhere. The Big Twist Charcoal will not come across, and there's another one of their grays. It's the lighter gray. I think it's titanium gray. That, oh my gosh, no. That won't come across. And then there's some color. I have a yellow that doesn't look like it's bright in person, but once you put it under, and it's a beautiful yellow, like I so want to use it in something, but when you put it under the camera, it looks like a light bulb. And so it's hard to find yarns that actually come across in tutorials. So that's why, like my stitch tutorials, that's why I've got a set colors that I will use, because they come across well. And I'll use those set colors when I'm having to display the swatches I'm making for blankets. So yeah, and exactly what you said, Scrimshaw. Like I have a fabric background because my desk it's shiny. It's a finished wood and it has that gloss to it. So I have to put something over it, and I couldn't find anything that didn't have that glare. And so I found this thick upholstery that's a light gray, and I was like, okay, I like that. It blocks it, and it works good for me. I do want to replace it eventually. I want to move I want to move my room around so that way I can have a set table that has that I can film on constantly, and that's all it's used for. And that way but I don't want to use what everybody else is using, and that's that wood plank look. I don't want to use that. It seems like a lot of the tutorial channels use that wood planked look or wood flooring look. I really think it's just wood flooring put on a table. But, and yes, Ricky, neons I don't use a lot of black, but I'm running 2 strands together, and the black was combined well. Super Savers Starburst print. Oh. Let's see. Yes, Lorraine, with cream and sugar. Gotta have that. Like for me, it's that Italian sweet cream and more sugar. Okay. And cameras really do weird things. Like, yeah, I can go through my tutorial and try to color correct, but then the background, everything is just all looks wonky to me, so I don't do it. I just find I'll put all my lights on, put the camera on, and then just hold and look at my monitor and see and go back and then just keep doing that. until I get one that, and then once I started narrowing those, I set those off to the side, and then I know I can use those again and again and again, and that pile is pretty small. Let's see. Oh, Christy, I understand the anxiety problem. I really, really do. And I do. And Lady Crochet, I love the yarn in our country. I love the yarn in a lot of countries. You know, it's just like when I look at hobby, I I'd love to be able to get something, but like my preferred weight is 4-weight. I love working with 4-weight. Like, oh my gosh, I love it. But a lot of the pretty yarns that I want from Hobby or Hobie, or however you want to say it, or even ice yarns, are 2-weights. And I really don't like working with 2-weights. I will work with them, but my preferred is a 4-weight because the stitch definition comes out, especially in a tutorial item make like this. It helps amplify the stitch, the look of the stitch, and oh, Serena, thank you so much. Thank you, hon. That you didn't have to, but thank you. And here's what if I can move it without moving everything else. When I have to work with black, I have a lamp that is connected to my desk. Oh, I just have to pull it out. Not a big deal. And it has a little thing that's clamped to my desk, and it has a light. You can turn up different settings, and a magnifying glass. So that's what I use when I have to work with black, or even the thinner stuff. Sometimes with, like, when I was working with the stuff back there, the Supernova, because that stuff is roving, and so you get parts that are thick, a 3 or almost a 4, back down to a 2, and that stuff, I was using that light a lot. And thank you for becoming a member, Serena. Wow, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. And as Angela said, like, I have been asked plenty of times about people wanting to go live. And the hardest part about going live is before you hit that go live button. Your anxiety is through the roof. You're what ifing yourself. You're doubting yourself. Everything is going through your mind. And this is quite a few people that went live within the past 4 months. This is the advice I gave them, because this is the advice that IVB and Jen taught me. Before you hit that live button, stop. Take a deep breath, close your eyes, center yourself. All that'll go away, and as soon as you open your eyes, hit that go live. And then once you hit that go live, everything goes away. Some people go up there with a plan. They have almost a script. I don't, because what I do is I let you guys direct what we're going to talk about. That's how I handle it. Everybody's different, and I like my lamp. Oh, you're Dutch. I didn't know that, Lady Crochet. Thank you for telling us. In Scrimshaw, it is a nice little lamp. It was cheap at Hobby Lobby. So I'm 71 and have a hard time seeing dark colors also. So I put a desk lamp on a shelf above my desk and use it to crochet with. It really helps, and it really does. Lorraine, like Panda sits in the living room because he likes to listen to audiobooks, and it's comfortable for him to crochet in there, and because he does Tunisian too, and he I bought him originally a loops and threads neck light because I wanted to see if he was going to like it before I got him. Because I was thinking of the one from Hobby, and the one from Loops and Threads neck lamps, the ones that hang around your neck, they're battery operated. So you're going through batteries. And then one day, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, almost a little bit over a month ago, actually, we were walking in Joann's picking up some yarn. And I mean, because what else are you going to do in your Joann's as a yarn show? And we saw the big twist lamp, neck lamp, and we didn't know if it was rechargeable or not. I was like, well, let's just try it. Well, it's a rechargeable, and it has white light, the great for when you're working, with yarn, and then it has the yellow light if you're reading, and it has all the different settings. And I'm like, okay, that's just as good. And on a full charge, he can leave it on for a good 8-9 hours on a full charge before he has to recharge it. It's like, well, that's pretty darn good, and they're only $19. Yes, Ivy, your beadwork, I can see that, and she's like my precious yarn, Angela. She doesn't plan either. I do take a little mental notes of something that I do want to talk about, and then I just keep kind of repeating that in my head until a piece of the conversation has steered toward that, and then I'll mention whatever I wanted to mention, and then that's it. Hobby. Yeah, that's what I thought, but then I've heard other people say hobby, which I didn't, I don't know. I've only ordered mystery bags from them because I didn't want to order something that I wanted to try. So I was like, I get a mystery bag, it's going to be a mix of yarns, and I can get a better judge of if I like what they offer or not. And then I ordered some for, I did a giveaway back in August, my birthday giveaway, and I ordered 5 mystery bags of acrylic yarns because I didn't want to. Well, I'm allergic to wool, so I didn't want to have wool. If I'm allergic to any, who else would be allergic if somebody's winning? So I wanted to make it available to everybody, and that was the giveaway. Was that and some of my own merchandise? But yeah. Hey, welcome back, Daniel. And Soul Blade, Louise, your nerves are going to be high, and even I've been at this a year, and I have 190, almost 200 videos. My nerves still get to me at times. There's a few tutorials I have filmed that Panda says they look great, but I'm nervous if I put those out, people are going to think they're poop. So we're our own worst critics, but yeah. Okay, seeing what's going on. I hope you're doing. I'm doing great, Catherine. Well, at least you got one to show up. That's awesome, Catherine. And And Angela, that is me. Like, I did not want to put my Enigma blanket out because once I had it crocheted up, I personally didn't like how it looked, and there was nothing wrong with it. I just didn't like how it looked. And I didn't want to put it out, but the husband and a few other people who saw it said, no, it needs to go out. So I put it out, and now that video is at, as of right now, at 44.6K views. So I guess I did it right. And thank you, Lady Crochet. Thank you so much, hun. Oh my goodness, what did I do here? A little wonky donk. There we go. Merry Christmas, Lynn. But see, Lady Crochet, I'm allergic to wool, but there's some wool, but I cannot use superwash. I still break out with it. I can't use alpaca. I still break out with it. But like the Big Twist Supernova, it's 20% wool. I don't break out with it. And then just on the, let's see, because Russ from It's Raining Yarn was showing Hirschner's, I believe it's called Timeless Classic or Timeless Tweed. And I love the colorways because I had ideas for I call it a sweater again. It's a mix between a cardigan and a sweater. And I had an idea, and that idea meant a certain colorway in my head. And I could not get that out without that colorway. I wanted that colorway. Well, he showed the yarn. It had that colorway, and I was like, and he read off the contents, and it's 30% wool, and I was like, darn it. But he sent me two when they were pre-sealed, and I had Benadryl and everything on the ready just in case, and I touched it. I didn't break out. I was like, oh, I like this. Now, if I went to I tried a 40%, that's when I started breaking out. And Scrimshaw, I learned a lot about yarns from Crystal. Plus, I don't know if you know her, Infinitely Zero Nessa. She's a great friend of mine. We talk all the time, and she helps me a lot with yarn. And yes, Angela, your stuff is beautiful. So don't doubt yourself. I know we're our own worst critics. I get it. I understand because I'm my own too. Let's see. And Serena, yes, this yarn community is so amazing, and not just amazing. The creativity, like some of y'all with what y'all have created, y'all should have channels because y'all's work, especially like it's just phenomenal. You could put some of us creators to shame with y'all's work. Your stitch definition, your stitch everything. It's just phenomenal. Oh, that's cool, Rose. Scrimshaw, you've been collecting Icelandic yarn a bit at a time to make a blanket symbolizing the family. That's awesome, sweetie. Okay, Sunita, you have a good night. I'll be on for another 2 more hours. Ricky, Nessa, like I'll tell Nessa what I have in my head. And like I'm trying to figure out where I can find this yarn because Big Twist doesn't have it. If it's in Big Twist, which Joanne's, 99% of my tutorials are Big Twist, and they have great colorways. but then there's just some colors they don't carry. And I'll be talking to Nessa. I was like, this is the color I envisioned for this. I'll show her my sketch, my layout, how I want it. And I was like, and I'll talk to her about the color. And next thing I know, within minutes, I get like 7 or 8 links to different places that I've never heard of that have that color that I'm looking for. Like, she is very knowledgeable. Oh, that's awesome. I've never the only time we've ever tried Lion Brand, Teresa, we had issues. Um, Panda was trying, I don't know what he was making a blanket. I don't remember what blanket now. I'm trying to remember. Because he was using it for a blanket. And every bit of that Lion Brand that we got, the Pound of Love, and it was mainly Pound of Love. Now I'm like drawing for a blank. What was he working with it? Oh, it was the very first Panda blanket that he did. It was the Pound of Love white and Pound of Love black. And every skein he used, all was just nothing but a huge yarn bar. So Lion Brand's banned from this house. Yes, Grimshaw, she really is a Nessa. Yeah, I've made it, Angela. I've made it 10 hours. Now we just got 2 more to go. And what I set myself to do to help. What the heck happened here? To give back to the community will. Oh my goodness, how did this happen? Sorry. Just. Where is my. Oh, there it is. Got a big old weird knot in the middle. I don't know how that happened. It's not a knot so per se where they tie 2 together, but it's a twisty knot. And I don't know how that happened in the middle of the skein of this cake. And I totally just lost what I was talking about. What the frick ricket? Okay, there we go. Aha, I got it. But yes, I said I was going to do 12 hours. I'm going to do 12 hours. Let's keep going. Well, see, yeah, Serena, for me with wool, not only do I break out in hives, it bothers my breathing. My throat starts to close up. It's almost an anaphylactic reaction. Not quite. But camel, oh man, I really will. Like I told my husband, I said, my dream is to be able to afford enough camel to make a Tunisian cardigan. That's what I want. Because I know that's going to be expensive. Since Tunisian uses twice as much. Good morning, Yvette. Sorry. I'm going to have to look into that. I'm going to write that down, Teresa. The Lion Brand tweed. Because there's like I know with this tweed that I got from Russ, it is a 3-weight, but it's the color that I envisioned my sweatergun in. Now I just got to also find the proper toggle things. Hi Mary. Nessa her channel name is Infinitely Zero Nessa. She's very knowledgeable in yarn as well. Uh, she and Crystal are like my yarn gurus. Um, I watch Crystal's reviews of yarns, and of course, you find new companies through Crystal. And Nessa, she does pretty much the same thing. And Bag a Day, Crystal Bag a Day loves watching Nessa. Infinitely Zero Nessa. Let me see if I can find her channel. One moment. I have her right down. I wish there was a way you could just star certain channels so you can find them easier. Go here. Share, share, share. Boom. And gotta make sure I spell her name right. I always mess that up. Oh, yay. There we go. All right. Back over here. So I know I'm ahead over here, chat wise. And see, Mary, and also about your ice yarns, I have Picasso over here. I haven't worked with it yet because I'm still trying to get my prototype that I want to use it for to work up correctly. The math ain't mathin', or it isn't mathing. Serena, people just like to have company. So just because you're afraid of your scatterbraining, a lot of people like it. Hey Jenny, how are you doing, sweetie? Good morning and Merry Christmas. Ice does have some very nice, beautiful yarns from what I've seen on their website. I've never touched them. Now I've touched like the Picasso I have. That Juan generously gifted me for my idea because I couldn't find that certain Picasso without paying eBay prices for it, and I wasn't going to pay $15-20 per ball when I need a good 40. And Juan generously, I told him my idea, and he generously sent it to me because he had a mess ton of it. And I'm still trying to work up my prototype of this certain design that I have, but the math's not mathing, and I don't want to use it and pull frog, use it, frog, use it, frog. So I'm creating my prototype in acrylic so that way I can deal with the frogging without it getting stuck together and everything. Let's see. Merry Christmas to everybody joining. You like that? Oh, the allergy with mohair. Yeah. Morning, Yvette. Oh, you want to learn how to do a hexagon corner to corner? Brandon, when I was doing my research on camel, that's what all the research I read about the camel, because I touched the camel and I didn't have an issue whatsoever with camel. And when I was doing my research and on camel, that's what a lot of people were saying, that like spinning with it is just a delight. And that's what they were saying, is like it's such a delightful um fiber to work with. I treasure all my, oh, thank you, sweetie. There's not a lot of us, but and we love you all back. Catherine, I love Russ's Christmas box. It's yarn you can't get in Australia. Wow. Oh, Rose, no worries, sweetie. Let's see. Oh, wow. How far behind am I? Ricky, the math up for that project has been on holiday for 4 months now. I mean, I keep trying to work it up. It after each project, I I make it a point to work on that for a day to make sure I can get everything I want right. Just things just I may not be able to do what I want to do, and that is what's driving me nuts. Is and I know that happens. You just sometimes you just gotta take the loss and create a workaround project that gets the idea through, but not what you really want. And that's what's driving me nuts. So I'm like determined to try to get it, working my rear end off. Good morning, Kendall. How are you doing, sweetie? And Gail, hi, sweetie. And exactly what Scrimshaw said, Serena. Just be yourself. The right people will find you. And Scrimshaw, yes, they really do. Ever since Crystal showed them off, they can't keep it in stock. Let's see. And my eyes are starting to get a little blurry. Was it like the idea I'm trying to? I don't want to give the idea away, just in case I can get it to work. Oh, Serena, you got yours from Juan too. Wow, nice. Was it my prototype? I'm working with acrylic. Um, it's just the stitch combination I want to use at certain points. The math won't allow it because they're requiring certain amount of stitches, and if I decrease it by that certain amount of stitches that it needs, it looks wonky. So I'm trying to create a little a wonk around. Okay, so we're gonna do another giveaway for the Notions bags. This will be number 4. Let me already. I think I didn't. I pick up the. Did I do the word already? I didn't do the word already, so I'm gonna figure out the word. Hmm. Yeah, Deb, I like that too. I didn't mean to say wonk around, but as soon as I said it, I was like, that makes actual sense. Yeah, I can do that word. There we go. And let me share screen. Go there, and you'll type Yule. And this is for the Notion pouches from that was generously donated from Maureen at My Crochet Story. You have said her enough. I need to post her channel. Can Michael spell right now? Probably not. There it is. Come over here. Come over here. There we go. That's her channel. Oh my gosh. Did I do that right? Did it show up over here? Please tell me. There we go. Whoa, it took a minute. And yes, Krista, you can only win once. Only once. This is open worldwide. If you have to pay duties when you collect it, that's on you. She's just paying for the postage to get there. She's shipping the item. So you can only win once. That's her rules too. I itched. No problem, sweetie. It's things I should have said. I'm just getting tired. But we're just about there. Okay. Keep looking. We're at 24. Sorry for any dead silence. Looks like we're holding at 24. Thank you, Ricky. I'm holding in there. I mean, I know I'll pass out once I take my meds, my heart med. That thing will make me sleepy in a heartbeat. 26. And this is giving me, I haven't been able to pick up this project in forever. Because I've been busting out blankets and project after project. Some of these ideas I have to get out of my head. I don't have space to write them down because I'll forget about them. Krista, you won a Notions pouch. It's a very pretty Notions pouch and big. Yeah, that Picasso Rainbow one. Well, they're hard to come by. All right, we've been holding at 26, so I am going to go ahead and hit the draw button, and let's see who wins. Gail. All right, Gail, what you will do is my email is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. You will email me your channel name, your mailing name, as well as your mailing address. I will forward that to Maureen at My Crochet Story. So congratulations. We have 2 more to give away, and I'm going to go ahead. I got to get that back. There we go. Choose this. Bimbo. And congratulations. You guys are just phenomenal. This whole entire community is phenomenal. Like, before I started doing my channel, I used to watch a lot of the, I'm a gamer too. Or, well, I haven't played a game in God knows how long. But I used to watch gaming channels. Oh my gosh, that community. Some of that community can be pretty rough. It's like when you go into a certain cities, and you're like, that's a rough neighborhood. That's the gaming community. The gaming community, it can be our rough streets, our rough neighborhood. Yeah, it's almost cutthroat over there. I'm like, well, I never wanted to do a gaming channel anyway, because we mean Panda play multiplayer games, and I can only play for like an hour or two, and then I'm done. Then I got to get back to crocheting. I cannot keep my hands. My hands got to have yarn in them. Yes, thank you, Ricky. Oh, I want to check that one out. Let me copy that Oh, I can't copy it in here, Michael. What are you doing? Oh, what is going on over here? What is going on with YouTube? I'm trying to copy something in my chat, and it's still throwing up Yule. Now I can do it right. Let's see. I saw that number. I want to look at that. Because Ice does have some good stuff. The only thing that, like... The only thing that gets me with Ice is their price of shipping. The cost of shipping. That's the thing that always... Yes, I know you're... Did I copy it right? Search. It's not showing up. Am I in the right one? No. I don't know what that site is. Oh my goodness. We're going to show this one. Kitty, I take 2 beta blockers. We're going to show this one because, oh my goodness, that is gorgeous. Let's increase this. Look at that. That is oh so pretty. And it works, that black works well. Like, oh my gosh, it works very well with it. I cannot believe that. Now let's see. Oh my gosh, Michael. I just saw, there we go. Let's look at this number. Copy. Why do I have that up? Close, let's go here. I said, let's go here. Well, where did I do it? Oh, I'm an idiot. Y'all didn't hear me say that. And submit. That one's pretty too. Oh, come on. Like, those colorways do work well together. Nice. That is very pretty. Like, I like the first one you know we showed, and I normally don't like a mix of colors together, but that, go back to the reset, is such a pretty color. And they got, oh man. Okay. Most of them are ugly. That one's pretty though. Most of them are ugly. Of the other ones that they have for that same, like, I'll show you. What's it called? Oh, come on, Michael. Hit the right buttons, please. Like, that's the one we were looking at. That one's okay. That one's Christmassy, but the rest to me... I mean, I do like this one. This gray one. But that's about it for me. Huh. Let's see. Let me pull you up. And pull that one back out. Copy. And see what we look at here. Scroll up. And paste and search. Oh, yeah, it's the one we just pulled up. Yeah. It's that one. Yeah. Yeah, Lauren, that's true too. If you want to do it with the math, but I don't know. I'm one of those that I just see that big shipping and I don't think about the math. So if you're yeah, and if you place an ice yarns order, it needs to be a decent size order so that way it pays for itself. I've just never like ordered from them because the only thing I ever wanted from Ice was the Picasso was the certain Picasso rainbow, and that one is always out of stock. So that's the only one I ever wanted. I mean, they have great yarn. I mean, well, I don't know if it's great yarn, but they have really, really pretty colorways in a lot of their yarns. It's just something that I just wasn't interested in, I guess you could say. Can't see. I'll show just a second. Sorry. Oh, see, that's what I couldn't use. Oh, probably could though. Show it. And there we are. Share. And make it big again. But like it's the what is it? 19% wool, 11% acrylic, 70% polyamide. But what I like about this is I have an idea for an item make for next Christmas, and that's the color I want to do it in. That would be perfect for what I'm looking for. Thank you for showing me that because now I got to save that. And they got other pretty colors, but it was that they say olive green, but it looks gold. And they got a bunch of pretty colors there, but I'm looking for a certain color, and that just fit that certain color that I had in my idea. Thank you for showing me that because that's that is what I am going to be ordering probably in the next few days because throughout the year, the first quarter of this next year, I'm going to be filming Halloween stuff, getting it all situated in between my normal stuff, and then I'm going to be filming because there was so many Halloween stuff that I had for this year that I wanted to do, but I just couldn't. I didn't have the time to get them done because Michael was behind. And so this first quarter, I'm going to be working on Halloween stuff, pre-filming it and having it ready. And then Christmas, there's so many Christmas ideas that I have that I wanted to do this year, but I just couldn't because, again, Michael was behind. And I literally came up with an idea 3 days ago. Yeah. And where I wanted a certain orange just like that. And that color right there will just be the exact color I was looking for in my head. Wow. I guess you were meant to be here tonight to help me with that color. All You by Lorraine is ice. Or All You by Ice is Picasso. Because it goes well with any other color, with black really well. Any of them do. I can't talk. My mouth is getting dry. Jen, you'll find the right time to open it, sweetie. Yeah, that it does have wool in it, but it has a very low content wool. Like I have every colorway of sorry. Every colorway of the Supernova. The Supernova is 20%. Is that not going to work? Yeah, it's 20% wool and 80% acrylic, and it doesn't bother me. This is what Russ sent me. Hirschner's Timeless Tweed Yarn. And this is the colorway that I had in my vision. It's 60% acrylic, 30% wool, and 10% viscose. And it doesn't bother me. So I might be able to use this one because I like the way it looks. That's the color I had in my head for my vision for what is it? Yeah, that's the vision I had. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, this didn't bother me, but in this one, Russ sent me two. One of this color, which is the color that I really wanted to make my project out of, and the another color, and it doesn't bother me. Hey Spoon, hey Ellen. It doesn't bother me, but if I go up any more than 30%, or maybe it's just how it's processed. You know, that's why I wonder too, like, are these faux wool? And that's awesome, Spoon. Yeah, I knew you'd fall in love with it too. Like right behind me, I worked up in the Milky Way galaxy, the one that I'd say looks like a bowl of Fruit Loops. Because to me it does. It looks like a bowl of Fruit Loop or bowl of Fruity Pebbles. So I worked it up in Tunisian, and it's beautiful in Tunisian. I like I have I have 6 of every colorway except for Mars Landing. Mars Landing I have 12 because that colorway I envisioned a sweater vest with it. I don't know why, but with that colorway I saw a sweater vest. So I am going to make a sweater vest with it. Why a sweater vest? I don't know. As soon as I saw that colorway, that's what came to my head. So the yarn told me that's what it wants to be. oh, oh goodness, I've got that ice yarns opened up because that colorway, like, let's just say what I want to make with it is a tree topper. That's as far as I'm going to go with my project on that for that colorway that I have in my mind with that one that Smith showed. That's yeah. You went upstairs when you said 30%. Yeah, this Hirschner. The only thing I don't really like, I don't really like about Hirschner's, like this one doesn't have it. But what? Well, is like there's some Hirschner's stuff that is very rough, and then you touch some other Hirschner's worsted weight, like this. This is one of their neons. This is the colorway. I don't know. Wild watermelon. It is very soft. My biggest thing that I love about Hirschner's is the center pull tab. But you get their worsted weight. It's nice and soft of the neons. But then you go and you get it in their gradient. It's rough. It seems like there's no consistency with how it feels or softness. Yes, Ellen, exactly. These here are all supernova. They're all different supernovas from Big Twit. Well, guess what, folks? We have another guest. Looks sleepy. So who could it be?
Hey guys, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome back.
Yes. Everything good?
Everything's great. I didn't know if you left the stream up by accident on yours this morning because it was still going when you went to bed. So I was like, maybe he just didn't, because I know you don't use StreamYard.
Yeah, I've never used it before.
So I was like, maybe he just left it. So I went ahead and I ended it on my end.
Oh, I see.
So that way you didn't wake up to see the live still going on yours.
Oh, I should share it again, right? Stream.
You sure can. Did you get enough sleep?
Okay. Yeah.
We were just chatting yarn.
Oh my God, no kidding.
Showing off the Big Twist Supernova cakes.
What is that?
They have quite a few and they're gorgeous, but this is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about, because I have a wool allergy, but we were talking about how this is 20% wool and it doesn't bother me at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we were just chatting about.
So are you actually allergic to wool or are you just allergic to quality?
I like superwash still breaks me out, and it's almost an anaphylactic reaction to where my throat will start closing up.
Oh, I see.
And when I touched that stuff, it was like I didn't have no reaction. And then Russ from earlier, I had this idea for a sweater that I wanted, but it had to be in a certain colorway. You know, when you get those ideas, they got to be in a certain colorway.
Mm-hmm.
And it was this colorway of a tweed from Hirschner's. Well, it was this colorway, but it's from Hirschner's is what he showed on his channel, and it has 30% wool. So he sent me two that were sealed just in case if I was allergic. But the 30% didn't bother me. So I don't. It's like, is it faux wool?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either.
But if you're having anaphylactics, then I guess it's a true allergy to wool.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like camel doesn't do anything to me, and like that's one of my goals is to be able to afford to do a cardigan out of nothing but camel.
Like camel is in like the creature in the desert.
The camel yarn it feels like butter. Oh my gosh.
Right.
I've only touched it. I don't own it. I don't own any bougie yarn.
So is a camel better with one hump or two?
I don't know.
I don't think I've ever heard of camel yarn.
It is very soft. I only got to touch it because I went to a local yarn shop because I've never been to one of those local yarn shops.
Mm-hmm.
And went in there and we're talking about. I mentioned my allergy, and they're like, "Well, people who have allergy to wool doesn't have an allergy to alpaca." Well, I broke out with alpaca, and then we tried the camel. No issues.
Really?
Yeah,
So people with allergies to wool don't break out with alpaca.
that's what I was told.
I don't think I've ever heard that.
Unless she was just pulling my leg, I don't know, or wanted to see if my allergy was real. Who knows with people? Some people just want to see the world burn.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. So yeah. So you've been yapping all night. So how are you feeling?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Starting to get tired, but yeah.
So with your partner, what was his thought when you said you want to stay up all night and yap?
His thought was, "Can you do it with your leg, with my nerves condition?" I'm like, I should be able to.
Mm-hmm.
So far, so good. Let me take that off. There we go. But yeah, so far so good, and it's going. And
Mm-hmm.
I showed them earlier. I have a implanted pain stimulator in my spine that I can turn on. It turns on every hour and a half, every minute and a half, and does some little shocking on the nerves, and it blocks pain.
Interesting.
And I can turn it up however much I need it. Oh, and Teresa's talking about like after the yarn shop, Michael went to Joann's for a haircut because my story with Joann's, and it's just a local one. They had these bushes that covered the and crafts and etc. It just said Joann's. You couldn't see the rest of it. I always thought it was a hair place where you get the wigs, and I never went into one. And then one day I was going to World Market. They decided to trim the bushes back, and then I saw and crafts and more, whatever, what Joann's is. I was like, oh, what is in there? That's when I found out, oh, Joann's has yarn. They're not a hair place.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. I didn't know. I mean, at that time, only place I knew that had yarn was either Michael's or Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
Or that other place I don't go to.
The red-headed stepsister.
Yeah, that place.
Yeah.
So what are you working on?
Just crap. Just moving my hands for the sake of moving my hands. When I was a transport driver, I'd always leave Canada on a Friday, and then we'd start our run in Texas on Monday morning. So we'd end up in Texas on a Sunday afternoon, and I always wondered what a Hobby Lobby was like. And it's like it was always closed, and I'm like, I wonder what this place is. So every time I had a day off, it was always a Sunday. So it took me years to actually see what a Hobby Lobby was like.
Yeah. See, the husband used to love I love this yarn until they started making their issues public, and that's when we was like, yeah, we gotta go.
Yeah. Honestly, there's enough business in the world that you don't need to shop there.
Mm-hmm. And I don't. And now the way all the big twists I have, I don't need to shop anywhere but my own. Well, good morning, everybody.
Yeah. So anyway, So I've only been in Hobby Lobby, I think maybe 3 times in my lifetime. But it's just because it's Sundays were always even in crochet cruises and stuff, Sundays would be your like day off. And it's like, it's never open. So figure it out. Just what the hell.
Yeah. Well, that's usually when you want to go get yarn is on a Sunday.
Yeah. Well, sometimes there's no choice, right? Because the world keeps ticking.
Yeah.
Even if some places are closed, but yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those that I've only been there a handful of times, and it was because I needed a light so I could actually see black yarn,
Mm-hmm.
and they're the only I hate buying it from them, but they're the only place besides Amazon, and Amazon was going to take 2 weeks to deliver it to me, and I needed it now,
Mm-hmm.
and who had one of those retractable arm lights with the magnifying lamp built into it all, and they had it right then and there, and I needed it now. So I was like, man, I don't want to get, but I ended up getting it. But
So do you live in an area where there's like retailers, or like I live in a very small community? Like I live in a village. I live in a village, and I'm the idiot itself.
I live in Amarillo, Texas.
Oh, and you're up there. Oh, so you are north. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, when you mentioned it last night, how you drove through here, I was like, well, what do you know?
Yeah, I've been through Amarillo during a snowstorm.
Which those are rare here, but yeah.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to prepare at all.
No, but it's okay. You just keep plowing along and just keep going.
Let's see. I know we got a few like Brandon Olgan. He does a lot of. He's multi-talented. Spinning. That's one thing I could never. I've watched people spin yarn.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think it's something I have the patience for.
Well, it's pretty. Yeah, I just find in life that just whatever. You always find space if you love it.
Mm-hmm.
Then you say screw it. So the sun's already come. Well, the sun's not up yet, but it's already daylight here.
Oh, you're in Eastern time zone, right?
No, I'm in Atlantic.
Oh, no, Mike, what am I thinking?
It's 8 o'clock here.
Oh, good morning.
Yeah, but you cut me up way too late last night.
You were a hoot this last night, man. I really appreciate you coming up and everything. It's just amazing.
Mm-hmm. Actually, the whole group was like, I've never seen you two hosts that just kick back and let their hair down, literally.
Yeah, exactly. Like me, Craig, and Russ, we do every now and then. We do go up. Hey, Craig, welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
That's one person I need to do over here because there we go. Oh, you're still awake. That's right. You do from earlier. He's a night owl, but every few Saturdays every other Saturday, give or take, or Friday, it'll be me, Craig, or Fiber Spider, and Russ from It's Raining Yarn, and it just after 11 p.m. Central Time, we call it Russ After Dark because that's when the conversation changes, and it is a hoot. All that whole entire night, I keep my husband awake from laughing so much.
Does he like that?
No, but
Daniel would lose his mind.
But he deals with it because he knows what I'm trying to do here with my channel and YouTube and make friends and all that happy stuff. And so he tolerates some of that late night stuff. Yeah. Most of the time I do shut the door to this room so he can't hear nothing.
Yeah.
But with the little pup right now, I'm not shutting no door.
Yeah, of course.
But
Oh my god. This is like having a Coke before 11 in the morning. Jesus, tired. I don't usually crochet in the mornings.
oh, really?
Yeah, it's like having a Coke before 11. It just doesn't seem right.
Mm. Yeah, I do it all the time. I have to keep my hands busy.
Mhm.
It, it's I'm one of those that I use it as a mind distraction.
Yep.
It just keeps my mind off my pain. So I do it all the time. And I know there's people people telling me, watch out, you're going to get burnt out. I've been doing this for Tunisian for 14 years. Every day,
Mhm.
I'm not going to get burnt out.
Yeah. Well, I find the social media world's burning me out for sure.
Yes.
That's where the burnout is.
Yes. Like the filming tutorials and editing, all that stuff, I enjoy that.
Mhm.
It's, the rest of social media.
Mhm.
Because you're like, it can bring you down.
Oh my god, yeah. But people, I have somebody that I know that literally goes on social media and he feels a certain way about things, and he says completely the opposite just to watch the house burn down. Like, and he loves it as like, my god. And there's people like me that fall into that as like, oh my god, this guy is such an idiot. Like, because if I didn't know him, I'm like, oh my god, like, how does he feel a certain way about things? And he says it just to watch it and get the popcorn and just watch people just have a meltdown and fight.
Oh, wow.
And I think there's a lot of people that do that.
I speak that I do see that. Oh my god, why am I stuttering?
Mhm.
I do see that a lot in all the different communities on YouTube. And not just YouTube. It's it's on Facebook, it's on all of them. And it's just like they just thrive off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Nikki. And they just, oh my goodness. What thrill do you get out of that?
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. There's enough to worry about in the world.
Yeah. They like to put the shit in the pot and stir it.
Yep.
After last night's stories.
Yeah, totally. Are you ratting me out? That's like having a Coke before 11.
Oh no, I'm not writing. I didn't even think about that till just now. But you really stick to a no Coke before 11?
No, but it feels like that's always the general rule. It was.
Oh.
In my really skinny days, until I met Daniel, because Daniel's a cook. Like literally, I would have like a Coke and a bag of chips for breakfast.
Oh my gosh! But look, in my skinny days, it was 2 honey buns and a Coke for breakfast.
But I was really ultra skinny, and I had black underneath my eyes. And so when I met Daniel, he says, "You're just so malnourished." And so anyway, so then the boy taught me how to eat.
Yeah. And he feeds you good.
Yeah, he's always. So anyway, when we first started dating, I'm like, after a month, I'm like, can you make something that I can identify? And so he doesn't like never make the same meal twice.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, I don't need to experience Egyptian or Greek or anything. I just want a freaking hamburger and fries. That's all I want. So I'm a very basic eater, but I have to say we've been together a long time. So I wouldn't have been able to handle like the falafels and the other Greek dishes. And he loves Pakistani, what's that called? All that kind of food out there. Loves the curries and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Loves Middle Eastern.
See, when we met 23, me and my husband met 23 years ago. It was chicken nuggets, and I'm like, no, 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 no.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are in the military, living in barracks, and I'm cooking in an electric skillet.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to make do with what you got, or hot plates. And I'm making really good meals. I do all the cooking, and then like now, 23 years later, I have to cook like I'm cooking for a child.
Yeah, that's what Dana says about me.
He'd rather have McDonald's chicken nuggets.
Well, let's not judge the boy. So he likes lips and assholes and chicken. Dippy in the sauce.
We go to an Italian restaurant. Do they have burgers? Seriously?
Yeah, my last partner and I got thrown out of a Mexican restaurant in. Actually, it was during so Hurricane Katrina happens because I used to be a team driver. So I told you last night that we were a week later after Hurricane Katrina, so we couldn't find anywhere to eat. So we went into this Mexican restaurant and we sat down, looked at the menu, and it's busy as hell because places are decimated. And the partner says, "All I want is a cheeseburger and fries," and the guy says, "There's the door." And it was an authentic Mexican restaurant.
Oh my goodness, that's him.
Yeah,
that's what he would do. We go to I like to be somewhat explorer, culinarily, and so if I choose Italian, I want some, especially authentic. I want really good authentic Italian food. I don't want a hamburger. But wants a hamburger. I'm like, why? He goes, because I know it's safe.
Yeah. So, but I grew up really poor, so we grew up on. Mom would just cut potatoes and put them in the fryer. So I grew up basically on French fries and Kraft dinner, and just very basic food. So when I met Daniel, I was like, oh my god. So I had never tried most of the stuff. I had porridge for the first time last week. I guess
I've never had it.
It looks disgusting. But anyway, so he forced me. So he makes me try things, and I don't like trying things today. So I'm pretty pissy about it.
Yeah. Now there's certain things I will not touch. But for the most part, I will try most everything once. But if it comes from a certain part of the body, no. But man. I try new foods that somebody else is paying.
Oh my god, that's spoken like a true champion. But the cost of having fast food is really expensive. Like it's just, and I see people complain about it all the time. I'm like, well, you could have just went to the grocery store and bought something and made it yourself. But the convenience of fast food is convenient.
Yeah, exactly.
The price, right?
See, we talked about that after you left. We were talking about meals and stuff, and like we rarely eat out. If we eat out, it's Whataburger.
So a hamburger.
Yes.
Oh Jesus! Didn't you just have a whole thing about hamburger?
But that's where I go. That's what I'm intending. I'm ordering that because I know that's what that place is. But if I go to an Italian restaurant, I'm not going to order a cheeseburger.
I see. I've only had
like he does.
I've had Whataburger once. I was not impressed. I had it once, and I was like, I didn't feel like I needed to go back.
I'm getting that way now. It was like poop, and then about 10 years ago, the family who owned it bought back all the franchises, and because they were dropping their quality, the food started tasting really bad. So they brought them back, and then they revamped their menu, and they were great. Now they sold 2 years ago to another company, and now the food quality is going downhill and more downhill. and it's like, it's almost on par, like on par with McDonald's now.
Okay.
And McDonald's is not good,
Yeah. I do go to McDonald's. Do I love the food? No, but it's comfort food and it's convenient.
Comfort food. That's anytime we ever do get McDonald's, it's because it's comfort food.
Yeah, and I still order the damn strawberry shake, even though it makes me feel like vomit later. And I still do it every time. I'm like, I have to have a strawberry shake. And then I'm like, I will be fine this time. And there I am an hour later, like, why in the hell did I have the shake?
That is me and the Wendy's Frosty.
Oh my God. Oh, I can't go to Wendy's. Wendy gets in my asshole. And she takes her shovel and she pushes everything that I've eaten for the last year out within an hour of Wendy's. I don't know what it is.
That's Taco Bell. If I smell Taco Bell, that's happening.
Yeah, I don't know. So I actually, Daniel and I went to Wendy's and then I had to go to a dollar store. And my God, I cleared that line. And I was like, oh, because, silent but deadly. And these people were so disgusted with me. I'm like, what am I going to do? And so then I ended up going to a coffee shop and sat there down. And my God, and I let it go. But it was all silent. And this lady turned to me and says, you fucking pig. And I said, it's the Wendy's.
It's Wendy's. Go blame them.
Yeah.
I'm just a byproduct. Cause and effect.
Oh my God, yeah. I say, can you just smell the pigtails?
Oh, somebody just said, go to Wendy's before your next colonoscopy.
It's true. I don't know what it is with Wendy's. I think it's the burger.
See, I don't get the burger. I get the Frosty, even though I know what it's going to do to me.
Yeah.
It's that taste I'm craving. And those cravings don't go away until you actually have it.
You just want to suck something through a straw. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, let's be honest. Lesbian.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're a hoot. But yeah, I mean, I do a lot of homemade food, but there's just days you just don't want to cook. I don't know how Daniel gets, but there's days I don't want to cook.
Oh, he just protests, and I go upstairs because so we have our breakfast is the only meal I'm on my own. So, and then he'll have a hot lunch and then a supper. But if there's nothing, I don't smell nothing by 6 o'clock, I don't feel like it. So we go to a local pub, about 20 minutes away, and it's comfort food, and we know what's on the menu. Just save the menu. This is what we want. But yeah, it's really authentic British pub food. It's such comfort food, but it's lovely, and it's a way to get out of the house. And then my local Stitch group in the evenings, we go for dinner as well. As well, whoever wants to go, but everybody likes to eat really early. So Michael, I like to eat late. Yeah. I don't know. Daniel and I, we have supper sometimes up until 9 o'clock in the morning. So, and I just don't think about it. So,
well, I cook early because he gets home at usually between 4 and 5 p.m. my time. So I already have dinner done. Now, do you need to microwave it when you decide to eat? That's on you, not me. I made the meal. I don't care if it's air fried Hot Pockets. That's what we're having.
Air fried Hot Pockets.
Oh my gosh, that is a game changer for Hot Pockets.
I don't think we're friends. What the hell is air fried Hot Pockets?
Just take a Hot Pocket and put it in the air fryer.
Yeah, what's a Hot Pocket?
Oh, really? I don't know. I didn't know y'all don't have those up there. It's a puff pastry. It could be ham and cheese wrapped in a puff pastry. most people cook them in the microwave, but once I put they're really good. They have all different types. Like they got ham and cheese, pepperoni and cheese, 5 meat and cheese. It's a quick little handheld. Oh, I don't know how to really describe it, but
Are they satisfying?
yes, and they're almost like a comfort food in a way.
Sounds like it is. It's dough and it's meat and it's air fried.
Well, we air fry ours, and because Deb Weston is saying like a hand pie. We did ours in an air fryer the first time, and they just come out so great, kind of like a calzone.
Okay.
But
Calzone.
like
I'll look that up.
that.
What is a calzone? Oh, I see. That.
Or sausage rolls.
Yeah.
But that's on the very few days when I just want to stay in bed.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's a day that I just really just don't feel like cooking, but I have to cook because I know he can't cook unless I'm not eating microwave scrambled eggs.
Oh, your life is so rough. Jesus.
Have you seen those things, how they turn green?
You are one big pampered little crocheter over there.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
So one of our comfort meals is we take kielbasa and I slice it up and put it in macaroni and cheese.
Oh, you're living dangerously. Yeah, that seems like that's okay.
That's a comfort meal for us.
So do you have crab dinner in the U.S.?
Yes, and I will not eat that.
Oh, we can't be friends for sure. That's my favorite thing at all.
Are you talking? Okay, is it the powdered cheese or the liquid cheese?
Powdered. Because if you can't.
Okay, I grew up on the powdered ones. I can go there.
I didn't know they did liquid.
All right. Well, is it really cheese if it's liquid?
So when I met Daniel, I had Cheese Whiz in my fridge, and Daniel says, so he threw it out. He goes, that is one atom away from being plastic. So I've never had Cheese Whiz since I've been with him.
I've had Cheese Whiz a few. My mother-in-law, she loves Cheese Whiz.
Mm-hmm.
And nah, not us. It's the Cheese Whiz not in the jar, but the Cheese Whiz in the spray can.
Spray Cheese Whiz.
Or it looks like has the little nozzle you squeeze like you do with the Cool Whip cans, but it has cheese that comes out. That's what she loves.
Oh my God, that cannot be good for you.
I don't think it is. I mean, is anything in the U.S. that we eat good for us?
Well, I don't think we're any better up here.
I mean, we deep fry Oreos and ice cream and water.
Oh, that's true. So I live in it, as I told you last night, I live in a very agriculture area, but the amount of mom and pop restaurants that are here with the food quality is just phenomenal. And it's amazing, really.
I love that you call them mom and pop.
Okay.
Because that's I love mom and pop restaurants and convenience stores. Anything mom and pop. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's when you know you're getting quality.
Yeah. Well, there's always a misconception, at least in Canada, that these independent retailer stores, which are mom and pops, are overcharging, but they're not. It's just there's a quality of yarn that either people like or they don't.
Mm-hmm.
Time to splurge, and there's a time not to.
Yes. But like anything mom and pop, I'd prefer.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so much better. Everything, regardless of what it is, it's better.
Mm-hmm.
I like Cheese Whiz on crackers.
Oh God, I'm just reminded of my childhood. Yes.
I love Velveeta cheese. Like when I was a kid, I don't know how it worked up there, but down here, when food stamps, they used to have be paper instead of like some debit card thing. Well, you also stood in line one Saturday a month at wherever their designated place was. For us, it was our fairgrounds. And you got a big old box of powdered milk and like 2 or 3 blocks of this government cheese, commodity cheese. That is some of the best cheese I ever had in my life, though.
Wow.
I don't know what they did with it, but we would. And then you got some bread, you got a bunch of other stuff, but and not an ounce of it healthy.
So tell me about the food stamp thing. I've heard about people with food stamps. I grew up really poor, but we never did food stamps because I don't know if it was available for us. But we would literally, for a family of 5, we would split a box of Kraft dinner. Like, it's like, because it was that serious. But I don't know if it was pride or what it was.
Well, the food stamps is for. It's a food substance allowance to help the poor families.
Okay.
Those who need the help. That's what it was there for, and that's who was on it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I grew up dirt poor,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what food stamps is. Now it's on like a debit card, so if you go to a store, you can only get certain food items. There's a place in town here that it's called Papa Murphy's. It's a take home and bake pizza. They make the pizza in front of you, but they don't cook it. You take it home. They take food stamps because of that. Because it's not ready to eat. So you can't get it. You can get not ready to eat stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Most people get a lot of the quick, easy, cheap meal stuff, even though it's not healthy, but it's cheap because they only get so much in that, and they got to make that stretch a whole month.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's just kind of interesting. I've before I met Daniel, like I ended up having a really rough patch, and I tell you, I didn't know where I was going to get my food. Like and you make it last. It is amazing on how much, and that's why I was super skinny. People say, "Oh, you look so great. You're so skinny." It's like I'm friggin' not eating nothing. Like I can afford to make one peanut butter sandwich in a 24-hour period. And it's like I would have to budget whether I can even afford. So I would get powdered Gatorade, and then I would subdivide that so it's like 10% of the powder instead of what it was, and just to give the water some flavor. And it's like, well, you got to do what you got to do, right? So
you got to make, exactly. You got to make things stretch as far as you can make them stretch, and that is what I'm afraid is what's going to be happening soon.
Yeah. I'm in Nova Scotia is the highest taxed province in Canada, and I never realized it before I moved out here from Ontario. So there's a lot of families that are struggling, and then you got to really pray to God somebody dies just to get a job. But I think that's almost common for everywhere, right? So at the bottom of my laneway here, we have migrant houses that are here. So Canada, what we do is that we have all these workers that come in from Jamaica for 10 months of the year. And anyway, but you never see these people, but they're out in the farms throughout the day. And so you'll see them usually on a Friday night as they get off their shift, they get paid, and they run to the stores and transfer their money home through like money services. But it's kind of interesting is like the jobs that are here, they're really hard to do. So you end up with a lot of migrant workers here, but it's the only way that you can afford to eat.
Yes. Like we have a lot of migrant workers here, and they mainly work out at the beef processing plant. Tyson. It used to be IBP. And they get shipped or they go to a local Walmart, sit in a parking lot, and take a 2-hour bus ride up to another beef processing plant up the road. And people are picky, And I kind of understand, but you know, like the jobs that are so available right now are the food service industry,
Mhm.
and there's not a lot of we have a lot of medical, but a lot of people like we're hurting for nurses in our area. Bad.
You know what's kind of interesting is that so I go to Cuba because I'm Canadian and I'm allowed to, but it's Cuba's biggest export is actually doctors, and it's just shocking. So it's not uncommon for up here in Canada that you'll have a Cuban-based doctor, but all their education, including university, is free.
Oh
So
wow.
so that's their commodity. But when they do that, they have to send a portion of their income home because they're considered an export.
Yeah, Wendy, I didn't. Yeah, that is true too. What you just said there. I didn't think people will pick you. They are just some jobs people don't want to do because of upper management.
Yeah, that's Wendy is my assistant.
But
Keep me back on the narrow. Yeah. Good morning, Wendy.
Right.
Yeah. So Wendy tends to work overnights. She works the night shift in California time, so it's still 4 hours difference from here. So it's still early.
Very early. But I mean, there's jobs available here. It's just the skill. There's a lot of skilled jobs, a lot of nursing, and our local college is very pricey to go for, especially the nursing field. Like if they did scholarships or even helped with, because there's a lot, or even helped with the cost, we wouldn't have a nursing shortage here. The hospitals wouldn't have to pay 3 times the going rate to have a nurse come in, or what we call traveling nurses, come in and work for a couple months. And of course, American healthcare system.
Yeah. God bless America. It's actually kind of funny because I looked up my college course that I took. So the rule is that if I wanted to go to college, I had to pay for it myself. That was just the rule of the family. So, but I knew that. So I spent my high school years working. So I was able to, by the time I graduated in grade 12, I was able to buy a brand new car with cash, and I was able to buy my education for 2 years. But then my college, in retrospect, was only $4,000 for 2 years, and so I could afford to do that. But the same course today is $35,000.
Oh my goodness!
So that's not even inflation. That's just like something else. Like there's no way. And so, I'm not even sure. Like college taught me discipline, if anything. That's what I think I got out of it.
Yeah, I joined the military right out of high school. I went into the Navy. Go figure. And because I wanted out, I had no way to pay for college.
Yeah.
That was my way to be able to, at least get some education under my belt. And yeah, it ended up paying. After I got out, I was able to use what they call the GI Bill. That paid for 4 years of my college. And then because I'm from Texas, I enlisted from Texas. I got an additional 4 years. I wouldn't have been able to do any of that.
Yeah.
And then I look now to see what, my degrees, those courses and how much that would cost. You're looking at over almost $200,000.
Isn't that crazy? And you'll never get that back. Like,
oh no,
hell no. Like you never make that back. The cost difference. It just so, and I think my biggest lesson of 2024 going into 2025 is that I gotta stop caring about the younger generation, and because I'm so worried about these people, but I never had kids. I'm the last of the branch of the family, right? So I'm worried about a generation, but in actual fact, I have absolutely zero control with what happens with this generation. And I am worried. I worried myself sick about something I can't even fix.
That is us.
Yeah.
Because like he works in the an industry where he has to deal with the public all the time, and like seeing these high school kids, and not even 20 mid 20 year olds not being able to place a food order, or not knowing how to write their or sign their name cursive. You know, they quit teaching cursive for so many years here.
Yep.
And like I know there was one class we had to take back when I graduated high school in 1996. Seniors had to take a class that was called Math of Money, and it was just a normal class course that counted as a math, and it taught you money math, how to deal with a checkbook, how to deal with a bank account, everything you could think of.
Did they do that today?
No.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, and I know the teachers are working as hard as they can. I'm just wondering if the curriculum is missing basic life survival, like what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think so too. That they're socially inept.
But let's be fair too. Like you look at the major retailers that are American owned up here, like they're only willing to give a person 4 hours shifts. Like you can't survive off that.
No, you can't.
Right. And so we like to harp on the younger generation of like not wanting to work, but the reality is that a lot of these places will not give them a full-time hour position, and they'd rather have like 30 employees instead of 15. So
yes. And they do that because they don't want to have to, like, I don't know how it is up there, but I know down here, if you're a full-time employee, they have to give you benefits.
Well,
healthcare and dental and all that stuff. So
is that required by law?
For full-time employment? I think that's state-based.
Oh,
by each state.
Just whether it was up to the company whether they offered it or not.
I know in Texas it's requirement. If you work 39 or more, 39.5 hours or more, they have to, and if they have more than 30 employees, they have to pay for health benefits.
So that's a requirement. Now, what if the staff member has health conditions? Does it matter?
Like before they get hired, they're like a pre-existing condition.
Yeah. Do they still get the benefit if they have a health condition?
Yes. Oh. Because they get the benefit, and then we have the ADA, which is the Americans with Disability Act, that makes sure they get that stuff.
Interesting. It's amazing the rule difference between the stuff.
And the ADA, they are quick to act if you don't have a toilet that is ADA compliant. They will fine you in a heartbeat, because every toilet is supposed to be so high for people with disabilities. You're supposed to have ramps. The cities are starting to get tagged. Our towns are getting tagged with the fines because our sidewalks to go from one side street to the other street, they're not ADA compliant. They don't have the ramp. Now the cities are going through and fixing all that.
I had a hard time when I had the yarn studio in my home, on the grounds here, but I ended up closing it. It's just like it was so difficult to get my business to be authorized to do home crochet once a night or once a week in the evenings, because I had one bathroom in the studio, and they said, well, you have to have a men's or females, and I'm like, we're only open for like 2.5 hours out of a week, and it's like, holy shit. So it was a nightmare trying to get the business to be allowed to go, and I'm pretty much in tears because I'm like, I've invested my time to come to Nova Scotia. I called to make sure I could do what I wanted to do, only to get here and realize you can't because of the laws of certain things like that. It's crazy. It's amazing. It's amazing that what humans will do to hinder others that may not be as important for something like that. You know?
Yeah. Well, in Wendy's, ADA does cover disabilities, and the Affordable Health Care Act, which Obama signed into law, was his thing. Made sure that if somebody had pre-existing condition, that insurances would have to carry them, but it didn't ensure employers would have to give them health insurance. That's where the ADA covered in. They did an amendment to the ADA to help cover that. Sorry, I paid attention to all the ADA stuff because it affects me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
And you're not. I was talking to somebody else about it was a Canadian business. They wanted to do something, and it was like all the loopholes they were having to jump through.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up just not doing it because it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, it's true. And so our cost of living is much higher up here than it is in the US. And so then our laws are different. But then there's certain things like I can see a doctor. I'm going to have my carpal surgery. There's no cost to do that. And so we pay higher taxes, but then I don't ever have to think about mortgaging my house to pay for medical. So when I was a transport driver, as I mentioned to you before already, it's like if I got sick on the truck, I made sure that I drive my ass across the border and then check into a hospital to avoid the cost of it.
I don't blame you. I mean, I'm thankful I get free health care through the VA, the Veterans Administration.
Mm-hmm.
But they send me the bills of what they paid, and I'm at awe at what they are charged.
Mm-hmm.
It just blows my mind, and I'm like, oh my gosh! And they expect this out of everybody to pay these fees and these amounts.
Yeah.
Just for one of my knee surgeries to add metal into my knee was $200,000.
Oh my God! You got a $200,000 knee? You're like bionic man down there.
I have a full knee replacement, yeah, in both knees, but I just see the price and I'm like, no wonder people aren't getting anything done.
It's almost like, I was thinking about this the other day. We had a crochet crowder talking about something, and I'm like, it's almost like you're encouraged just to die because it's cheaper to die than it is to go through something. You know, if you get diagnosed with something, because almost everybody I know is getting diagnosed with cancer one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming at you.
And then you got to sit there and pray that non-medical degreed person behind the desk at your insurance company isn't going to deny your claim.
Now, Wendy is familiar with this industry. So she was saying your knees are probably $80,000 in hardware costs on its own.
Probably. I can see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, it's kind of interesting. Okay, so it's Christmas Day there. So what's your plan for the rest of the day? Are you sleeping?
I am going to sleep. Oh, I'm going to start our Christmas pork roast. Take a little bit of a nap, and then I got to film a little bit of content.
Mm-hmm.
That's my plan. And husband's home today, so we don't have any plan. He's got his plans is to play video games with his brother.
Wow. We had a roast beef dinner last night. So the roast beef for the blade of roast beef was $100. So Daniel divided it. So that's not $100 meal. So we can do it, whatever. But so I think today is leftovers.
Yeah, because I wanted a brisket for Christmas, but then I went to the store and I just saw the prices. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I remember when that stuff was a throwaway meat and it was dirt cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like $70-$80. And I'm like, no. It's just two people. I guess and he's Puerto Rican. So I was like, well, I guess we're going to have Puerto Rican meal tonight for Christmas. We're going to have a Puerto Rican meal, pork roast. I'm going to season it like his mother taught me. I'm going to do the yellow beans and rice like they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's dinner.
Yeah. But I don't know. So I think I'm working today.
to a certain degree, but I think I'm going to work on my miniatures today. But yeah.
When you say working, you mean on your YouTube channel?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm probably working on website stuff today.
So you schedule yourself to do things?
Yeah, you don't.
No, I need to.
My desk is a bloody mess, and then yeah, I just know what needs to get done. We're launching a stitch along tomorrow, so I'm gonna probably sneak it online today, and put the links that are live, so people can start working on it today. But the video will go tomorrow.
Awesome.
It just saves me time.
I just go down my list of tutorials that I want to make, and that's just how I do it.
Yeah.
I don't set times for anything because me and time frames never really work.
Yeah.
I'm usually 4 days behind. So it was like, yeah, that's how it's just going to go. Just go through the list and mark it off.
So what would you have done differently now that you've been doing this for over a year? Would you have done anything different?
My first 20 tutorials, probably. I would have been more to myself than trusting people that I shouldn't have.
And who in that trust was somebody that was in your life or online people?
Community online.
Yeah. I had when I first started in the first few months, I had another tutorial host tell me something, and they said that you should never do such and such. And it's like, so I put it out of state, out of mind. And it turns out that what she was telling me not to do was exactly what I should have been doing. She was just throwing me off of the scent for being successful. And so I'm very careful about,
yeah,
about who you listen to, because sometimes and it may be something that another host, it doesn't work for them, but it works for me or vice versa.
Yeah.
But unless you try something and see what sticks to the wall, you just never know.
Exactly. Like I've been trying different item make. I call them item make tutorials. I've been trying different item makes, and certain things I've noticed take off.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that's blankets.
Yeah, that's my thing, because I don't want to put a measuring tape around my waist. You can below my waist, but not on my waist.
Oh my goodness. I got burnt out on doing blankets.
Yeah. It takes longer.
I know blankets hit the market.
Yeah, it depends where your people are, for sure, and the cost. Some people message in, they want to make a blanket for $20. I'm like, I don't know how in the hell you're going to find yarn for $20 unless it's donated to you.
Well, I don't sell my stuff, but I don't take commissions, because I think if I did commissions, that would make me feel like I'm actually technically working.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would get the burnout, and I don't want to be burnt out of what I consider my hobby.
Yep. I don't sell anything we do. And honestly, I feel guilty about it too. If Yarn Inspirations is willing to donate me the yarn to be able to teach, I feel like if I did something with it, it's better to go. So I have several organizations that I support here locally that just benefit from the finished product versus selling the finished item.
Now, I've done a few things for charities.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind doing that. Of course, it's a tutorial item, and I'm making it for a tutorial item anyway, so let me go ahead and just donate it.
Mm-hmm.
I've done that, and I don't mind it.
Yeah, I don't mind it either.
I've had people ask me, well, how much for a queen size Tunisian blanket? Sweetie, you couldn't pay me enough.
Exactly.
I've done a couple queen sizes, and I will never do a queen size again.
Yeah, that's too much work.
The last one took me 6 weeks.
Oh, that's pretty fast.
But this is all I do, so
it's still pretty fast. 6 weeks is pretty quick.
But I think another thing I would do differently, I really don't know. I mean, I haven't really thought about it. It's like what's in the past is in the past. I can't change. I can only learn from it. Yes, and like whenever I heard you say like a month or so ago about we're our own competitor, I have been I've been doing that without realizing I'm doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I look at my older videos and like, how can I improve this?
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I've realized, oh, it's about angles. That's when I started learning, oh, angles, this, that, everything plays. The hardest part that I have an issue with right now is which yarn looks good under the camera.
Yeah.
That's the hard part for me.
And what have you learned?
I'm still looking for the right one.
That's always been my. So I switched over. So Red Heart, when I joined them, they wanted a white background, and I never had a white background. But then it saturates the camera to the point where the yarn changes its tinge on camera.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so once I moved here to Nova Scotia and I got settled, I'm like, I'm going to just go back to the wood background, and the colors are more accurate to what's on screen. But I can't film with red at all. The stitch definition is gone. It's like a blur. There's certain colors you just don't film with.
Like my background, like my desk, because this is where I do everything at. It has a shiny or
yes,
back. It glares. So I have this gray. It's a very light gray upholstery fabric that I had sewn up and everything to fit my filming area, and it works great for most yarns. There's a certain yellow that is a very pretty yellow, but then when I put it under the camera, it looks like a darned light bulb turned on.
Yep.
And then of course, there's some grays. Some grays look good. Some grays definitely don't.
Yeah.
So it's still like one of the. I have an ongoing pile. Okay, this yarn looks good under camera. That's the pile that I'm still working with my tutorials, and I'm slowly experimenting with other colors to see how they look. Work up the swatch, and look through it, and I'm like, okay, there's no stitch definition there. I can't show that. And of course, no black.
Yeah, black is really difficult to see. So but yeah, black is such a huge popular color. Because everybody bitches about it online, but the reality is they sell a lot of it.
It is a very popular color. I have plenty. I have some black. I don't have a lot, but I don't use it in tutorials, or anything I'm going to make for tutorials, because you're just not going to see. You're not going to see shit.
Yeah.
And white is the same way.
But you're also, because we're white guys, your hands also saturate the camera, so it's a double whammy of like too much saturation of a light color.
Mm-hmm.
So I had my studio set up in the other room, and then there's no natural light at all, so it was always a really dark and dingy. So I have it set up here, but I got to make sure Daniel and the dogs are not right above me because I'm right below the dining room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have a hall, wooden floors, and when I film, I have to shut the door, and we put a long running rug down the hall, so that when the dogs are walking around, you can't hear them. But because this mic that I use is very sensitive, like if they were in to go eat or drink right now, and that's on the other side of the house, you would hear it.
Oh, for sure.
Because of this mic, and so I close everything off. I hear it when my raw footage, but whenever I process it, you don't hear jack.
Interesting. It's amazing the sounds of the house, like when you're filming. Like I just take it for what it is because it's ambient noise, and you don't really hear it until you're in the playback of the editing. It's like, God, like you just don't hear those sounds because you're just so used to that being the sound.
Mm-hmm. It's like a white noise.
Yeah. So one of the issues that we had when we bought this house, so we were on forced air in the last house, so you'd have the running fan all the time, and so I had to turn that off. And if it was an all-day filming, the house would be freezing in the middle of the winter. So this house here is in floor heating, which has no noise. And so it was a huge difference.
Oh yeah. Well, our air system, the central air, it has a really strong push.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like it's forced, but only when it comes on. You can actually you can hear the air coming out of the vent.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it plenty of times in my tutorials, but I can turn on the recording mode for the audio, and then all that goes away. And I love that. Like, I don't know what program you use. I use one called Movavi because I love it to death. It's so user friendly.
I just switched over. I was actually at Yarn Inspirations last year, and they recommended because I was using Final Cut Pro for most of my career.
Mm.
And so they said you should try Adobe Rush. So what I've decided not to do once I got that, because I have it's a very expensive program to have Adobe itself, and so it was already built into my contract anyway with Adobe. But I no longer do the smooth transitions of fading and phasing out because it adds those extra effects in a video cause the file size to balloon. And so then you as a creator, you have to be thinking about when you create those big videos, like that data transfer to somebody's mobile device is massive.
I did not realize that.
Yeah. So anyway, so I stopped doing that. I stopped doing music pretty much for the most part. I just got right to the basics. And the best videos that you'll ever make are the ones where you just shut up and do what you need to do.
Mm.
And there's a lot of hosts that want to tell you about different things in a video. I think, you promised that it was going to be single crochet, stick to single crochet. We don't care about that your dog is like just shit on the carpet or whatever. Just stay on top. Yeah.
And I've seen those type of tutorials. In the beginning, I used to ramble. That's why I'm slowly refilming those I'm not pulling those old ones down because you never remove a video.
Yes.
But I'm refilming them so that way I can get all that. I used to just babble because I don't like dead quiet space, but I didn't want any music.
Mm-hmm.
And then with my tutorials, I don't like to show 5 or 6 stitches and call it quits.
Yeah.
I like repetition because, we all learn by repetition.
Yep.
So, it's a few rows and then we call it, then I show you how to close off the stitch and stretch it, show you the back, and we're good.
One thing that fixed my clock really, so I have Diane Suter. She's based out of Michigan and Texas, actually. She goes to whatever. She's a snowbird. And anyway, so it takes her 11 minutes to provide 1 minute of closed captioning. So the longer I speak, the longer it takes her to do that. So then when I'm having a dead quiet moment in a video, I just think about her, thinking she's just saved 11 minutes if I just shut up.
I did not know that either. Wow. I don't have mine closed captioned.
But the
I need to look into that.
Closed captioning will change everything for you in the sense that your videos will then be in 300 languages. And then your videos then will appear in countries where English is not the main priority because you're closed captioned. So AI certainly can change languages and whatever, but if you verify that the script is right, you get that closed captioning subtitle look, and therefore you can get yourself into other countries.
Oh, you are teaching me.
I'm telling you, it's a lot of work. Like, I would never do it, like, honestly. So Diane, because she was a special needs teacher, she feels the need to want to provide that, and she loves doing it.
Well, the husband wants to help with my channel. That's what he can do.
He's gonna, yeah. It's cumbersome and it's slow, but AI is doing a much better job. I've been able to do with that. Have you tried doing the Allowed program yet? The Allowed program on YouTube where it changes your voice completely in AI?
No. I didn't even know that was.
So what it is that so I was part of the beta testing for that back in 2020, where they use AI to not only convert your you have to provide the script, so you have to subtitle, but then the computer actually speaks in a different language. And I'm telling you, you would never know that it wasn't a real person. And so it changes and so you can choose your voice tone, you can choose your male, female, and literally the AI is talking as if it's you.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the next biggest thing. So and anyway, that's been in development for years.
That's very cool.
Anyway, so I'm gonna have to come offline. I heard Daniel's walking around now. He's out of bed. So I'm gonna go grab breakfast. And you got 15 minutes left to go.
Thank you so much for coming in again. And thank you so much for being here. Everybody that I've had today, it's been amazing. It's, like I said, it's the community.
So a question on YouTube has come in. Do you prefer manual or electric winders? Manual all the way for me.
Manual.
Yeah. The electric is just...
I've heard a lot of people complain about the electrics.
They're awful. They really are. Okay, I'm going to go and have yourself a great morning. Sun's up. Sun's up, buns up.
Oh, goodness.
And on behalf of the Crochet Crowd, have yourself a fabulous day, and we'll see you again next time right here.
All right, bye, Mikey. Thank you so much.
Bye. Okay, everybody take care of this guy. He does like a little abuse, though.
Oh. Okay. All right. So now that's done, and I have to check to see if I did that right for him. And we're good. So we have 2 more giveaways to do before we end it here in 13 minutes. Let's get that. Where is and remember, this giveaway is worldwide, and it is for, oh my goodness, my nose. I'm going to share screen. Why does that want to work? Where are you? There we go. That's what we're going to be doing the giveaway for. Let me blow it up. We have 2 more left. They are Notion pouches that are donated by Maureen from My Crochet Story. So we're going to do the giveaway. We're going to do 2 of them back to back. If you've already won, you cannot enter again. Again, it is worldwide. If you have to pay any duties, it is on you. But she's going to be shipping them. It's a folded bottom pouch, which is amazing. It opens up really big. Well, thank you, Brandon. That's awesome. 75 grams of fingering yarn. Awesome. And they are great. They open really big. They are huge. So we're going to do 2 back to back because we're going to be, it's almost my bedtime now. Somebody said the word earlier. Oh, trying to think of a word. Tailbone is starting to hurt finally. What do you expect? You know what? This is going to be our word. Make sure I'm doing the right letters here. One second, making sure. Yeah. I am going to change the screen, and this is the word we're going to do, and we're going to do it with 2. for the remaining 2 giveaway, and there we are. So go ahead and type in for that, but let me get my email going across the screen for the winners. So you'll type friends. It doesn't have to be all caps. Again, it is available everywhere in the world that she can mail to. It is, what was I going to say? Oh, when you win, if you win, you will need to email me at the email address scrolling across the bottom with your screen name, your mailing name, and mailing address. And I will forward that to Maureen at My Crochet Story. So as soon as we start getting a little Nancy B, you're going to have to add a D to that, DS. There you go. As soon as it ticks and stops, we will... I'm going to keep an eye on it for a few minutes. I need to... My mouth is so dry. I've never talked this long. Looks like it's starting to stay steady at 41, 42. As soon as it stays steady, then we'll do 2 drawings out of 1. All right, looks like we're staying steady. Oh, no, we're not. $43. Give it 1 more minute. All right. Looks like we got almost out. All right, here we go. First drawing off of this lot will be, the winner is boom, ba-da-doom, Kim. So Kim, the email address that's scrolling down there is the one you'll email me at, not the one that you have. And it'll be your name, your address, since I know your name. Just email me that, and I'll forward it all over to, to Maureen, right, My Crochet Story. And I'm going to draw again. Kim's name has been taken out, and we're going again. $78 Colorado. Again, I'll tell you too as well. You'll email me at the address going across the screen with your screen name, your mailing name, which is your government name, and your address, and we will get that out to you. I'll get that all over to, you'll email me, and then I'll email it all over to Maureen. So let's get that off my screen. And that was the giveaways. Congratulations. I really want to thank you all for being here tonight. You guys is why I decided I wanted to do this, to keep everybody company, and then you guys in turn kept me company tonight. We had some great guests and some great returning guests. It has been a really great 12 hours spending with you guys. I really hope you all have a great rest of your night or day. I have enjoyed this. Again, like I said, this is an annual thing.